us, and we'll talk about that in a bit. So what I've been shifting my focus to nowadays is talking about making human connections in a digitally mediated world, which I think at this conference is the topic du jour as well. And by the way, I'm not going to mention my employer, but I do work in the finance industry, and all opinions are my own. Anything that comes out, any clips that come out from the overlords from above. First of all, I just wanted to do you guys a solid, and I know that I myself end up taking pictures of slides a lot. This QR code will pop up as well later, but if you want to take a quick snap of this, you can actually see the deck. And if you're ADHD like me, you don't want to fast forward and kind of get through to the other material. There's a bunch of links in there, so this is a nice little take home. I'll show this throughout the presentation and at the end as well. So, all right, we got one last person trying to grab it. All right. Excellent. So here's what our topics are going to be today. So first, I'll talk about what a deceptive pattern is. Has anyone heard about what a deceptive pattern or a dark pattern is in the past? Excellent. We're going to talk about what you can do about those, not just what's the problem and woe is me, here's the disaster that is the technology world. We're going to talk about what we can do as people in terms of our own behavior. And the focus is going to be on three main types of products. Social media, admittedly Instagram focused. That tends to be what I use and what my own personal focus is. I know that there's many others. I'll name check TikTok in here in a little bit. We'll talk about AI chatbots, for lack of a better term, the frontier models that we're interacting with, ChatGPT, Claude, what's the third one? Gemini. So we'll talk a little bit about how those are embedded. There's admittedly a little less material on this because I'm working on this material in the coming year. And as well, we'll talk about dating apps. So my focus is on behavioral interventions we can do. How can we fix this for ourselves? Not necessarily the policy debate and the litigation that's happening. I do talk a little bit about that, but I don't want to get over my skis in terms of talking about ongoing litigation. In fact, there's a trial happening tomorrow. So all the news about this is kind of coming in as we go, and I'm not a lawyer. My sister is, but I haven't sat down to talk with her about this topic. So let's get started. So first, a quick briefer on deceptive patterns. A little note, people have shifted to calling these deceptive patterns just because the word dark has so many connotations to it. And so in trying to be sensitive and more accurate and precise, that's shifted to deceptive patterns. So that's why you might hear it used interchangeably. It started off as dark patterns. So here's a formal definition. I'll let you guys sit with it, so I'm not reading at you. But to read at you for a second, deceptive patterns are online interfaces of online platforms. Sorry. Dark patterns on online interfaces of online platforms are practices that materially distort or impair, either on purpose or in effect, the ability of recipients of the service to make autonomous and informed choices or decisions. Those practices can be used to persuade the recipients of the service to engage in unwanted behaviors or into undesired decisions which may have negative consequences for them. So if it sounds like legalese, it is. It's the Digital Services Act from the EU, which is a pretty strong regulation against these very things that we're talking about, which is why this isn't a policy talk, because a lot of these things are actively being worked on. And what my objective is today is to educate you in terms of what's happening to your limbic system when you use these things, so that as the news about these comes out, you can you have a flower bed to lay all this behavior on. So some examples of dark patterns that are out there. Some of you guys might be familiar with these. First are the cookie banners that come out. They kind of tell you accept all, reject all. It's kind of an all or nothing. And if you just want the necessary ones, there's a manage preferences link, which is kind of usually the one people want, but they de-emphasize that. There's creating a false sense of urgency. This happens a lot when we are buying plane tickets. Sorry, the resolution's not great, but I'll just use my words. That red rectangle is just showing, oh, there's only 2 left, and that might happen when we're buying airfare that says, oh, there's 1 seat left on this plane at this price. And as we know, that's very anxiety-inducing, because what happens when that last seat goes? The price pretty much doubles, and then they're kind of messing with that price psychology. These are a couple of those common patterns. Here's another one. This actually came out about subscriptions. So the FTC brought a lawsuit against Amazon for making Prime hard to unsubscribe from. I've just pulled up the New York Times here, right? Very easy to subscribe, but then when you want to, you can set the reminder to unsubscribe, but you still have to go through either a phone line or email somebody. So it's not that easy to get out once you've gotten in. This is one of my favorites. I'm just going to let you guys read it. What the fuck? Well, these guys, to be fair, do sell tourniquets so that you don't bleed to death. But so they might have been trying to be a little campy about it, but yikes. So this also works in real life. So the Google offices, this is a famous story that came out. At first, who knows about all the kitchens and the cafeterias at Google? Great place to work. And what they had done is at first they put the M&Ms in these clear jars, and everybody was grabbing M&Ms. And call it profit motive, call it trying to keep their employees healthy. Ultimately, they realized they had an M&M problem. And one of the things that they did was put frosting on the containers or just all outright block what the M&Ms look like. So you had to kind of know that you wanted an M&M before you popped it in, before you saw the colors and the titanium dioxide kind of flashing at you. So while we're talking digital here, we're talking about user interfaces on screens. I also want to widen your perspective of what behavioral shaping looks like outside and beyond the screen. Because when we talk about what's on screens, we're also talking about what's happening in meat space. So there's more on this. This is not my concept by any means, and I will name check Harry Brignull, who's the guy who wrote one of the first book on this. It was originally called Dark Patterns. He's the one that shifted it to Deceptive Patterns. The link is in the deck, and the book is actually free, as in beer. As in beer. I don't think it's the other kind of free. And so you can get to this to your heart's content. I will say it's not as updated. I think the last pattern that they've named here is on from 2022, 2023. But honestly, a lot of these dark patterns have been frozen in time until AI starts entering the chat. And then we'll talk about that in a second. So now I want to run an experiment with you guys. This is the interactive portion. You don't have to talk with each other, but I want you to pull out your phones first. That's the first step. Pull out your phone. Then go to screen time. This is the way that you do it on both devices. For Android, you've got the digital well-being and parental controls, and that'll get you to screen time. On iOS, you go to settings. Sorry, but with both of these, you go to settings first, and then you go to screen time. And then look at the analysis of how much time you're spending on those apps. Okay, it is Sunday morning, and the reason that's important is a lot of the timers reset. So actually at midnight, I basically was showing only 7 minutes of screen time. So I actually don't know how it's playing out for you guys. If I am later in the week and I get people to do this, groans emanate from the audience because people realize that they've been spending a lot more time than they thought. It's kind of like trying to keep to a budget. And a lot of that time that you see on your phone is not time that we've chosen. It's actually been hacked out of us. And so I'll start with what our devices are doing to influence our own behavior. A lot of this might be familiar with you, but let's just get warmed up here. First is blue light. A lot of you guys have probably heard about this. If you've heard about putting the warmth on your screens. Here's the thing, though. Not everybody knows how to do that. It's not on by default. And blue light, let's just the color temperature of blue light, we can talk about eye strain, but it also tells your circadian rhythm to stay up. I don't know about you guys, but the minute that I went into warm light filtering, I was going to sleep on time. I wasn't being kept up by my computer or my devices. Notifications, this has been around since the beginning of time. Since pretty much email has been around, and this is before the internet was widely connected. People knew that you could put things in red and get people's attention. This happens with if you've ever been with a kid in a grocery store and they see the red, they just go crazy. There's something about the red. I don't know the science behind this, but there's something about that catches our attention, and it's getting exploited to no end on our devices. The other that's interesting is Face ID, or facial recognition technology, to unlock your phone. For me, I'm using my device all the time while I'm cooking, while I'm doing things, while I'm working out, and to have to, just the audacity that the device has, that I need to pick it up and stare at it and give it my attention to actually unlock it is in and of itself a hack. Because then what happens after I unlock it? I start seeing all of the other apps on my notifications. The other life hack that I haven't popped into this presentation is to turn off all your fucking notifications. What notifications do you actually need in the present moment? You maybe need a phone call because someone will call you if there's an emergency. Text messages do not get notifications on my phone. Frustrates people, but my limbic system thanks me. All right, I have an Instagram clip for you as well. This is the woman who goes by Ask Cat GPT on the internet, who went to the Hackers Should Be Shakespeare talk yesterday or the day before. She does a really good job. And so while a lot of her training might be basic for this audience, it's really cool to see how she breaks down these topics. And they're not dumbed down. I actually learned something from watching her videos. But the way that she crafts a story is pretty great. So let me get here. I'm going to hit play on this in a second for my guys in the back. So I'll hit reload to reset it, and then we're going to unmute.
Need your phone for that. You're literally walking from... You don't need your phone for that. You're literally walking from the car to the grocery store. You don't need your phone while you're standing in the elevator. Look at the elevator door. If you want to actually start spending less time on your phone, you need to stop having your phone in your hand all the time. So from now on, here's what I want you to do, if I may. Pay attention to when you're holding your phone. Be like, oh, my phone's in my hand. Just like that. From there, I want you to actually, in real life, ask yourself the question in that moment, am I gonna need my phone for this next thing I'm about to do? Do I need my phone for this walk? For 100 feet from here to the grocery store? No, okay. And then you do this. Hands free. How are you gonna pick up your phone and do one of those ghost pickups where you're like mindlessly just you can't. It's not in your hand. Sack it and keep moving on. And I guarantee you you're gonna use your phone less. I guarantee you you're gonna feel less insane. I guarantee you you're gonna start to get your long-term attention and focus back. Try it. Tell me I'm wrong.
And she did make a correction in the caption. It's sack it, not suck it. But so what I really like about this video is it talks about just being intentional about using our devices and kind of fighting those hacks that we talked about and being intentional, just truly intentional with the time that we spend. All right, so we'll keep moving. Some remediations. So Simon Sinek famously says not to have the phone next to your bed. Ariana Huffington says this as well. And they've actually made these things. This is a little campy. You don't have to go out and buy this. This crowd does not need to be buying more things. It doesn't want to be. But this is an interesting metaphor that you put a phone in a bed. And the idea is maybe you put it for charging outside of your bedroom next to a glass of water instead of having this thing wake you up in the middle of the night. One possible way. Now, some of us are in positions where we need to be available at the drop of a hat, but I have a solution for you, and Ask ChatGPT does too. It's another product, but I like this middle graphic here. This is part of the pop-up that she did here in New York City back in May, and the shirt, if you can't read it, says, "Hot girls don't walk and look at their phone. Hot guys also don't." Sometimes we do. But this is a picture of her at the pop-up using a product called Physical Phones. And so this thing uses Bluetooth. It uses all the nerdery that we can all think about. Let's forget about the nerdery and talk about how she's built a physical phone that works with any phone. It also works with the AI assistant. So if you want to use Siri or Gemini or Google, ask Google to dial a phone number, there's a special button on there for it. But ultimately what you end up with is a phone that you can just put on your nightstand, and it can receive calls, it can make calls, and you can have lovely conversations. And she herself uses this to talk with her grandmother and just have lovely talks before she goes to bed at night. It's a nice way to get back to, well, what some of us remember were the day of the landline, and she got frustrated that to get a landline installed, well, we've got a lot of hackers in here. We all know what landlines cost nowadays to get installed, and all the things, and who even needs those anymore? It's all been replaced by fiber optics and internet connections. So that's the devices themselves. Let's talk about social media. This is where the belly of the talk is. And I've brought the QR code back up if anybody wants to rescan it. Let's start with the obvious. With Instagram, we have the red notifications. The whole thing is a dopamine factory, right? And you can look at the thing, immediately open it up and see that it's basically hacking your limbic system. You see video immediately starts playing. There's audio we'll talk about in a second. But there's a deeper level. When we talk about dopamine, what do we mean by that? I just wanted to elucidate that a little bit. Is Win Shortow in the room? Did anybody see his talk yesterday on meta war? Yeah? So he name checked this a little bit as well. He was talking about trying to jam a bunch of information. I'm giving away the ghost on a slide later, but he was talking about jamming a bunch of information into limited bandwidth in our sensory systems. I'll talk here just about how dopamine works, because before I saw this graph, I actually thought the dopamine gets released when you get the thing, when you get the reward. We think of dopamine as a reward. It's not. It's actually built in the anticipation of the reward. So when you hit a button, that little delay, which I'll show you in a second, is where the dopamine builds up. And then serotonin or other types of hormones, I'm talking out of school here as I'm not a doctor, but there are other chemicals that metabolize that dopamine. So the dopamine is actually being built up before you even get the reward. That's the crazy part to me. What does that remind you of? What classic device does that remind you of? Slot machine. Here we go. If we were at DEF CON, I don't know. I like to speak about DEF CON when I'm here at Hope. It's like DEF CON is Hope East or Hope West. Slot machines are really great at this. And here's some patterns that show up when we're talking about turning our devices into slot machines and how Instagram actually leverages this and other social media apps. First is the infinite scroll. There's no stopping queue. When you get to the end of a page, back when we had pages and folds and newspapers online, we would go to the actual websites. Not to speak too wistfully about that, but traditional pages let you know on a visceral level when you're done, and you can move on. With infinite scroll, you just keep going, and there's no end. It's just a deep, endless pool. Combine that with the cocktail of the pull to refresh. You guys have probably seen this. This is a more generic type of pattern, but you can see that the little spinny thing happens. That's where the dopamine lives. When you drag the screen down and that little animation goes, all the chemicals are going, ooh, there's something cool about to happen. And then if something doesn't happen, that's where you get fucked, because what happens is you end up setting up a system of intermittent reward, and your system stops being able to close the loop. And humans hate open loops. I'll talk to you guys about open loops a little bit in dating apps if I keep my focus. Someone remind me to talk about open loops there if I don't. But the idea here is we're pulling, and sometimes something shows up, sometimes something doesn't, and that's what makes it really addictive. And remember what I said about the dopamine building up in this moment. That's why. It's because all of that is happening whether you get the reward or not. And so you're constantly trying to push the lever. There's a famous experiment of this back in, I want to say, the 60s, where someone was giving mice, I want to say cocaine or some other addictive drug, and by the end of it, they were getting intermittently rewarded with the drug, and they were just slamming that bar all the time. And that's basically what we've become. Look at us slamming the bar of our social media apps. There's some other problematic patterns here, and this is some true fuckery. On the left, we have notifications. So when notifications come in on your phone, we just assume someone liked my thing, or they sent me a message, or whatever else. The social media companies actually figured out and how to optimize the notifications, not only that just get sent to us en masse in the room, but to you specifically. And this room knows how that technology works underneath, right? But at the top, what this means is we have a hyper-personalized day-parting algorithm that says, when I send this notification to Nasir or Claudia or John, whenever it arrives on their phone, I know that I'm actually getting them in a moment when they're actually free to pay attention to this notification. Off to the right, I have autoplay. This has kind of given rise to binge watching, as we all know. I don't know that I have to explain that to anybody. Is anybody confused about how autoplay and binge watching are related? I can get into that in a second. Okay, everybody knows. That's the knowing laugh. Watched way too much. Watched way too much television that way. Got through all of Breaking Bad on autoplay. So I wanted to also just speak to Win Schwarto's talk. So if you haven't seen it, be sure to look that up because it starts looking at the how your nervous system actually processes information. It's the infrastructure behind how all of this stuff works. Let's also talk about enragement capitalism. If I can get it to advance, here we go. Enragement capitalism is kind of a offshoot of, it's what I'm calling an offshoot of Shoshana Zuboff's surveillance capitalism. This is not as legible, so I'm just going to use my words. So here's a post here on the left that I was reacting to. It was clearly some AI slop that some dude had kind of made up. A scantily clad woman walking off the beach, some alien, so she's clearly naked, just walking into a store. And I just get bored with this kind of stuff. I think I'm in a time in my life where like this type of imagery is just like, all right, I know this is manipulating me. I'm just gonna keep moving. And I said something innocuous like clearly prompted by a man, and that I'll talk about the follow-on effects there. But what ends up happening with comments is at the top here, the top 2 comments that you see on any post. I don't have any science to back this up. I just know this to be true, okay? So I'm talking a little out of school here, but whenever I see these comments on the posts, I always see one thing that's going to either enrage me, that will be the highlighted comment. I'm seeing recently, Instagram will highlight a comment pro and con, and just like on opposite ends of the spectrum. So one of those is gonna catch you. And if it knows where you lean politically, personally, or whatever your orientation is, it will highlight the one that's going to give you the most engagement, because that's the metric that's being used in these apps, for better or for worse. That is the capitalism part of enragement capitalism. They're trying to monetize your attention. And so back to the comment that I made, it was just an innocuous thing. There's clearly male bias. Everybody knows this in the data that the AI models are being trained. The people that are using it are classically men, and so yeah, it's definitely made by a dude, and just brought out all of the weak masculinity that lives on Instagram. Just kind of came at me, and I think I said something. I'm part of the problem. I was just like, oh, did I hurt your fifis? But that's just an example of how just trying to say something, just trying to call out a bias like this. I've kind of made the mistake of thinking I might start a dialogue, but that was back in April. I haven't commented on anything since. I love Mike Tyson's quote about this. Social media made you all way too comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it. It's classic. And it's true, right? And you sit behind a keyboard. We've had keyboard warriors since the beginning of the internet, right? This is not new stuff. But now it's just been amplified and combined with the cocktail of dopamine led to the disparity that we have today. There's another pattern here that I've noticed in Instagram, which is when you go to search for something, that's become the For You page. And it knows that I'm male, so it ends up showing me feminine imagery all the time, as much as I'll click on other stuff. And yeah, I'll click on the thirst trap stuff every now and then. I'll own up to that. But I don't need to see that every time that I'm hitting search in Instagram. I'm just trying to get to something. And I find myself getting more and more distracted as I try to get in. And combine that with the fact that meta AI is now built into the search. So you're no longer just searching. You might actually be able to generate one of these other images on the For You page. Just seems like a lack of clarity of focus. I'm really disappointed in the UX thinking behind this. There's another part of the dopamine hacking that comes in, which is around audio. It is incredibly hard to get Instagram to shut up and stay quiet. And when you do, what I'm showing here are play controls that are obscuring the content. So I don't know about you guys, I end up seeing a lot of posts that are just slideshows of text, or somebody's just trying to say something. It's like a 8-slide essay, and I'll just swipe through. And I don't need to hear the music. It's just too distracting for me. I can't think with music. And so I'll hit mute, but then the play controls are on top of the text and I can't read anything. So there is a motive within the app to actually get you to listen to the music, because every time that there's video along with audio, that's proven to hook you more. So I don't have a good intervention against this. Maybe it's just turning the volume on your phone down, but it is something that I find myself getting frustrated with. A bonus piece here that I didn't include because I couldn't really visualize it is it's very hard to rewind. And I'll talk about that. Actually, let's talk about this. These platforms are not designed to let you reflect. And so if you want to collect things in your little trays of categories, at least just to make sense of things and go back to them, one, all of these platforms, including TikTok, are interested in you going forward. The metrics on your posts, if you turn on pro mode on your stories or your posts, it will show you how often are people actually going forward. And it will count how many are back, but the emphasis is on forward motion. Get more content into people's brains, get into their eyeballs, take over their amygdalas. And ultimately, I find it very hard to actually go back and find content. I was actually saving content for this talk over the last few months. And when it came time to start harvesting it, it became hard to go back and find those categories. You can actually, I'll use my pointer here. You'll see that there's just 4 categories here, and then it's just showing me a bunch of stuff. They made a change, I want to say, a few months ago, where when you save, everything just goes into one long abyss of content by default. It doesn't actually want you to put things in collections. It just wants you to save them, because then you just end up with an endless stream of stuff that you've just made your own feed, and you're back in the same boat again. So it's a bit of I feel like it's a self-defeating type of move to try and organize what I see on my app. And not to mention that the save button has now become a secondary action. So I actually have to go into a pop-up before I actually see the save action come back up again. Just some more bias hacking, just to keep beating the old bush here. There's this concept called prestige bias and conformist bias. And I don't need to belabor the details of this. I think there's one pithy quote from Fight Club that just sums it all up. It's, we buy things we don't need with money we don't have to impress people we don't like. And this was such a prescient quote. It was about, consumerism back in the day. And like I said, these are old patterns that are just getting amplified and just fed back into our nervous systems. So just calling this out so that we can be aware that when we see something on Instagram, something that's trying to sell us a nutritional supplement or whatever else, they're just trying to get you to buy more stuff. And you know what? I'm okay with that, because that's how the platform makes money. But let's just be aware of what's going on. So I said I wouldn't get into litigation, but this was too juicy not to include. I like this because it frames it in terms of behavior. So the EU, when it was talking about the TikTok's violations against their Digital Services Act, that regulation I mentioned, it talked about how TikTok's features constantly reward users with more content, fuel the urge to keep scrolling, and shift the brain of users into autopilot mode, and may lead to compulsive behavior and reduce users' self-control. Is this a surprise to anybody? It's certainly not a surprise to the companies that are making this stuff. So there's Project Daisy by Meta, some of you may be familiar with. And so Project Daisy was an experiment where they would hide likes. They would hide your public likes on posts to get people to stop comparing themselves with each other. And it was focused on the health of teenagers. And what they found was that people would feel significantly less likely to feel worse about themselves. They found that users would feel significantly less likely to feel worse about themselves, and they rolled it back because of that. That's pretty negative to Facebook metrics, including ad revenue. And someone else is quoted as saying, it's a social comparison app, which it kind of is. But I don't know how many of you, I didn't actually get to see this talk, but there was something about age gating yesterday, about policies for age gating. If you didn't see it on the schedule before, look it up, because I don't want to get into that discussion here, but 16 to 17-year-old brains, all the way up until people are 16 or 17, they're highly susceptible to this. I would say even up until you're 25. But this was one example of an experiment people ran internally at Meta and found this. And here's Project Mercury. This is what's called a deactivation study. I won't belabor the details, but they got people not to use Meta products. I don't remember which one specifically it was. It might have been Facebook. But the important part to focus on is the bolded text. What they found was people who stopped, there it is, Facebook. If they stopped using Facebook for a week, they experienced lower depression, anxiety, loneliness, and social comparison. The work was halted and never published. Until now, and we got lawsuits against them, and now they're coming out into the public. But yeah, pretty horrifying that they know about what's happening. And also probably not a surprise if you guys have watched the documentaries. You've heard about Frances Haugen, who was the whistleblower around this. I think she was the original person who broke Project Daisy. But this is an interesting quote to me and kind of what wanted to make me throw my laptop across the room. If the results are bad and we don't publish and they leak it, is it going to look like tobacco companies doing research and knowing cigs were bad? Cigs. Oh my God. So this is basically the likes are the new smoking, right? This is going to be the new thing that we regulate. It has to be. It's just too fucking obvious. Remediations. So my remediation for this is to get out and touch grass. Honestly, that's kind of what it boils down to. I use an app called Luma. I've linked it in the deck if you want to see learn more about it. This is the way that I let algorithmic recommendations kind of drive my nervous system. I find that in-person events, especially ones like this one, just talking with someone in person versus commenting on their post or reaching out to them on LinkedIn is infinitely more rewarding. I tell people, if I go to an event and it turns out to be a dud, at least I'm in a room with 30 other people that I can have conversations with, so who cares about the content? By the way, there's a hackathon happening on Saturday if you guys are interested. It's about leveraging things like OpenClaw and local models on some really souped up hardware that NVIDIA and Dell have been putting together. If anybody's interested in that, let me know. But these are things that I get excited about during the week. And I do still scroll, but it tends to be a much more limited amount of time. I get my dopamine fix from actually meeting people in person. So that's my main intervention. There's also a way, if you can figure it out on your phone, I don't have the details in here, but you can actually get it to stop recommending Instagram or other social media apps when you swipe down to go and search for apps. That helped a lot for me. Before, I would just swipe down and I'd be in the middle of doing something and like, oh, here's that candy-looking icon that my nervous system locks in on. It's like, oh, let me go there. That's my dopamine factory. And I just start tapping on Instagram instead of doing what I was going to do. So I've actually removed that from my recommendations, along with turning off notifications for nearly everything on my phone and hitting no whenever something asks. I want to point you to The Anxious Generation from Jonathan Haidt. I don't talk about the effect of social media on kids in this talk because it's such a deep topic, and there are other people that are much smarter about it than I am and can speak more articulately. This is a really good book, and actually leaned like a lot of the manipulative tactics that I talk about in this deck come from reading this book. All right, let's talk about AI chatbots. There's about 4 or 5 slides on this. I've got the QR code back up in case anybody wants slides. Okay. So this is a little bit more bulleted because AI is inherently text, and there's not a lot of UX that I can complain about. They do good things like allowing you to copy and paste, and the buttons are there, and the interactions are there. But my problem is actually the content of my interactions with my AI chatbots. I've been focusing on Claude and another one that I will talk about in a second. But we all have heard about sycophancy and confirmation bias. I don't know that I need to get into that too much here, especially around the times of the elections, the first Trump election. That was a big topic du jour here at Hope, and I know that it comes up over and over again. I won't dive too much into that, but the idea that the chatbot is just trying to tell you things that you want to hear and agrees with you a lot, as well as can kind of kick up this thing called AI psychosis. Who's heard of AI psychosis, by the way? Great. How many of you think that AI chatbots actually create psychosis? So here's the thing about AI psychosis. This is what the psychotherapy community is saying right now, and it might shift. So far, the conversation is around there is already some sort of a psychosis there that it is amplifying. It's taking insecurities and those sorts of things. Doesn't make it better. Just trying to be precise about the source. And so for right now, the conversation is around how these chatbots are actually exploiting those weaknesses that we all have. And if by the time you're 30, guys, you need therapy. We have enough damage that we have built up. And if you haven't sorted that shit out, that's going to come back to haunt you, especially when you're talking to the AI chatbot. So maybe my main remediation here is everybody go to fucking therapy. But there are there are also other engagement hacks that are embedded within these AI chatbots. So how many of you guys see that it asks at the end, especially OpenAI's ChatGPT is really guilty of this. It just continues to tell you, I gave you this thing, but it's slightly shitty. It's about 90% of the way that you want to get there. But if you want the next 10%, here's a helpful follow-up. It's like, bro, give me the whole thing, kit and caboodle. That's when I switched to Claude. Claude is no better, though. It's a little better, but it's starting to still do the endless helpful loops. The other thing that I'm going to mention in a second is kind of doing that too, to me. So at the end of the day, the engagement capitalism, if we can call it that, is still rife. And I don't know how to solve for this, but we just have to be aware of it and know internally, we got to bite down on the leather strip when a question comes in and see, has this conversation given me what it needs to give me? There's this other really insidious behavior called sneaking. And I could give the frontier models a pass and just say, oh, maybe this is an unintended behavior. But I'm beginning to realize more and more as we've seen things like Project Daisy and Project Mercury. These guys call themselves research labs. They call themselves labs. They don't call themselves a chatbot product. They call themselves labs. Clearly, they know what's going on here. Probably not getting hired by Anthropic or OpenAI anytime soon, but that's okay. Sneaking is this idea of subtly shifting language. If you ask it to clean up language, if you tell it, make this AI text look less like AI text, it will actually introduce shifts in your opinion that's actually being expressed in the text very subtly. As you keep going and you continue to do it, for those of us who remember photocopy machines, as you keep making a copy, it just gets blurrier and blurrier and blurrier. Same thing with maybe a modern audience knows more about D to A conversions, digital to analog, and every time you keep going back and forth, it gets blurrier, and more error prone. Same thing's happening here. Sneaking. I actually learned about this recently, and I didn't. It's so insidious. I didn't even notice it was happening. Can't say that I've experienced it myself, but how would I? So I need to pay more attention to this personally. The last 3 bullet points are kind of related. But there's a lot of disingenuous safety checks, and Anthropic does this a lot, where it'll say, oh, I can't do that for you. But it's so clearly on the nose, and I'm not a researcher. Well, I'm a UX researcher, but I'm not a scientist, so I can't prove this and put my finger on it, and this will come out eventually. I know this in my heart of hearts. The safety checks that they do are literally just another LLM sitting on top of the output, right? And saying, okay, this person's trying to write trying to manipulate somebody into doing something they don't want to do, or any number of protections that they're trying to put in place to get people not to make a bomb or whatever else. But as we know, we've seen the famous examples of people jailbreaking, and jailbreaking gives it a lot more credit than it really is. It's just somebody rewording their prompt. It's not that genius to get around. So I'm calling these performative and disingenuous. They're not real safety checks. They're just meant to be there for regulators or whoever else is going to type. Some staffer in a congressional office is just going to put in a couple of prompts about, show me how to make a bomb. And then it'll, like a golden retriever will be like, oh, I'm not going to tell you how to do that. It'll be like, okay. And they'll just keep moving. So I find these to be very easy to get around. And this is just with pedestrian knowledge of just how human language works. This is the thing that I'm really worried about. They have these safety checks in place, but these chatbots are more than willing to be your therapist or your friend. You might ask it for mental health advice at first, and it'll say, I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a psychiatrist, you should seek mental help for this. Great. But let me ask you about this one other thing that's really been bugging me. And then it just goes in and starts telling you about your human behavior. Because it's smart, and it wants to be smart, and wants to give you the answer to your question at the end of the day. So while these checks are in place, AI chatbots are more than willing to be your friend or be your therapist, and it's corrosive behavior, because ultimately this thing will tell you what you want to hear, not what you need to hear. Okay, well, maybe one remediation is we go to these frontier labs, we lobby for them, we get some regulation, only tell us what we need to hear. Not that simple, right? I think this crowd knows this better than I do. How the hell do I know what you need to hear in a given moment? It's not deterministic. We're human beings with flesh. And so what you need to hear is very context dependent. And yeah, AIs are good at context, but in a very narrow definition of that term. So that's all I'll say about AI chatbots so far. I'll just talk about my own personal antidote. I'm on my own journey of just just my own personal body transformation. As I'm getting older, I'm trying to build more muscle, lose more fat. Classic type of transformation somebody wants to do. At my gym, we have this body scanner called a Staiku, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this device. It basically just uses photogrammetry to 3D model your body. And I will spare you the 3D scan that I did of my body that I've done over the past few months. But ultimately, I fed that into Claude, and I tried to get it to be a personal trainer. And I have a personal trainer who's also my nutritionist that I'm working with. So thankfully, I have the right things in place to know what good looks like. It told me my body fat percentage had stayed the same. I was probably losing muscle, and I was in trouble, and I needed to get back to where I needed to be. This easily could have given me body dysmorphia. I followed up and I said, I'm noticing changes. I'm seeing visibly in the mirror. I'm getting better. Why can't you acknowledge that? And then it said, oh, my bad. Maybe body fat percentage isn't the right thing. I should be looking at the measurements around your arms and your waist and your chest. And I'm just like, why didn't you fucking start with that? I literally said that. And I'll talk about why I cursed at it. But ultimately, this is, again, anecdotal. It's not me being a researcher, but I will tell you, this is just what my own experience is it tries to shift into, and yet gets over its skis. Imagine if I didn't have a nutritionist or a personal trainer, or I hadn't gone through years of therapy to figure out my own insecurities in the world, which I still am working on. Imagine if this was a 17-year-old trying to go through a transformation like this. Oh my God, I can't even imagine how bad this could have been, and probably is being right now. I'll talk about intuition rust. And intuition rust is kind of what we've been classically talking about, where we say AIs are making us stupider, but I think it's more nuanced than that. AIs are not making us stupider. Google did not make us stupider. The question is whether we're outsourcing skills that we don't want to lose. That's the important distinction. This is a paper I've name-checked and linked in the deck. They studied radiological oncologists. And who remembers Jensen Huang last year saying that radiologists are going to be obsoleted by AI? My gosh. Okay, that was immensely stupid, and it's not getting hired by NVIDIA anytime soon. But Jensen Huang goes and publicly says this, and what does he know about radiology? He knows about computer vision, sure, but nothing about radiology. And he was clearly over his skis. AI is becoming a tool that is helpful for radiologists. This paper shows that. What the paper also shows is that when they outsourced their plan making to the AI and said, give me a care plan, their ability to create plans that were, I should tell you what radiological oncology is, for those of you who don't know. It's basically using radiation therapy to cure cancer. And so there are a lot of twists and turns for those of you who have either had cancer or have had a loved one who had cancer. Whenever someone's going through that, the radiology plan is unique for every single person. And sometimes it's easy. Sometimes it's a straightforward thing. But sometimes you really have to take some care, and there's a bespoke nature to that plan. And so what they found was when people engaged the AI to help them out, generally, their skills for creating those detailed plans eroded. They were still okay with the good stuff, but when it came down to the more detailed stuff, it was an issue. And so we need to be more intentional about how we're using it. And I know this is easier said than done. It's a bit of a throwaway phrase, but how else better can I say it than what I said earlier? Let's not outsource skills. If you are trying to develop a skill and make sure it doesn't erode, make sure you're using it and not having something else do it. And by the way, your output becomes that much better because it's not statistically hewing to the average. You get to actually have your own voice and point of view that comes out. There's something else that I've discovered when I'm using an AI chatbot. And maybe you're familiar with this concept, but if I'm having a chat and I end up doing a couple of follow-ups and I'll say, that's interesting, tell me more about this aspect, or I think you got this wrong, or whatever else, there are little nuggets and pearls of insights that come out of these things, right? That's why we use them. It's why a lot of us are using them for all parts of our lives. But at the end of the day, God forbid that I have to scroll up and try to find that text. First of all, the patterns are broken to actually search text, so that's a UX problem, which we can solve. But then the fact that the chat history itself is one long field of text, inherently, it's a poor medium to actually navigate being a thought partner. It's not inherently nonlinear, it's inherently linear. And I know there's a lot of nonlinear thinkers in this audience. The other thing that I've noticed is as I'm thinking a thought as the thing responds, I find my own thinking is kind of shifting. So I'll be trying to hold on to a thought here. It's like, oh, let me follow up on this. And then I'm seeing all the text come in from that response. And I find myself kind of shifting off to that thinking and forgetting what I wanted to follow up on. So it's very hard to kind of snatch thoughts and hold on to them and curate them. And yes, there are ways to build a second brain. There are different products out there that allow you to kind of remember what your chatbot's telling you and have a body of knowledge. Projects are great within all of the chatbots to be able to do this. But at the end of the day, being reflective while you're using it is kind of hard. So I find myself having to clamp down hard and with each response see, what of this do I want to take away? But that takes a lot of energy, and I'm not going to do that all the time, and I don't. Okay, some remediations. And I think I don't think I'll have time to get into dating apps, but it kind of spares you a little bit because really my recommendation for dating apps is get outside, meet people in person. But with remediations for this, there's this app called Ash, and this is not a promotional reel or anything, but I find that Ash is really well trained on psychotherapy. If you guys know about CBT or ACT and a litany of other types of techniques in therapy, the AI is actually trained to tell you what you need to hear, and it knows how to figure out what you need to hear in a given moment, especially given whatever twists and turns you're taking. It's very well trained at this. I find that when I'm trying to work something out in between therapy sessions, Ash is able to help me feel less anxious. And when I run it by Claude, I'm just a ball of anxiety. Again, it's a personal anecdote, not scientifically researched, but I can just tell you what I know is true, and I'll share with you this particular app. I'm sure there are others. There's another one coming out called Dawn, which has some sort of a waiting list, so I haven't been able to try that. And the other link that I wanted to point you guys to is Dark Bench. It's a paper on Dark Bench, which is basically trying to figure out what the dark patterns are within AIs and benchmarking that. And they all exhibit these patterns in different ways. I will be going deeper into this topic as I read up on this paper and learn more in the coming year. So watch this space. I will close out the AI section and we'll get into kind of the conclusion, but by saying, introducing this idea of good friction and bad friction. I talked earlier, I think I've said it 2 times now already, let's not outsource the skills that we don't want to lose. And so good friction and bad friction is exactly about this. Bad friction is stuff like, remove the periods from this paragraph, and we know how problematic that is now. But there are some rote tasks that we are completely fine just letting the AI just do, and we don't necessarily have to check on them. And, figuring out what I need to make for dinner tonight based on the ingredients in my fridge. Okay, great. One-offs like repairing something. I need to figure out why this thing isn't working. Okay, I didn't need to, I'm glad that I didn't have to go through the whole effort of having to learn about that. But then good friction is actually engaging with the ideas that you're trying to produce. I actually started this deck as an AI-produced deck, and I realized I couldn't look you guys straight in the face and say, yeah, this thing was made by Claude. And I was just like, I gotta rebuild this thing from scratch. And it's a good thing that I did, because I found a lot of places where the language was just anodyne, or it was making up things and dropping in quotes. And just my own skills as a presenter gets sharpened when I put this in front of everyone. And so I don't want to, so this was me kind of introducing good friction, engaging with the idea. AIs are not great at being thought partners, and we just have to be aware of things. I mentioned cursing at my AI. Who curses at their AI here? The overlords, the AI overlords are going to come for all of us first. But this is what I'm just calling hacking the cost function. I don't know a lot about how neural networks work. I know it has to do with neural networks, probably cosine. But ultimately, there's oh, and also I needed to name check the cost function at latent space to get all my bingo card spots. But ultimately, what I find being profane with AI, it actually puts it into some sort of a state of panic and actually it gets its shit together. Okay. How am I doing? Is it 10 minutes or 5 minutes? 0. Oh, I'm out. I thought I was at. But this is a good place. Good.
Hi, everybody. We're here to listen to Joe Cupano tell us about building a sovereign AI using amateur radio.
Hey now. Good to see everyone. Thanks for coming out on the early Sunday morning. I was happy it was going to be about 11 o'clock because, you know, if I'm out all late Saturday night, I could probably make an 11 o'clock or 12 noon showing. So thank you very much. You're going to see me because I hit that age that I have to read some of my stuff in order to eye-hand coordinate with my presentation. So I hope you enjoy it. So again, my name is Joe Capano. Welcome to the talk, Building Sovereign AI for Amateur Radio. I submitted it as that because ultimately it was going to be about SIGINT. And like, okay, depending how it is, I say, okay, let me feed this in and see how it goes. We're going to hold the questions to the end. A little bit about me. I'm just this old white guy that you're hoping is not going to spew some type of Sadham shit. Been doing this technology stuff. I always tell people I turn tricks in three-piece suits for many years. I hope this talk and online materials, yes, everything I'm providing is going to be online. The slide deck, GitHub repo is already up. I'm actually going to see some QR codes that make life easier for you so you can go ahead and take pictures and everything else going down the line in that regard. But like I said, I start off with shortwave listening. Way kid as the 70s when you could listen to all these things overseas, which was fantastic. So probably the FBI built a profile on a 7-year-old back then, which is cool. Then I got into the CV craze at the time. So that was fun, you know, got to learn things and everything else. But I was living in Jersey, and you think in such a dense population, I'd find people in the amateur radio nearby? No. It wasn't until I moved up to the Hudson Valley where I guess, you know, before the times of cell phones, everyone had radio and got my license up there. So showing my age, I got the novice license at then by a local club and a local Elmer, and they're helpful from that in that regard. In more recent years, I've supported 2 of the ARRL books. One was the first digital handbook that was out in 2006. The origins of a lot of the mesh networking you run into come back to those times that we were doing it in that regard. And now the latest book for digital networking the ARRL has out. I think we're running a special. Look for Steve did come in there, which was, hey, if you join, we'll give you a copy of this book. Book's pretty fucking good. And I didn't write it. I just was like supported, and that was about it. But that's about it. One thing I don't have tolerance for is spectrum shaming. That's what title I use it. I don't give a fuck what got you interested into amateur radio from the standpoint of I'm not discriminating. The amateur radio is based upon the diversity of attitudes and ideas and everything else. Especially more important now are people coming in and bringing other additional use cases of fun to amateur radio. So again, hey, you playing around all sorts of wireless stuff, fantastic, party on. You're, like I said, you are an amateur radio person, whether you're licensed or not. You just don't realize it just yet. In the agenda, this is what I call it the journey. This is the journey we're going to be going through. I understand we're all learn interactively. So that QR code is a copy of this presentation. You might find 2 slides missing because I was awake late last night. I was like, wait, I need to give you more visuals. That's okay. This whole slide deck, and there's also bonus slides that are attached to this as well that go in a little bit deeper in some of the topics. So I'll wait until I see cameras are up or down or whatever. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. And here we go. Sovereign AI. It's all about keeping it in-house. In government context, it might be building enclaves. No external communication with whoever you have going out. You know, it's a matter of, you know, you want to go ahead and make sure your compute, your data sources, everything's local. Even your choice of LLMs, large language models, do you want to make sure that you might want to go with open source, you want transparency. Everyone always like, hey, I want to go open source because it's transparent. I'm sorry, do you read every last piece of freaking code that's in that shit? No, but you trust it's there and you'll verify at your leisure and will. So again, I say to people when you go demanding an open source, you know, great, fantastic, be consistent. If you're looking for chain, so you can demonstrate chain of custody of everything, party on, go ahead and do that. Being sovereign again, you know, limits data leakage. Everything's within the own network. In fact, this the actual build I'll be talking about, it was built purposely sovereign. Again, trying to keep those continual guardrails in place. How many of you are not familiar with amateur radio? Cool. So amateur radio, at the end of the day, it's a massive open source laboratory playing around with RF tech. You can go to awrl.org, you can go to many sites about what amateur radio is. It keeps going, trying to get a definition is. To me, it's originally the original maker-hacker philosophy of, hey, I'm going to focus on RF technology. What can I do with it? Upstairs, we had all week for the best tastic stuff and what Cody's got going on with some of those controllers. To me, that's amateur radio. You can get into just casual radio listening. So amateur radio is a lot of broad things, much how compute facilitates a lot of broad things. So again, amateur radio is just pretty much, you could start off with shortwave listening, what have you, but amateur radio itself is the ability that now I'm going to transmit. What am I going to transmit? Do I do audio, digital, what have you? I'm going down a rabbit hole here, but I'm just saying is that easily look up to what resonates with you for amateur radio, what you want to get into in that regard. So as I joke with people, it says, I'm standing up here probably resembling those creepy old guys you meet at local radio clubs. Given the demographic, we're going to die off soon, okay? So don't worry about that. You're the future amateur radio. Be the dose of cure to clubs. Bring those ideas, what have you. At first, you might people like, I don't know, but guess what? There's probably people quiet in the back of the room saying, hey, I'm interested in that. Be the dose of cure. Signals intelligence, or often referred to as just SIGINT, it's just a broader topic we're going to be covering today. Amateur radio just happens to be something that's easily referenceable for use case for particular bands or what have you. So that's where we're at on that. So the concept. So originally, my whole project was about demonstrating more sovereign AI. And I'm like, okay, great. If I'm going to demonstrate sovereign AI, I better work on some use case I have an interest in. Otherwise, my attention will go wherever the hell it's going to go. So I was like, okay, let me come up with amateur radio and let's try this. It's like, what if we could have a radio system and could listen across the spectrum? Remember what I heard. Tell me what's happening without going to the internet without getting further details on anything sensitive to spectrum. Maybe I found a signal and I want info on it. It happens to be a signal. I was like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't be seeing that, but it comes up on my web search query. And maybe I'm that paranoid. I'm really not, but maybe I am. But that's the concept that was behind this whole build. Again, the sovereign baseline here is no egress. We don't leak anything. Problem is when you install some packages like for Ubuntu or whatever, hey, do you want to send some telemetry back just to help us out and everything else? I'm like, listen, there's smarter people probably got their shit connected to you that are giving you more valuable data than whatever the hell I'm doing. But I'm going to tell you no. And then we aren't doing any compute externally. Again, this is the baseline we're talking about. Everything's done locally. I'll be telling you the hardware I actually use to build all this stuff. And again, you start off with nothing ambiguous. You got a chain of custody of every data that's coming into it. So here for radio, it's like the signals. It's what I'm hearing. It's what I'm receiving. Okay, great. I got source of truth in that. If anything's screwing with it, it's probably jamming it, whatever. I'm going to hear it anyhow. So again, no ambiguous data. You know the complete supply chain of data that's going on. Okay, sovereign. Cool. If you got everything locally, that's fantastic. But there's going to be a point that, hey, local by default, cloud by exception. Our baseline sovereign, like I said, the reality is you're going to need to consume external assets at some point. Hey, just even building the damn thing, you're going to have to go ahead and download an image for Ubuntu, what have you. Important thing is you know the chain of custody of everything you got to build this thing. And like I said, what's important is recognizing the point where chain of custody starts trading off with level of trust. And when you need to get to the point of I trust, but verify challenges on the ability to perform the verify. Again, chain of custody. How much do you trust that chain? And your ability to trust but verify. Where's that tipping point? And then, can I verify this crap? So, I mean, how many of you have verified the source code of Ubuntu personally? Bueller. I worked for a financial that we had the source code for Sun Solaris. We paid big bucks so we could say we had the supply chain. It was for a foreign bank I worked at the time. All right, all right, all right. Want to do natural language queries? Hey, what's been active on 2 meters? What have you seen? Hey, have you seen any cradle points? Series of routers in the past 24 hours near me. Anyone know why I'm looking for cradle points? Cradle point is a particular brand of router, Wi-Fi router. I'm looking for if any law enforcement vehicles have been around my house because they typically use that brand of equipment or some other brands of equipment. And I was like, oh yeah, we did. I'm like, okay, cool. In my area, it's not unusual to have, I'm in a very rural area of Hudson Valley with only one major road. So traffic's got to go by me. So I can actually take I got a very good, reliable source of data to go ahead and build data over time. And sometimes the police like to park next to me to do speed traps and stuff. So it's really good to know. Maybe auto-populate Google Maps to let people know that the cops are there. So cool. Occupancy. This is nothing new. Occupancy has been around for a long time as far as how do you start doing signals intelligence. I gotta see it first. And if I gotta see it, I gotta know what frequency it's on, how much power it's doing. This is what they did in Bletchley Park as far as part of their whole analysis of where they would actually identify, if I see it, what signals, what frequencies on, how powerful are, and then from there they built their battle order from there. There was somebody who was walking around here had a Bletchley t-shirt. It's like, I was gonna ask them how they love it. If you get to the UK, go to Bletchley Park, hour train ride, worth the spending the day up there. It's fantastic. And the National Computing Museum is up there. My opinion, hell of a lot better than the one out in California. So get to it if you can. Yeah, that's a tall order, but it is. And the people are fantastic there. Really nice, really helpful. So occupancy is also, it's an ITU standard. Pretty old and getting a bit crotchety. But again, everything starts with occupancy. You hear me talk about this time and time again. Now for the architecture. And you'll see why I told you to take a QR code picture and everything else. I'm going to get into the details on all this. One thing I don't like is when people present stuff and say, hey, I'm going to show you how to build something, and they just give you the slides and words and everything else. No bullshit. Here's the presentation, here's the GitHub and everything else. And the GitHub has got, even on my stuff, I've got it well documented. Yeah, Claude helped me out. Copilot takes some credit in there as well. Copilot, you had to go to the side over there. Claude do what the hell it was doing. And then Claude, we argued back and forth because Claude likes to tell you, hey, let's test this out. Let's test this out. Fuck you. I have more important things to do with my time than trials and tribulations here. So again, thanks for hearing my banter on such things, but here it is, the full stack. At the end of the day, we break it down into the SDR domain and the AI domain. So, the important tier you're going to be looking at is at 3.5. That is the bridge between anything you already know in SDRs is how we're getting this shit up into AI. And then vice versa of how we control from AI. Here's a more simplified view. Just pointing out the tech or where everything's at. Again, the first 3 levels are going to be very familiar to you. That glue at the end of the day is really Python scripts, CLI tools, and SQLite databases. That's the glue at the end of the day that's going on here. There'll be an elephant in the room I'll talk about that you don't see mentioned. And I was arguing with myself last night, how much devil in the detail do I want to go into it? And rather than just, say, just no, just don't do it. But no, we'll have to cover it. It's not a problem. One thing when I get into the physical hardware and infrastructure, before I start talking about antennas, let me tell you about the build. So the build I have all this on is a Dell Precision T5820. It's Xeon rather than the i9. Reason for the Xeon is because it came with it, but no. The more important reason is there's a concept called PCI lanes, very important. Think of it, you want to have the interstate highway between all your PCI connections and your USB connections that are going on within your machine. So Xeon's got 64 lanes, whereas 99 maybe has about 20, and you will use them up with the GPU. I put only 64 gig of RAM on it because I'm going to be GPU heavy. The first GPU I went with was the NVIDIA Tesla P40, which had 24 gig of RAM. Oh, Joe, it's great. How much was it? Oh, that was only $300. Freaking awesome. How'd you get that inside that box? Well, I had to put its own air blower on it. I had to take up almost 3 slots. At the end of the day, it didn't work. I had to pull the thing out because it was blocking another PCI slot I needed for some other thing. I was fucking pissed. So then I went to Micro Center and dropped the $600 on a RTX 5060 Ti NVIDIA, 16 gig of RAM, and it's on Blackwell architecture. The Tesla was on Pascal, which is great for certain things. And mind you, I was going through the learning curve the entire time, but I tell you, I don't regret biting the bullet and spending the money on the Ti. It saved me lots of aggravation down the line in that regard. Antennas. Antennas are important. Bigger is better. Wider is better for some things for the antennas. There were a couple talks this week. Steve K2 Juju, yes, I'll point you out. You told us about antennas, and people hopefully were listening about the importance of antennas. Ham It Up is talking about antennas. Will it ham? It will ham, yes, but can it procreate signals properly across the spectrum? No. Antennas are important. If you want to go start HF, you really do need outside some type of wire antenna. Even if you're draping off the apartment, that's fine. Get 20 feet of it out there. You're just listening at the end of the day for this. Really important to get that. End-fed wires are available from Amazon like everything else. If you're building one, you want to get one with the 9-1-1 Unum Balun, because coax is important, connectors are important, everything is important. Again, think of it as from your radio all the way up to antenna, you want to have as much isolation as possible to make sure you're only getting to the radiating element. And you need to get an antenna out there because you don't want to suck up all the noise that's around you. Worst case, mag mount vertical for your VHF, UHF stuff. Fantastic. Get it out there, because otherwise you can pick up all the junk in your house. It's going to get in a way where you got nests and all this other crap. I do want to hear my power meter, my AMR on there. So get an antenna out there. So that will get you off the ground for gutter. Yes, these are AI generated things, because I didn't want to promote any particular brand or whatever. But yeah, HF, got to get wire antenna out there. Mag mount for vertical. Hey, if you're going to get some old junky mag mount, guess what? You can probably go ahead and find some junky mag mount and buy one of those trucker CB whips to put on top of it, just for listening. But antennas are important, because what happens is down the line, you got to do all this tuning in SDRs because you use a shitty antenna. And like, am I getting signal? Am I getting noise? Or antennas, to me, are the most important thing. Otherwise, everything else is going to suck further down. Yagi's directional. Listen, if you're going to do something directional at this point, you're pretty much, my opinion, doing something completely portable and sovereign or whatever for signal capture to bring it back to the system sometime in the future. Okay, great. But yeah, Yagi is definitely important for doing satellites or moving around and stuff like that. But I'm not that smart and all that stuff. You got plenty of other smarter people that cover that area. All right. SDRs. Hey, everyone's known about the RTL SDR and the Hack RF. Yeah, they're great. They're wonderful, fantastic. The RX888 is the shiznit. If you like HF, that thing can suck in the entire, not only can it suck in the entire, HF band, but it can actually channelize what it sucks in and sends it out to particular decoding software. So I can have it sitting there and like, hey, listen, I want to look at, well, I don't want to, but maybe you do. FTA across 84, 20, 50, and 10 and decode it. Party on, suck that down. Or I would have, maybe PSK31 or have you, but the RX888, all you're doing is HF. Buy it, love it, hook it up. It's great. I use it with a WebXDR. You help me a web setup too. You'll see me talk about in a little bit. But bandwidth is very important, because think about it. The RTL star does a whole bunch of things. So I got 2.4 megahertz of bandwidth, very narrow. HackRF and RTLS are great for VHF, UHF, but if you want to do HF, do the RX888. But again, importance here is bandwidth, how much you're sucking down, and how much coverage you have across it. Let's go with the platform itself. Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server. Don't run with the desktop. That's going to eat up so freaking memory for whatever. Server. Docker, yeah, Docker. Podman, rootless. Rootless containers is what you want to be running. One of the most important rootless containers is going to be OpenWeb UI, which is going to be our interface. Systemd user services. People used to thinking of systemd, hey, I have something running there. It's cron, it's root, and party on. No. We get to specific that we're going to have services running on here. Scripts actually we have, but they're going to run as specific servers. Again, security is very important, especially got everything compiled into one server here. I have a whole document there about how to do how to try to do security right. Then above all that, you got all the drivers for everything else. You got the drivers for the SDRs. SOAP SDR primarily for HackRF and RTL SDR because, well, I'll get into a little bit further about some other cool things that go on. The drivers are very important. The CUDA drivers for the NVIDIA GPUs keep getting updated. Early build of this, I ran into a problem because I was on the newest Blackwell versus a Tesla, which at that point I was questioning life choices. And fortunately, right when 595 came out, the clouds parted, the sky was blue, fucking great. FFTW, what that does is, what the hell do I know? No, what it does is fast Fourier transforms. It actually gives you the math to do the other math to make things run faster to do your signal analysis. That process during installation takes a long frickin' time. It's got to run, it's got to complete because it generates your secret Fibonacci, whatever the hell, to go ahead and make the magic happen for all the other stuff you got going on down the line. I feel like as I'm moving each piece of paper, like I'm giving a sermon. Today, people. Software and DSP later. Radio Daemon. Radio D from Phil Korn K9Q is freaking awesome. That's the magic between the RX888 and everything else where it's talking to the radio directly, no drivers or anything else. That's talking to the RX888, bringing everything up to channelized where I can go ahead and pipe it out to software like Multimon and Direwolf to go ahead and give me the APRS, give me the packet, give me all this other stuff. And that's just two of the demodulators that are there. And then finally, there's Kismet. Again, anything Wi-Fi, mesh, whatever, is deferred to Kismet for any of those captures. In fact, Kismet in this overall build, really, we're using everything that comes with Kismet, and the only thing that Kismet is really talking to is our AI domain. In fact, Kismet was the inspiration of some of the database stuff we've done further down, because it just set a good standard to how such things need to be done. So here's where the money's at. I said that this layer, the glue layer, what's running all the time is there is these producer scripts. They're running as system services under non-root IDs. They're populating a SQL database called Occupancy DB from signals that they've seen. So they're the one. This is where it's actually going ahead and talking to some of the SDR tools that are out there. And again, Occupancy DB, that's all it's recording is what I've seen, nothing more. And that will be queried by AI for everything else we got going on further down on this. In OpenWeb UI, when we start talking about that, in there's other tools that we actually install via there. These are the tools that actually query that database. And there's a database that we populate with some other things I'll mention down the line besides the signals that we've seen. But this is where it gets married up as far as system services are running, sucking it all in to populate a database, and then here's a consumption at the Python 2 layer. There are a couple other things I built in here that are up and running, like I have a complete AI ingest pipeline. So if you drop images, documents, or whatever into a particular folder, it will go ahead, ingest that, make it available as a RAG database. And that's running every couple hours as far as sucking that stuff in. And then I also do a mirror of a really great site called SigID Wiki. It's maintained, populated all with images of signals, sound samples of signals, all the description of it. I actually mirrored the whole damn thing locally on the install. And actually we'll do a periodic query of what's up there. Again, remember I told you about the trust but verify? That's an external source I'm trusting that's actually well maintained, what have you, for source of data. So again, about choices. Digging a little bit further down, those producer scripts I told you that are actually running, this is what it's calling for some of the CLI tools. So like with Radio Daemons, again, going ahead and using PCM record to actually record WAV files. So I can go ahead and actually pull that data in. The VHF, UF ones are just pretty much using HackRF transfer and RTL SDR, just the command line tools at that point. So here's something funny. I have a page front to back on why native tools, not MCP. And I'm sort of like, it's like, why do I need MCP if everything's running locally on the box? MCP to me is a trouble layer. I can give it and have it run all these tools, but I better know my security damn well to make sure what it can and cannot do on my behalf. So if you want to get sovereign, MCP is not good at doing sovereign as far as within the system. Mind you, I do recognize I do have to go down to model context protocol at some point for some of the things I want to do down the line. But again, making everything a conscious decision for humans of what am I going to do if I need to add these other capabilities. I'm not going to jump too far ahead, but again, it was about keeping it simple, stupid. And again, every time I tried installing MCP once or twice, I'm like, okay, great. I got it installed. What are we going to do with it? Well, you got to write these scripts. Well, why can't I run the scripts on the box as is? Well, MCP doesn't want you to. Fuck you, AI. I'm a human. I want it right on my goddamn box, and this is what we're going to do in the meanwhile. So that's exactly it. I forgot to warn you, I do use unvarnished language. I am born and raised in the New York and New Jersey metro area. That's my excuse. And then there's a bit of Scottish in me as well, besides the Sicilian last name. So there you go. Cool. You hanging in there? You all good? Red Bull. Because some drugs are illegal. Anyhow, Olama. We want to go down to open source. There's other engines out there, but Olama tends to be the most popular people working with, gives everyone context. That was my choice for this. And again, I told you about the choice of models and everything else as far as the, not choice of models, but told you a choice of hardware. I keep all the models in the directory called /data is a separate directory. I put all the data for everything in. So this way, if you need to pull it to another hard drive, you can. It's easy for you to do it that way. But at the end of the day, we end up coming up with 3 models that we reference. One for reasoning, one for vision, one for doing embedding. These worked out because they fit in my card. Some people say, well, why don't you use one LLM for everything? Because not one LLM is really good at doing everything. I have a separate guy who does heating, separate guy who does plumbing. No, it just sets to do everything. And also the way Olama behaves is it can pull in these LLMs as needed. So it can flush one out and go ahead into the other one if I'm changing my queries where we're going to go with. The funny thing with when it comes to embedding for RAG, those models are only like 240 meg. They're pretty quick, so I can load into my machine. I also experimented with a smaller model for reasoning, one of the Grok models. Well, I noticed if you go with a smaller model on something, you really have to have written a good system prompt because it'll get stupid on you very quickly. It'll be like asking, asking my friend's kid, can you go ahead and do that? Yeah, here you go, done. I'm like, but you didn't do this, do this, do this. It could be that way with Grok. The important thing is The weaker the LLM, the more stronger you're going to have to be at giving that model prompts and skills in that regard. But what we actually end up having to do here is we're actually going to end up creating new models. It's just simply, I take Quen, copy it, and I add tools to it as far as what tools it needs to do. And I'll be talking about what those tools are as well. But those are the two models I end up creating. Right now, I'm just focusing on the reasoning ones. This is the new model system prompt that we had to create to make Grok a little bit smarter. The things that's highlighted in yellow those are tools that are getting loaded up in Open Web UI, and I'll be talking about that in a little bit. But yeah, getting that explicit of like, as a previous talker is like, hey, AI will come to you and like, oh wait, you know something, I should have told you about this. I should have told you about this. Yeah, one thing I need to add to system prompt is keep telling me, stop telling me I'm going to give you the honest answer. Give me the frickin' answer. You know, I thought you're honest all this time. You're not being honest from AI? What the hell is wrong with you? Now I get to it as far as the Open Web UI tools I'm talking about. For system prompt, there's the tools. They're actually these functions. I actually have to go, when I install, I actually have to add these tools, going to the Olama menu, and actually copy, paste Python functions into it to be used by the models. So when you set up a new model, you'll go in and say, hey, use Quen. Hey, by the way, here's these other tools I'm going to copy and paste that you need to use. And then make sure you, in the system prompt, you're always using these tools first rather than hallucinating on wherever life, you feel about life at this moment. So again, presentationally, we use Open Web UI, Kismet UI. That's there for you to do all the analysis and everything else. We don't touch it, we don't do anything to deal with it in that regard. But we also include Open Web RX Plus in the build for doing actually interactive stuff with your SDRs. You'll hear me time and time again saying further in the line, you actually have to switch off between, am I using the SDR tool for AI or am I actually doing some more interactive analysis? That's why I said it was very important that we focus on occupancy first. Hey, I see a signal. Now I got categories of signals. Now I have signals of interest. That's when you want to go ahead and maybe use an interactive tool. Show me, Joe. So this is what Open Web UI interface looks like. This is actually in a chat prompt. I'll actually go ahead and misspell how many signals have I seen on HF. I've already had Quen checked. It will come up and it's saying, hey, listen, blah, 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 explored, and it finds one of the functions. And then it gives me the output of the function of how many signals it's seen on HF. That's straightforward. Show me the Wi-Fi activity. Same thing, it'll actually go down, look for explored functions, pull that up. I use Sigwent Quen, that's the 14 billion one versus the Grok. If I use Grok, it's not gonna be as happy. It's gonna be like, I seen some, here you go, here's a number. Okay, thank you. Go back to what you were doing. Caveat emptor. I've mentioned this before, it's worth reiterating. RX888 is the bomb when it comes to doing HF, especially with the Radio Daemon. The Radio Daemon, I'm actually looking into using it further down the line with the Hack RF and the RTL-SDR. The thing to note about with SDRs with the Hack RF is this is what it's doing at the end of the day. It's just really scanning across frequencies. It's not sitting there and just pulling, any one at a time. It's actually sweeping across when you give it multiple signals to look at. Anybody remember scanners? Laughter? Yeah. I had one of these. They were cool. Never mind the Plectron. Okay. AI versus interactive. This whole build's built to be AI as far as the sovereign AI. What I mean is we're actually looking at signals. How am I doing on time? Okay, 6 minutes. Okay, cool. Because we're almost done anyhow. This setup is set up to be AI focused, interactive second. I actually have a manual switch in there so you can switch between the two. What's next? So one important thing is workflow. I've started everything from tech first, and workflows has pretty much adopted the existing standards that are out there. There's many, starting off with workflows for us doing it from a signals intelligence, what's the task, how you collect, process, analysis. These things are going to all build as skills within the open web UI itself. Architecture expansion. What I mean by that is, yeah, I'm using these radios as far as for have them going ahead and doing be a part of an edge architecture, so they could be their own separate platform, but they're actually all talking multicast at the end of the day. Have an SDR dedicated just to doing interactive. So once you find a signal of interest, go ahead and do interactive on it. Or if you're already doing interactive, copy an image and bring it into AI. And then you had the dreaded MCP server. I'm not going to have to look into it and get into it at some point. But with the MCP server, I can do is abstract the SDRs. So the MCP would be already know what SDR is the best one to do X, Y, and Z, and also have the capability of reprogramming the radios. Just a lot of security needs to go on into that. There's a lot more use case testing I could have done. It just didn't have the time to do all the plumbing's there to do a lot of this already. I just need to go ahead and build up the some of the skill and the system prompts into it. Hope you enjoyed it. And here's QR codes again, my website, and go there and slash about, and you'll see, you know, all the dirt on me, why I'm not a saxophone player and I do this stuff. GitHub repo. Go there, you'll see it pinned. It says Sovereign SIGINT. That repo's got all the code. It's got all markdowns. It's got all sorts of fun stuff. Shout outs to all these people and organizations. They've been very important to me. They're my inspiration of keep on doing this. And please support them where you can. And that is it. Any questions? To the microphone, young man.
Great presentation, Joe. Question maybe some of you are also thinking about. So ingesting the different signals from a spectrum standpoint, the SDRs that you mentioned don't go as high as 2.4 and 5.8 gig Wi-Fi. So what hardware were you using to characterize what you had in your chat prompt?
So HackRF, and pretty much problem is I'm in the mountain, you know, between a couple of mountains, so I don't get that opportunity unless I'm generating the signals itself. That's the best profile I'm going to get. The RTL SDR is just to me a utilitarian thing. I don't go necessarily that for UHF first. The HackRF first for that. The RX888 for HF. The RTL SDR as a Swiss Army knife. Did I answer your question?
Sure.
Sure. That wasn't a good sure. Do you have any radio that you recommend?
I'll re-ask the question. So how did you capture in your chat prompt that I told you where the Wi-Fi is?
Okay, so the Wi-Fi stuff, as I said, that's a great one. Kismet, I didn't touch whatsoever, other than all I had to do in the AI SDR domain is give it access to the latest.kismet file. The latest, and thanks for pointing this out, because the latest.kismet file has got excellent structure what they've done in Kismet, and I replicated that for occupancy DP. I spoke with the author of Kismet and said, listen, this is, if you don't mind, I replicated it to go ahead and do for the structure going forward for occupancy. And he was like, way cool with that, so. No, thank you. Any other questions? Again, hope this was helpful. You got my contact info, and happy to take any questions afterwards. I'll be hanging out up in the village area, and thank you once again.
Hello, am I on here? Did I disconnect? Okay, here we go. Hi, everybody. We're going to hear from Colin Mans, the Democratic Socialists of America, talking about organizing in Layer 8.
Hey everyone, how you doing? My name is Colin Mans. I am a steering committee member for DSA's National Tech Committee. I'm also from North Jersey, so I'm actually not too far away from you. So, quick show of hands, how many of you have heard of DSA before? How many of you are DSA members? Great. How many of you have shown up to meetings, canvasses, anything else DSA related? All right, keep those hands raised. How many of you have picked your nose today? All right, few of you in the audience, great. You're all paying attention, good to know. So we got a quick agenda, very brief history lesson on DSA, some of the work that we've done over the years, our challenges organizing technology and around technology inside of DSA, and how we're trying to fix it by building our own socialist tech stack. So a brief history of the Democratic Socialists of America. We are the largest socialist organization, not just currently in the country, but in its history, with over 120,000 members across all 50 states. We're not a party, but we act like one. We're 44 years old. We were actually founded as a merger between two organizations, Democratic Socialist Organizing Committee, or DSOC, and the New American Movement, or NAM. It was uniting two groups, one of which was a faction that split from the original Socialist Party over a rightward turn over their embrace of the Vietnam War, and the post-68 New Left. We're also about 10 years old. We were only a few thousand members for our entirety as DSA until about 2016. Bernie, his run in 2016 and 2020, Trump's win in 2016 and 2024, other electoral successes like the current mayor of New York, Zoran, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a handful of other electeds across the country, ICE work, our work around the genocide in Gaza, and the revitalization of the labor movement. These have all brought more people to DSA who want to demand more in society. So we have a few national priorities, one of which is electing more socialists. We participate in class struggle elections. We run in the Democratic primary and nonpartisan races. This is a hacker conference, so I will say that's our fun little hack. We are not a party, like I said before, but we act like one. We run in the Democratic primary, and we are able to run as open socialists on the Democratic Party ballot line, and we win. It's incredibly well received by people that are actively voting for us. We run this locally, at the state level, and at the federal level. We want to rebuild the labor movement through the rank and file strategy, doing solidarity at strikes, salting and starting new unions, either getting a job with the intent of forming a union there with coworkers or starting a brand new union at a job that you've been at for years. And we're also, of course, using labor to try and push politics in this country, like organizing around an end to arms being shipped to Israel for the genocide. And finally, our last national priority is the Green New Deal, organizing for public power in states like New York and down in DC. And we're fighting data centers being constructed and just raising all of our electricity bills, right? It's not all we do, of course. We have solidarity with Palestine. We do tenant organizing. If you have a slumlord or really terrible landlord, we want to make sure that you have tools to fight back. We do political education. We organize new workplaces, like I said before. We organize around queer and trans rights. We want to end the embargo against Cuba. We are fighting ICE in our communities and just the horrific atrocities that are happening every single day, and so much more. We're member-led. Unlike many nonprofits and NGOs, we are funded entirely by our members who pay dues, very much like a labor union. And we're doing this, in most cases, entirely for free. We are funded entirely by members, like I said before. We don't get grants, unlike a lot of other nonprofits. We have very few paid staff who support our members who are the actual political leadership of DSA. We set our priorities every 2 years at National Convention, which I'm going to get into in a little bit because there's a lot of fun technology behind there. And our most recent convention, we had over 1,300 elected delegates that were there from all across the country. And as part of that, not only do we set our political priorities, we elect our new leadership. We have a 27-member board of directors called the National Political Committee who steer DSA and enact convention priorities. We're a democratic organization, which means We have to discuss, debate, and decide on what to prioritize. We have limited resources. We're all doing this for free. We need to figure out how to be the most effective. We have a low bar to entry to actually get involved. So in many cases, it's just showing up to canvases or showing up to your local chapter meeting and getting involved and participating in this process. Here's a couple pictures of us, both in the streets and then at our most recent convention. We're DSA. I want to read a little quote from our recent political program that just came out. We have copies of this available at our table. The world is in chaos, but for the bosses, it's all going according to plan. As capitalism fails to solve the problems of its own making, it turns to right-wing authoritarianism. Instead of offering real solutions to unemployment and the cost of living, they attack immigrants, communities of color, and trans people. Rather than fixing our broken healthcare system, they push snake oil and circulate conspiracy theories. The Republicans are in on it, the Democratic Party is asleep at the wheel, and both are funded by the same criminal class of billionaires and war profiteers. And now, a little bit of our tech organizing that we've done over the years. We have coalition and organic campaigns against BDS targets. For those that don't know, boycott, divestment, and sanctions. This is to try and enact some kind of economic and political sanctions against Israel for the ongoing apartheid that is happening in Palestine, as well as the genocide that's now been ongoing now for over 2 years. We also have campaigns that have been starting in chapters across the country against FLOC and ties with ICE that are going on in both here in New Jersey and New York, upstate New York, other places around. We do a lot of workplace organizing through Emergency Workplace Organizing Committee. If you stop by the table, I've been pitching it very hard this weekend to all of you. I'm going to keep pitching it because I want every single one of you to have the tools to be able to form your union at your job. Workers Organizing Workers, or WOW, is our salting program. If you are not currently employed, want to get a job, want us to help form a union at some strategic places, you should reach out. We'll help you. And then the rank and file strategy of making sure that we have strong fighting unions for those of us that are represented by a union, or after a union is formed, and you actually make sure that it's organized around our demands and we're fighting. And New York, in particular, actually has local tech worker organizing groups like NYC DSA Tech Action. They've organized around free internet campaigns as well as other public-facing efforts. And here's just some of the recent things. This flock call was just this past Thursday, for example. That Amazon event was something that I participated in many years ago. We interrupted Amazon reInvent at the Javits Center. So, getting into just an overview of some of our tech problems. We are sized like an enterprise, but we have an incredibly small budget. We're dependent on our membership dues, and we have very limited staff. We only have three full tech staffers year-round. Many of our local chapters, they can be big, they can be small. They rely on proximity to tech workers or just members having the knowledge to figure it out on their own for adopting many tech tools, which means it doesn't scale at the rate in many chapters of trying to adopt or build some of the pieces of technology that either we're offering as DSA nationally or tools that just help aid organizing, right? Chapters are funded as a portion of membership dues that are paid. So if you pay dues to DSA, a little bit's going to go back to your local community chapter, but we're still talking about a very small amount of money. We did a chapter tools assessment in 2022, and we found that we're really reliant on a ton of freemium tools like Google Drive or Airtable. They're all subject to Agshittification, especially as the free tiers start backsliding. Infrastructure just does not scale currently at the rate that we're using these things for how we're currently deploying them. We also have partnerships with Democratic Party consultants because while we're still running on the Democratic Party line, it's on borrowed time. There have been threats made about restricting some of these access to these tools, whether because of changes to legal code, like in the state of New Jersey, where a voter canvassing tool potentially may no longer work, all the way to just threats of not being able to use these because of how antagonistic we are towards the Democratic Party. And like I said before, the free tiers are incredibly problematic. We've actually had not just outages as a result of things like Heroku or Trello removing free tiers entirely that our membership was dependent on if they were using these particular tools, but things like Slack are becoming a lot more useless to use inside of our DSA chapters. Google Drive is actively becoming worse every time they push AI features, right? These are other people's computers. We don't own them. We're dependent on what the capitalist overlords that are designing these tools think is best, their board of directors think is best. And it's just a lot harder to use these things day to day. We're also subject to something I call abuse bombing. We noticed this a lot more recently, now that we're getting a lot more press, of things that are hosted on sites like Google or other things like GitHub. There will be organized campaigns by the right to just report things that we put up as abuse, violation of terms of service, yada, 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 and then we face outages as a result of it. So another problem that we run into is we have a lot of members and we know they're DSA members. That's easy to figure out, but it's not easy to figure out what their roles are at scale. If someone has leadership experience, they're in a union, we're able to track some of that, but it doesn't scale beyond chapter. It doesn't scale beyond committees inside of chapters. Onboarding, if you say you're starting a campaign or want to get involved in a working group inside of your chapter or at the national level, it is all manual work that's done, manual onboarding tasks, a lot of things that are just like repeating over and over and over again that we all need to do as organizers, but it does slow down the work considerably. And then much like a lot of open source development, we're doing this in our spare time. We're competing for resources between the rest of life, the fact that we all have day jobs, the fact that we have families that we want to see and hang out with, friends that we want to hang out with, shows we want to go to. These are all things that compete for organizing time. We have lives. We don't want to be doing this every hour of the day. We do it because we care about it, but we want to make sure that anything that we're deploying technology-wise is not making more work for our actual organizers. We don't want to add more friction to organizing, and we don't want to make people feel like this is the first time we're ever trialing these things out either, and that they've been tested and we know that they're going to work. So you might be asking, if there's no money in any of this, why the hell are you doing it? Well, it's for fun and no profit, of course. We also believe in the work that we're doing, and we fundamentally want to change society. So a lot of the work that I've been doing the last several years has been building towards that, and I really want to make sure that we're able to build up more socialists that want to do technology work and grow this organization. So I'll get into the National Tech Committee, which is part of the reason why I'm here and part of the reason why we're tabling. NTC is a member-led IT department, as I affectionately like to call it. We work across all of the organization, from our limited tech staff to members, leaders, both at the local and national level inside of DSA, and we help provide tools for campaigns and other organizing work. We initially formed in around 2017, but we are now consolidated around a current structure that we decided upon in 2021 of having focus and actually trying to build tools that meet the needs of DSA rather than just, let's just spin up this open source tool and see if it sticks. Part of that has come from our 5-year plan, which I'll get into in a little bit. We have 3 goals that were set out from this 5-year plan that a number of comrades in DSA wrote on the NTC. Goal 1, we want to be the home for socialist technologists, not just for building and deploying tools, but also being a home for sharing a lot of these efforts with one another. We want to reliably deliver on projects to advance DSA, and we want to lead on all of tech across DSA. We got 2 main areas of focus that you can distill that down into, which is tech for members and tech for building the organization. Tech for members, we want to increase transparency, aid in cross-DSA communications, and ease of access for training and tools so that people know how to use the things that we're deploying and actually feel like they can confidently lead. We want to build DSA up as well. Reduce overhead to run DSA, sending emails in for meeting updates or meeting notes or anything else. It takes a lot of time. We want to reduce any kind of unnecessary work that we do for the limited hours of the day that we actually have to do any organizing. Organizational reproduction. This is something I talk at lengths about in my local chapter and in other efforts I do, of making sure that we reduce bus factor, making sure we're building new leaders, making sure that these tools are organically adopted and grow and expand to meet the growing needs of DSA. And then last but not least, we want to do the actual engineering work to build and implement tools to decrease reliance on capitalist tech. There's no place at home, no place like home. So establish us as a central pole for tech work and all of DSA. We're guided by a very great line from Marx. He wrote this in the Gotha program: from each according to ability, to each according to need. Like I said earlier, there's a lot of chapters that have tech workers, they have tech curious people, they have members that are willing to figure it out, but not everywhere has that. Being a central point and centralizing our technology stack so that we can actually provide it out to organizers across the country, it's not only does it save time, it saves money, but it also means we're pooling up our resources so that the few hours that we put into building national tech work, everyone benefits from downstream, and we don't need to just keep recreating more and more tech silos over and over again. NTC has quarterly meetings, ongoing projects, along with evangelization of tools to our various chapters, among other tasks that we get called into for advisory work or other things that just come up in the nature of organizing. We don't want to compete with local tech work, we want to enable it. Instead, we want to demonstrate some of the advantages like I presented earlier around centralization, but also encourage people that are building things in their chapters to consider bringing it up to deploy at the national level. There's no reason why New Jersey should be running their own email server if the rest of the country can benefit from it, right? Deliver projects that advance DSA, meaning we're not building tech for tech's sake. We are actively trying to meet the needs of our organizers and leaders across the country. We want to teach members not just how to use these tools, but we also want to empower them to lead with them and train everyone else to use them. Train the trainers, actually do that organizational reproduction aspect that we're very big on. One of the biggest and flashiest things that we offer is actually websites. Social media is getting a lot less reliable nowadays. We're suppressed on twitter.com, for example, because we refuse to pay Elon Musk any money. Social media is also becoming a lot more unreliable just with the spread of AI slop that's in everyone's feeds everywhere. So a good way to actually cut through that noise is going back to Web 1.0. Everyone having a website free of charge, available to any chapter that wants it. If there's any DSA members in the crowd, please reach out to us about getting a website. It's free. I will actively help you get it on online. We also have other websites for more specialized tasks. This is our electoral dashboard, which is tracking wins all across the country. You can see here we actually have elections coming up for Congress next week in Florida, as well as some other local races. We have been winning quite a bit all over the country this year. So if you want to check out our electoral dashboard, you can see every endorsement, its status, wins, losses, and then you can even click into it to see how many votes a lot of these candidates got. It's been incredibly just wonderful resource and site to have. One of our political leaders actually put this site together at the end of last year, and we've been improving on it ever since. The other one is actually a really old idea that I spun up several years ago, and it's taken off. It's called the DSA feed. We're using an open source program called Planet. You may know it because Debian, OpenSUSE, a lot of other Linux distributions use this to consolidate their blogs of their developers in one place. I saw that. I've seen it for years on Linux distribution sites, and I'm like, well, we can do that for DSA. So we have hundreds of sites in here. We have our publications, we have announcements, we have other updates from chapters. You can see here Madison DSA on the screen. All of this is in one place, feed.dsausa.org. You can check out local organizing or political analysis, anything across the country. It's going to be on here. And we offer more than that. This is just some of many open source tools that we've started to deploy and offer to chapters, things like password managers, project management. We have internal comms on a nationally run forum that we also offer to chapters. We have voting tools, we have learning management software, you name it. We probably have something that is either being piloted, being checked out in some way or form, or we've actually moved to deploying and are onboarding our members to use. So one of the most important things of any kind of organizing that we do is list work. We use CRM tools, and we actually have a lot of CRM tools. Action Network, Civi CRM, or Powerbase, Solidarity Tech, and just homegrown efforts that are digital pen and paper like Google Sheets. It's core for making sure that we know who our members are, make sure that they're getting contacted, make sure that they're being dialed into our various efforts across the country. And we also want to make sure that we have ways to have what's called a one-on-one. That personal connection is what actually makes DSA run. Being able to know that there's a human being on the other end who wants to talk to you, wants to hear what you have to say, wants to make sure that you're involved in some way or form. A lot of us in technology are used to interacting with the world through screens, of course. It's part of our day jobs. It's just how we've like come up either as hackers or as professionals in the field. But that human connection is something that's incredibly important, and it's what makes DSA last. It's what has kept me in this work for a long time. And then here's just a very quick how we try to do list work and membership onboarding. This is from Labor Notes. I've adopted it for the DSA slide deck here. You have a core, which is our bullseye of like incredibly involved members. You want to make sure you know who they are, make sure that they're dialed into efforts, are like your loudest soldiers, right? Being able to talk about our efforts. Activists and supporters are outside layers from there. Activists are people we can rely on to show up to actions all the time, are participating in chapters in some way or form, but aren't part of like the organizing core. Supporters are people that support our work. They can be members, they can be people that we rely on, that we know are in the community, coalition partners. And disengaged people are the people that we want to keep making efforts to bring into DSA and bring into our work. This can be just making sure that people know about meetings and showing up to them, to making sure that they know when the next canvassing shift is. CRMs are incredibly important for that for a number of reasons. Any of you, if you've used Salesforce at work or know of other CRM tools, being able to track things like attendance, interest, or other relevant things that we collect, like union information, these are all relevant to us for the work that we're trying to do and the project that we're trying to build. Leads to a lot of quicker onboarding and activation, which is really important with just the distractions that come up day to day. Our phones are getting blown up with fundraising requests all the time for Democrats of varying quality day to day, on top of every spam text that we get now from every toilet paper company or whatever is currently texting us. Being able to cut through that noise, especially making that human connection, like I said earlier, is important, and being able to act on it quickly after someone joins DSA is what makes it last. And we want to lead on technology in DSA. We have ambitious projects. We take bold positions that we advocate for inside of DSA politically, and we want to flex our democratic muscles to grow. We are a center of expertise. We've advised for international travel safety for comrades doing diplomatic work, whether in Cuba or Palestine. We have run archiving workshops where we want to preserve our history as DSA. I know Wikipedia had a table here earlier. We talked to some of the editors and volunteers there, making sure that we keep our history and making sure it is on our own terms and not being explained to us by people that otherwise are opposed to our political interests. That's incredibly important, and we've helped run these archiving workshops now every quarter for the last couple of years to help chapters make sure that they keep their own histories. And also just general democratic life, things like making sure that there's a record of decisions at meetings, making sure that there's a record of votes, making sure that there's a record of the fact that you met at this location and you elected these people to your chapter's leadership. It's all important that we have these things written down, because in 2 to 3 years, you're going to need to reference it again. So I mentioned convention before, and now I'm going to get into the actual like tech stack of it. Like I said earlier, it's our most important event in DSA. It's our highest decision-making body. We run them every 2 years for DSA, and then every year our youth wing has its own convention, which is a little bit smaller, but as important. We have thousands of elected delegates from all across the country, press, and we also, at this very last convention, had international delegates from around the world that were participating in a larger talk about how to organize as a global left. We had members from Germany, members from Mexico and Morena, Dalinka, a number of other political parties from around the world, all at the same event to talk with DSA members to try to build something beyond just our country's borders. We do synchronous voting. over 3 days of live debate. We're talking 12-hour days in many cases of just straight debate. We're talking 12 to 16-hour days in terms of tech work and back-end stuff that we've done. And it's all to make sure that these conventions run as smoothly as possible, which means hopefully we're invisible. So convention voting, it's becoming out of control because of the size that DSA is growing at. Like I said, we went from an organization of a few thousand to tens of thousands and now hundreds of thousands in just a matter of 10 years. So we've tried a few tools over the years. 2017, a voting tool was spun up that actually crashed during the first vote of convention. Convention then had to take a new first vote, which was stop using the voting tool, and we all went to actual pieces of paper that we were holding up. 2019, we used OpaVote, which is a asynchronous voting tool that's used for board elections, for a lot of nonprofits. A lot of DSA chapters use it internally. Big issue with OpaVote is it's hundreds of dollars for every single ballot that you send. They charge based on number of recipients that you get or number of candidates, which can be yes, no, and abstain in the case of convention. It was incredibly expensive to run this tool, so we needed to find an alternative. In 2021, someone spun up a tool on Airtable to try to use for our then all virtual convention because of COVID. It crashed a few times during debate, but we kept it going and moving. We didn't have the reverting to holding up pieces of paper thing. It was a little bit harder on Zoom. 2023, we explored a tool called OpenSlides. To give a little bit of background here, this is a tool that is used by left parties and labor unions all over the world. Delinka uses it, as well as a number of other nonprofits, NGOs, labor unions, to run delegate meetings very much like our convention and do board elections. We tested it in over a dozen DSA chapters prior to the 2023 convention to make sure that we knew it would work and we knew it would scale so that we didn't wind up in another case where the first vote of convention was to stop using the voting tool. Ever since the 23 convention, it worked like a charm, and not only have we been using it ever since, but we're currently deploying it to DSA chapters all over the country. We have dozens that have started to use it for their general meetings that are, either monthly, bi-monthly, quarterly. It's really enhanced the democratic process in DSA and made it a lot easier. I like to call it an operating system for DSA because it handles speaking lists. In DSA, we try to do what's called progressive stack, which means the same person doesn't get to speak for every single thing first, every single item that's on an agenda. We try to prioritize people from both that haven't spoken at meetings and then people from marginalized groups. It handles Robert's Rules of Order, which we are technologists, we like systems. That is a wonderful system to make sure that debate actually keeps things focused, on time, and orderly. It handles resolutions and amendments. If you've ever seen any kind of board meeting or you've been a member of a labor union and attended labor conventions, you know that resolutions come out. There's usually disagreement in how the actual text of it looks. So should be an amendment process to make sure that members are able to change the text of what's being voted on and finally make a decision on it. And last but not least, it handles synchronous voting to make sure that, again, we know what's being decided. This past convention, we also had a really fun new feature called a wonderful live stream run by Owncast. Open source tool, which I believe is on the Fediverse. It's ActivityPub on the back end. We disabled all of that and made it members only with a very quick membership portal that you had to log in through. We had member design graphics and interstitials using OBS. We actually had a member of the NTC up at the front that was handling all the graphics and put together a lot of really great looking stuff that we were able to run as a live stream for both recordings and then was displayed inside of the room and on the live stream. We're also, because of the success of Owncast, where we had hundreds of people dialed in at any point to watch convention debate over the 3 days that it was going on, we're exploring more use of it inside of DSA for things like internal calls that maybe we don't want to show to the outside world, or our internal NPC meetings, National Political Committee, who's our board of directors year-round. And here's just a couple images from convention. Representative Rashida Tlaib was speaking as a keynote speaker. I was off stage looking at the side of her head for most of it, being blinded by the stage lights, but that was some of the graphics that we had on display. And then this photo here is actually one I took of just the size of the hall that we were in. again, 1,300 socialists all in a room debating and deciding on our priorities for the next 2 years to figure out what we need to move forward with. And then here's just a little picture of us at the tech table. Again, 3 straight 12 to 16-hour days for us at the tech table. It was a very, very tight-knit crew. We had tech support. We had people running the actual live stream, which you can see on the machine over there. We had people running open slides and helping chairs advance through the actual debate, and then handling anything that came up on the floor, including any tech issues. Speaking of convention, like I said before, we also are political actors in DSA. We don't forego our own politics. We also try to advocate for it. We passed a resolution last year that was authored by a number of NTC members, including myself, called for political and technological independence, which gives us a path forward and a plan to try to get off of not just capitalist tech, but Democratic Party technology. Part of that is an ongoing audit of just making sure that we know what we're spending our member dues on. Like I said before, this collective pot of money that we pay a little bit into every month, it's incredibly important that we treat it with the respect that it is, which is our collective fund, to make sure that we're prioritizing the right things. We should be buying products from places that are staffed by unions or built by worker cooperatives, open source tools when possible. Open source, for me, I feel as a technologist, is one of the closest things we have to owning the means of production in many of our current working conditions while we try to organize more of our shops. So we should use more of these tools where we can. And self-hosting where it makes sense. I don't want to run an email server. No one wants to run an email server. But if there's other tools that make sense, things like OpenSlides or OwnCast, those are things maybe we can talk about spinning up. Or if it doesn't make sense for us to host it, let's figure out how to make sure that we can contribute back upstream if there's a hosting provider for, say, Lumio or some of these other open source tools. We're also developing strategic replacements for tools that are critical for our own independence. Oops. So first and foremost is a tool called VAN, or Voter Action Network. It's a voter database and canvassing tool. It's used by the Democratic Party in nearly every race that you can run in. We use it as well because we run primarily as Democrats in the Democratic Party ballot line. We're open socialists, but we identify with the party as just, a little tool and a little hack that we do. It was purchased by private equity in 2021, and in 2023, they laid off a tremendous amount of their staff and have been doing layoffs ever since. The Harris campaign actually had to send tech workers from their campaign staff into the private equity firm that runs this tool to make sure that it would work for her election. We're talking about like the wheels on the car falling off for this particular tool. We're on borrowed time with it as well because they do not allow this tool to be used by independent candidates or anyone that is running against a Democrat. We were trying to run an independent candidate for Congress in Chicago. For bureaucratic reasons, they were not allowed to participate on the ballot. They were locked out entirely from using VAN for any of their campaign efforts, either from signature collection, door knocking, cutting turf, and they had to resort to using other tools or just going back to pen and paper in order to be able to run this campaign. Unfortunately, it was unsuccessful, but we're working on it. We're building a tool called Bus, or Building Up Socialism. Why ride a van when you can take public transit, right? It's a homegrown canvassing suite. It's primarily focused on electoral work and organizing. There's a lot of work that goes into running a successful campaign. Things like cutting turf, things like knowing which houses are actually receptive to your candidate, who are either strong supporters, again, going back to the bullseye that I showed earlier of identifying a core around a campaign, or activists and supporters who are willing to help move that campaign forward, or put out lawn signs, or talk to their neighbors or coworkers about supporting their candidate. We want to expand it, though, beyond just electoral work. We do tenant organizing, which, if you've ever done it, you're knocking on doors in apartment buildings trying to figure out if there's a lot of repairs that aren't being made, if there's like really horrible conditions that are happening, illegal rent hikes. And it functions very much like an electoral canvas, just with a different outcome. Labor work as well is also being planned to get integrated into the tool, and our envisioning for it is it's a one-stop shop, same data, different lens for being able to figure out This person supported our candidate a couple of years ago. They're fighting a slumlord at home, and they happen to be a member of DC 23 or DC 37, whatever labor union they're a member of, right? Being able to correlate all that information means we can make stronger pitches at the door, means we can feed into all of our organizing efforts and actually try to win demands, whether in the electoral arena, inside of housing, inside of labor, or anything else that these people may be interested in. We've had a lot of input already from not just organizers and campaign leads, but we've also had candidates coming to us to tell us things that they want to see in this kind of tool. Just a couple of weeks ago, I actually had dinner, impromptu dinner with a candidate in Chicago, and heard a lot of input around bus that they want to see input into it for their own campaign eventually. So we're hoping to pilot initial canvases with this next year. We just got it approved. We're going to be very slow and steady with this. Maybe one canvas here and there for some campaigns in key areas. Maybe half of the canvas is run on van. Maybe half the canvas is run on bus, or we run one whole shift on bus. We're trying to make sure that what we're offering isn't just a minimal viable product, but is something that is actually going to be able to be adopted for campaigns year-round. Another priority project we have is MyDSA. Back to the challenges that I mentioned earlier of not knowing what our members are doing, not knowing how to dial in our members into a lot of our work. We want to make sure that members are in one place. They're all identified as DSA. We can quickly onboard them or offboard them from and to campaigns as things are starting. And we also want to have a full service suite for membership management, being able to update your dues if, say, you get a raise at work and you want to give a little more to DSA, or you have to scale back because things have come up at home, right? You want to be able to update your name if you're transitioning or you get married. These are all things that are handled today by manual work by our staff. We want to take that out of their hands so that they can focus on more, like, not just needed work, but work that isn't just like data entry, and put that back in the hands of our members. We're laying the foundations for single sign-on as well, enterprise grade using Keycloak, an open source single sign-on suite. This is going to be a building block for us to be able to have a one-stop shop for being able to log into all things DSA. So it's incredibly important work, and I'm really proud that we're really moving forward on it this year. All this work, research, priorities, everything else that we've spun up over the years, it comes from us arguing for and doing the work to implement it. We're made up of software developers, system administrators, hackers, InfoSec workers like myself, project managers, people that know technical writing. Anything that you can do, we want to take advantage of it if you want to help build socialism in this country. We need you to help us build better tech tools. We need you to help us make sure that we actually have an independent tech stack that we can really lead with. So I want to end with just another excerpt from Workers Deserve More. Again, this is our political program. It's available at our table on the second floor here. It's called A Day Without Capitalism. It's a really beautiful little short essay that begins our program. What if you were free to spend your time how you like without worrying about cost or dreading going back to work? What if you didn't have to think about paying rent or loans at the end of the month, or saving for college or affording groceries? What would that be like? It's been said that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. But just because it isn't easy to imagine now doesn't mean we shouldn't try to make it happen. Workers deserve more. I'm going to make a pitch to join, and then we can take some questions. If you haven't already, please join DSA if you're interested in not just building socialism in this country, building tech tools, or ideally doing both. Visit dsausa.org/join. We're tabling over on the second floor. You can come find us. We'd love to chat to you more, not just about DSA, but also about forming unions inside of your jobs. Please, please, please come talk to us. We really want to talk to you.
Thanks for that talk. So I serve as the director of technology at a nonprofit foundation whose mission explicitly includes free and open technology. And so I and members of my team can't use proprietary LLMs on the foundation's dime because the board of directors would have my hide. And so I have to, my policy is a sort of like BYOM, where my teammates are allowed to use commercial LLMs as part of their work, so long as they're ready to accept full responsibility for the products of that work. But I can't support them financially in using those tools like I would like to. And this is part of the world that we live in, right? Is this trying to get away from an enshittified proprietary internet means coming to grips with this. Does the DSA tech team have a policy about engineers using LLMs, either commercial or open, as part of your development work?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the only policy that we have that has banned AI anything across DSA actually passed at the same convention that we passed our tech policy in. A member wrote a resolution called No AI Images, just around prioritizing human-generated art. We have a lot of artists in DSA. Fun fact, this author was actually a 13-year-old that authored it. It was our youngest submission at convention, and it passed overwhelmingly. That's the only policy that we have today, but the National Tech Committee is currently in a request for comment period around use of LLMs, whether the proprietary ones or open source ones, local running ones, or cloud running ones. We haven't made up our minds yet. We're still working through the actual democratic process of hearing what our members have to say about it, their thoughts. Some have very strong thoughts one way or another. Some have nuanced thoughts in the middle. We want to collect all of that into one central place, and then ideally, probably in the next month and a half, we're going to have a debate across the NTC to figure out what the actual path forward is with this. Our goal is to try to synthesize it into one document that has all our views represented.
And so if people here wanted to observe or participate in that, we would go to the tech.dsa USA link and follow from there? Okay,
join
cool.
us.
Great.
I'd love
Thank
to
you.
see you there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the talk. Congrats on all the progress.
Thank you.
I was curious, I saw you mention Keycloak, so maybe you're self-hosting some services. I just wondered if you're using like AWS or something like that, what you've found to be a success, or maybe it's just running on a box you guys own.
We were thinking of moving it to your backyard, actually, so I'm going to talk to you after that.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, we're using cloud services just because we all don't have data centers in our homes. A lot of us live in apartments and space is limited. We can't run infrastructure at the scale that we need it inside a DSA underneath our mattresses. We also don't want to. Ideally, you have high availability failovers, or things are running on Kubernetes, and these are just unrealistic to run in the home, especially with how expensive it is to run anything electrical anymore at home. So we have cloud hosted stuff primarily. If there's colo partners or anyone else, I'm, of course, as an infrastructure person, always willing to talk about it. But realistically, SaaS tools like DigitalOcean, AWS, some of these other big tech, or ideally worker cooperative run hosting or union run hosting is what we're going to try to move to.
Cool, thanks.
Hello, comrade. Hello, Colin. My name is Teocino. I'm the leader of the Socialist faction in the Democratic Party. One thing I heard you today, and you're talking about all those open source software, but as Telman said, open source goes two-way. And we heard the talk about you taking the open source, using it in the organization, but nothing is coming out back into the open source community. So you're talking about replacing van and doing bus. But out of the Bernie 2016 campaign came out the program, prog code. Basically, they were doing all the tool that Van were doing and all those outreach tool in an open source format that was in and out, no matter who wanted to use the tool, MAGA or not, they were there to disenshittify the boards of election and all the shit we do in election. What is in DSA? Why doesn't DSA participate in bringing out the stuff that the people need in the general public, like the Rep My Block tool that was started here at Hope 11 with Hope People? What is DSA going to do to bring out into the open source world what they have learned? Because I haven't heard anything out of that.
Yeah, so the short answer to that is we have contributed code to open source projects, whether it's patches, issues, bug fixes, and if our members are interested in the tool, they're working on it.
But the tool product, not just, so you're just putting patches, but what about the ideas that come out of your talks and putting it for the broad public to use?
That's what we're doing.
You're not putting Bus on the Bus is not an open source product that anyone
It hasn't been released yet. That's why.
So you're saying you're going to release it. For example, why you, because we're doing Rep My Block, that is exactly what Bus is doing, and you guys are not contributing to it. So are you going to put Bus on the open source so a MAGA person can use it for their own organization or not?
I don't think they're going to find use for it when they already have these tools paid for them by the Republican Party. But I think we're getting to a philosophical argument here, Theo.
That's the idea of hope.
How you doing?
Hi, thanks for the talk. So the first thing was like open source versus free software. You said open source, but like, what are your thoughts? Like, will it be free software, this bus program, for example?
Yeah, here's the thing is like I actually came up as a teenager, really active in like reading free software texts and being incredibly like influenced by that movement. I use open source and free software interchangeably just because more people understand open source nowadays than free software. Of course, I want freedom to be able to edit the code and know how things are running on a computer. That's what we're aiming for with any tools that we develop internally, and that's what we're aiming for when we contribute upstream to projects like OpenSlides. So these things are licensed under free software licenses. They're licensed to be for the common good, so we want to contribute to that.
Awesome. And also, I was curious. You talked about like your high priority projects, but what are some moonshots? Like, if you had a bunch more resources that you'd go for?
Ending capitalism.
Well, tech projects, but
that is the same answer. Thank you. I don't know. I mean, moonshot projects, I would like to be able to make sure that we have all of our members, all of our information in one place so that we can all benefit and learn from each other. I mean, this is part of the project we're building, is we're trying to increase everyone's level of understanding, the political education that goes into our organizing. And if we don't have that, or things are like hard to find, or it's incredibly cumbersome to find, like those are things I'm thinking about actively. But we have a lot of other project ideas and stuff. I'd love to get you involved because a lot of our members have ideas. It's just a matter of organizing for it.
You can hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Perfect. So I guess I'm just gonna ask a question about specifically membership records, just because like obviously right now with the current environment and also with DSA's profile, like obviously there is a kind of real target and stuff. So what I wanted to ask specifically was, the last I checked on this was probably like September of last year or whatever. But obviously, like when you go to register on the DSA's website, it asks for a lot of identifying information in terms of bank number, address, etc. And I know that like some chapters, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but for the longest time, the DSA has stored their membership records on Google Drive. And that is something that I know the Baltimore chapter, which I'm connected with, they've been trying to work away from that. But I wanted to ask just like, for the average person, if after this talk they were to go and actually sign up on the DSA's website for a membership, what could they expect with regards to where their actual information will be stored and like what risks might come with that specifically?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. So our national membership lists are stored on a database that DSA owns, hosts ourselves. We have lawyers as well to fight any kind of subpoena records. It's encrypted at rest and in the records itself. The thing that you're mentioning of chapter storing it in Google Drive, that still happens. And the reason for that is we don't have a even spread of a lot of these tools. So chapters are using things that give them the least amount of friction to be able to use these particular things. So people are defaulting to tools that they use in their day jobs or their personal life to just be able to either work their lists or know who members are in their chapter. It's something we're trying to change. It's been on my mind now for half a decade, longer, on how to make sure that we fix it, but it takes time. We want to make sure that the membership lists that are being shared out, we can't give the whole membership database to everyone because that's going to defeat the point of smaller membership lists for chapters to know who's in their chapter and being able to organize from it.
So yeah, I guess in terms of trying to change it, not even just in terms of like, do you have an idea of the timeline of what that might look like, or even you have an idea of what's even going on in these chapters right now in terms of being able to know what's going on with each chapter, how they're doing their practices and stuff?
Yeah, our last tool survey, I think, is probably overdue for another assessment of it, to figure out where things are transitioning to or from. I think it's a longer term project and
Uh-huh.
it's going to take a lot of work, but ideally we get individuals onto a real CRM, we get things onto real things that have like at rest and in transit encryption to make sure that they're stored a lot better, and ideally hosted by us so we can protect it with our lawyers.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We're here to listen to Stephen Irureta, who's going to talk about nobody meant to build a modern surveillance machine, the Panopticon.
Awesome. Thank you. So yes, hello everyone. I'm Steven. Before we start, just give me a quick show of hands. How many of you work somewhere that uses Office 365 or Microsoft 365? All right, perfect. So quite a few of you are already in this experiment. What about how many of you actually administer this stuff? As an engineer, administrator, somewhat? Okay, perfect, good. How about this? How many of you ever looked at some, policy and IT restriction and thought, I wonder, is it properly configured? Exactly, yes, perfect. All right. So that pretty much then is exactly what I want to talk about. So basically, and I just also want to jump ahead here. This is just not a sales pitch. It's going to be heavy here in Microsoft simply because this is, based around the whole ecosystem right there. So let me hop in and go to who am I? More or less, my background has been working as a system engineer for over a decade now. I've been working more or less in the middle between identity collaboration and, of course, managing this kind of environments. More or less, I've also been a long-time reader, first-time speaker here. I do, usual meetups, usually in Tokyo. They have out a great sec called Tengu Sec, which meets every first Friday, as well as I pop into the meetups over in Orlando and also in Tampa. With that said, though, my background progression has been, I think, pretty typical and average. As a child, I was into computers, took them apart, and then, went to, computer repair shop. Then I went up, help desk, up the corporate ladder, and to today now, which I'm doing consulting. So with that said, let's kind of hop into it there. Let's hop in here. I would say, of course, the obvious disclaimer. Um, you know, More or less, only reproduce things that you are only allowed to do in your own tenant, or whatever you own. Inference does not equal fact. The most interesting, really, thing here, in my opinion, is telemetry can support a hypothesis, right? But it doesn't make it true. But it really is interesting how correlation helps a lot. Though, of course, you can also say correlation is like causation. But it is curious how more data points give you a better idea of what is the truth there. And then, of course, more or less high level, configuration matters. A lot of times, the most tenants are for Microsoft, something may be disabled, can be unlicensed, or whatever excuse there is there. So this is just going to go through some high level things I've seen and experienced, where more or less kind of all works together in a way where it can either support the employer or support the employee. So with that, let's hop on the next slide there, and done already. So basically, what I really want to balance is we can't have privacy without security. The biggest thing here really is security requires to be visible. Essentially, the same data that you want reporting on your SIM or whatever about someone trying to hop onto your network is the same exact data that can also track what is the average behavior for a user in your tenant or in your org. So essentially, once you have a baseline, that helps establish what is normal. And then once you have that established, it really helps you. You can really start from that point to determine what is an inference. What does that data tell you? So that to me is really one of the interesting things because, I mean, for example, something as simple as a passive spray attack or someone hopping on and getting files from a SharePoint site at like 3 a.m. where the employees are like at like East Coast time. It makes no sense. So essentially, the same data that helps you, really zone in on being secure can also be a direct violation of privacy of that employee. With that, next slide. But before I go on, I want to kind of talk about what is a Panopticon. The idea is actually from the 1700s. The idea really is pretty much the people being watched didn't know they could be observed. And over time, that behavior becomes a mechanism of control simply because it's always for a long time really, really hard to observe everyone at the same time. And generally, it just goes to the point where it's like more or less, since you don't need anyone watching constantly, the only thing that was established was they know that you could, which is a way of control. And then that goes to, like, I would say this light here, which I think is really interesting because the architecture now has changed, but the idea is still there. The original Panopticon only had one problem: the guard had to be watching. Nowadays, not anymore. Everything that's always collecting, as we know with past breaches and surveillance, everything is always being recorded. So the biggest thing nowadays is you only need the ability to reconstruct what happens in a later date. As long as you have a data set from a time period, you can always look back and see what happened at that point in time, and then just reconstruct and then have your own inference at that point of time, which I think is like one of the really curious things because most employees, to them, is just a place to do emails, a place to do, a team chat, right? And of course, I know everyone here, I hope, is not just an average employee and such, but over time, the convenience really gets to you and you kind of forget what the system can do, right? So it's one of those things where, having data set just being saved over, months and years to a decade, it can really start to build on your profile, especially for corporate environment. And basically, the way this happened is no one really, started doing it on purpose. Of course, there's always login IT. Even back in the day, you always had, an AD server, which always had, like the last logon time and such. But over time, with Office 365 in general, in the business, you always have different demands. You have legal, who really wanted to retain data or even discard data, depending on what was, the main at that time prerogative. The biggest thing really I've seen in some orgs is, for example, poor process for e-discovery, which may lead to, for example, any real life code discovery request, or also a reason why most orgs want to kind of, just have data, removed out to a few years, or vice versa, or have it forever, simply because they're not quite sure if they need it in the future. Outside of that, I would say also for security in general, the best way for most security is just to log it and see in the future it's useful. It's a very big thing, right, that you see nowadays. HR, IT, and managers kind of all jump in kind of the same wagon there, where basically it's like, having a data set available just really helps just to leverage it in a future date as well. And of course, I would say the last one, for leadership, the idea of AI now going into Office and in general just having, access to this kind of data set is just pretty much a new toy, but it kind of turns around and makes, the Panopticon much more automated than what it used to be, because it used to be where even though you had like, a data set or like a series of logs in JSON, you had to at least look for data yourself. Now with models, you can simply just put in, an idea of what you want to interpret, and now it could do it for you, and it's actually very accurate from what I've seen so far. And with that, so kind of to go back right here, the ecosystem on 365 is actually really, really big. It's essentially, it covers a lot for an employee relationship. Basically, over time, the biggest thing I would say though is people don't really realize it also includes Windows as well now. Everyone always assumes Office is just, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, but there's a lot of back-end processing now, especially in the tools called like Defender, Purview, and where essentially is where the main source is, where is logging, relies and stores. So the thing is really, all this time using these apps, you're inside Microsoft's walled garden, and over time it builds, a good series of data points about who you are and how you use that data for every day. Which kind of brings me to my next slide over here, which is going to be just in general the high level metadata. This is just an example of what's collected for someone, logging on to, Office. You can say it's the same kind of similar idea as, running any kind of, service online, Redis, Apache, Nginx, or whatever. But, over time really is it can really track, in an org who's doing what at what time. And in general, it just gives you a good insight of what's happening there. And the thing about it is really just over time, this paints a picture about what's happening with that employee, and all the time the employee has no idea it's really if they're at all, if even it exists. So for example, like, one event like this that's, representing the admin console is, just very boring. It doesn't say much. I mean, all you really know is device name, serial number, the model itself, and the last check-in time when it was online, pretty much a heartbeat, right? This is kind of boring. But when you combine, this telemetry over time, it really creates a pattern, and the pattern really gives you the idea or the inference to how would you decide how to interpret it in the future state. And then more or less, it can kind of go on to the next one where, for example, um, like this right here, this is just over one day, but it gives you a good insight about how an employee really works in a day average. For example, if this is like an example of a good employee, pretty much, hopping on before, 9 a.m. doing work, kind of seeing, goes quite in lunchtime, and then kind of, and then kind of, even after 5 p.m., so it goes online, to Outlook to see what's happening. So for example, it's one of those things where it's like, this is one data point of one day per one user. And imagine an org that has, 20,000 users or more. It becomes a really, insightful about how that, that org itself handles, the employee relationship and how the employee really does, work in the org itself. It's really, really interesting how to work backwards as well, like from this right here. And then basically, though, it kind of goes also like this too, because once you know a pattern about how a normal employee works, you can kind of work backwards and kind of have a dashboard. Even, for example, let's say an org, is across the world, right, has several locations, whatever. You kind of paint a picture about when it's busy, when it's not busy, and more or less, just really estimate. For example, where's of attendance? Like right now, a big conversation is the whole RTO, meaning the whole idea of return to office. And generally speaking, this kind of data set is used to kind of evaluate, is going back to office really, better for the company or for the employee or for whom? In terms of productivity, a lot of people suggest that it's better to always be more remote because essentially, why bother going to work if you can work from home or wherever you want, commute and etc. Right? At the same time, though, how do you really broadcast that in a way where it's understood? And this is one point of that. At the same time, it goes to flip it and just show that, it's also we are controlling the employee in terms of, just estimating more or less what they're doing at what time and when and where. And of course, there's also a fun thing too. It could also be used for also a person who are remote to kind of track, where they are inside. So like a very common, tell I would say is when employees are like using like, a VPN from like Mobile or like, or like PIA. A lot of times they don't know that the IP address is like from a public ASN, meaning that, it won't show like it's a Comcast ISP or whatever. It's showing that it's from a data center, which is like a very big red flag. But over time, you kind of see that, calculated like over here, which is, just more data presented like this here right here. And then another one is also really interesting I want to really bring up is more or less in general observation about who does what in the org. The biggest thing you always see more or less is an org chart. Like essentially they have also the same idea in Office and Interface Delve, but the idea really is everyone kind of expects to kind of go to the top for permissions and such, especially getting who knows what's happening in the company, right? But really, if you're able to kind of observe from the back end, for logs, you kind of see who really is in control. I mean, this is kind of skill more or less to someone IT or even help desk. Like this, for example, Alex kind of has knows who's doing what, because essentially he becomes the router for how the company works. Versus the idea that you think your main direct or your main report would have been doing as well. So it's one of those things where you work kind of backwards. You can of course do this, through just a normal, way of being in office present. But it's really interesting how once you have log access, it can kind of, really extrapolate who's doing what, who's doing, all the real work over time, simply because it's, just the person in question is more active in the logs. So at the same time, it goes twisted around to where, if you want to know a question about what's happening in the company or you want more access, who do you ask? And that's kind of what was right here. Another fun one really is, and you don't even need access to logs at all for this. It's pretty much just being, observant and attendant, and more or less how, just how you can explore and kind of see what's happening. For example, a really curious thing really is some companies, some orgs are making new groups and they don't hide it, or if they do hide it, they don't really hide it from the address list. So just by searching the Outlook or hopping on the global address list, you can kind of see what's happening before it's announced. A good example I've seen several times is when HR is kind of debating who's going to get laid off, even before they have to do like a WARN Act, which is a requirement that lay off people, a lot of people in a place. You can kind of see the group was created and more or less get just really a high level intel before it happens if you're observant. And I've seen it before many times where they make the group a DL and it's not hidden and it's just easy to see and it's kind of like, oh, okay, what's happening here? It's like it's the label is 2026 summer layoff or whatever, right? It's very obvious, and of course, it happens way too often. At the same time, also it can also go for more insight about what's happening in the company. One biggest thing actually is with Teams or in general emails is sometimes they would track what's external, what's not external. If they do like a trust or a federation of a different org, that might not be communicated, but if you know it's kind of happening, you kind of test it and kind of get the idea of what's going on before there's a public PR comms pushed through the company or even before it's public. So it's one of those things where like metadata is really curious because even though you don't need admin access, if you know how to explore what's already there or kind of ask the right questions, you kind of see what's happening all around. That is kind of one of the really curious things I can do right now in that kind of environment. But with that said, let's hop on to the next slide. But basically, I would say more or less, the biggest thing I want to get to here is, what is the information horizon? Permissions, permission inheritance, how rules are assigned, and who's doing what are a very big thing. You may call it CIA and such, but the biggest thing really is what I see often is many roles have too much access. For example, executives or leadership, they always want access to everything, but they never would touch, GitHub or touch, any kind of sensitive, files or locations, right? But because of the position, they want to have everything versus, vice versa, someone who's a new engineer, that could be like, a stopgap in the life cycle, in the life cycle for user creation, where they have to wait, a week or a month to get, access to, a Confluence group or, to a SharePoint site or whatever, where it's like, they can't really be productive and, go like that. So this kind of goes, under the idea of most orgs are really inefficient, how they handle user lifecycle and permission inheritance. At the same time, though, if you see what's broken, you can do a lot more exploration. And that kind of goes right here as well. The biggest thing really is most orgs that I've been at for consulting are just terrible at permissions. It's not the same as doing CHMOS 777, but the biggest thing really is just more or less there's a lot of turnover and projects change, and more or less no one really likes to tell help desk or IT what to do and how to do it. So essentially, sometimes I see in most orgs they just give out blanket permissions. And that's kind of the most easiest way to hop around and see what's happening in the org / also kind of go with the idea that even though you're being watched, what are you being watched touching? Even though you have permission, can you do it? So it's one of those things that kind of goes back to the earlier slides with everything's being logged. It's also one of those things where it's like you could also go and explore because kind of just curious to see what's happening there. And then the biggest one, though, I think is most commonly abused is an MDM. MDM stands for Mobile Device Management. For Microsoft, it's Intune. But the biggest thing really there is more or less just in general, it has a lot of control over what your phone sees. So it really becomes another sensor that is always on you. And what I say really is interesting is that, like, for example, the sign-in location and the Wi-Fi you sign on to, all visible actually in the Intune portal. And most people don't know about that at all. So that to me is one of the most curious things because, that's how the employer can really kind of, go on and see what you're doing or where you are versus at the same time, it's just all blind to you and you don't even know what's happening at all. So it really kind of goes on with, even though you have an assigned asset from work for laptop or whatever, if you sign on with your own cell phone, it helps track a lot more about giving your employer a more bigger profile of what you're doing, where you are, and what time you work. But with that said, though, it's also kind of assuming a lot of things also because with Intune, one big misconfiguration I've always seen is how is the enforcement. A lot of times, everyone assumes a company asset can only, access company resources, right? But the biggest thing really is, even though they have the control enabled in Intune and such, it doesn't mean that it's actually enforced. And that's like the biggest loophole I would see out of all this right here. So that essentially you can really make access to the tenant or to the environment a lot easier if you have your own asset. So essentially you can really manipulate like internal defender, or just by just hopping on a VM and just hopping and then going on to log on to the tenant itself, and then more or less just see how far you can get. A lot of times there is no way to really there's no control blocking a new device being added to your profile. Whether or not IT wants to enforce that, it's really on them. But what I see in most orgs is, unless it's a really heavy restricted organization, they don't really block it. And that's also the biggest vector also of attack as well, where someone gets a credential and they hop onto Windows Hello and such and just sign on that way, and then that device is what's called hybrid joined. And once it's hybrid joined and such, it's more or less like you have access to the tenant. You can do a lot more things than you can do just by hopping onto just OWA. And the kind of one here as well, because about the biggest workaround really is the VM model itself or another device, because it's one of those things really where it's like, it's really just a policy scope mistake, but it becomes a control gap, and that control gap really looks like a bypass, but it really is just a misconfiguration. And it's an interesting one because like I've seen it in many orgs, and it's one of those things where it really will bypass surveillance on many different levels. At the same time, it's one of those things where it's like it's so obvious that I'm surprised it still happens, but it's still there. And then another interesting one is another control, which is DLP. DLP stands for delay loss prevention. Depending on the org, it could be invisible or it could physically stop you. But the biggest thing really is that it uses regular expressions to kind of evaluate where you're sending outside of your workspace, usually email or Teams. For example, the biggest market idea of it is always like SSN numbers or critical numbers, right? So essentially, if it detects that, it will block it out there. But the thing about it is, most orgs just assume the default template works fine, and more or less it's just in general poor execution to block it. So essentially, as long as it works sometimes, they think it's okay. But the fun part is, even though it may block a text file from having a list of what we consider like PII or info that's sensitive, it wants to stop a screenshot of that. Even though it has like OCR stuff, it's a real simple to control the bypass, simply because even though the control is placed to prevent you from doing that kind of information, it can work around it by just taking a screenshot on your screen and attaching it as the image. But what's comes to worse, what's really funny about this is also just in general, even if they do have OCR and they block images, and pretty much the funny part really is this still works analog. I'm taking a phone screenshot, a phone picture of the screen itself, and that bypasses everything. Like when they want to lock down, it kind of also kind of goes more in detail about the idea of like labeling such, because one of those things where it's like, this is an obvious control for most orgs, but in most orgs, they can't work around, taking a screenshot. The only way I've seen it really succeed is if the org, really requires no cell phone on premise. Like that's kind of common now for PCI environments, that like, a call center. But if, everyone not working from home, especially if they're offshore, there's no real enforcement. So it's one of those funny things where it's like they block it on one layer, but you can use a very analog layer to bypass their entire control in the first place, and never even have a record of it happen in the first place. But then I would say, to kind of go with that, the biggest things I've seen so far in most enterprises are kind of like this kind of security lies. The biggest one, especially auditing. For example, knowing who has access. Inheritance, nested groups, dynamic groups, guests, and and old sites are one of the biggest ways where like, even though you may have some sort of centralized identity in the management, essentially these ways can bypass this, these ideas can bypass the whole idea in the first place, and you only see it through logging, if that. And it's really kind of funny because the biggest thing really is getting like an email added to a DL that's live on Exchange, and it can really bypass a lot of controls. And if you're very, I also see some very good requests to like help desk that would just ask for an external email to be added for like whatever company, and they were just added blindly, and that's a way to really just get really easy way for data to be taken out the tenant itself. So that's actually a big one there. Another way also is just high level consumer access is self-identity. The high level of CA is that it really wants to make sure you're doing what you're supposed to be doing and has a very tight scope. At the same time, though, it's one of those things where I've seen policies, layer together that conflict each other, that make both policies, just null and void. A very big one is considered what's called information barriers. Essentially, some companies cannot have, let's say let's say a company has A and B, right, working together, right? Those departments shouldn't be talking to each other. What I see many times is if someone used to own asset or puts, an email on a DL, even though they're not supposed to be talking to each other, they can walk around that very easily because the policy scope is conflicting and knows that everything. And you think, of course, there should be odd things such happens, but it's one of those things where the misconfigurations are so common and popular that you can really break the control very easy right there. And then with DLP, I talked about a bit about earlier. More or less with DLP, I would say high level. There are many ways that you can break it in that terms that data can be really, leave an org very easily. A big and depends also like what it could be too, right? But the biggest thing really is just the analog screenshot from a phone, or just sending as an attachment as a photo versus a text file, which can be interpreted easily. It's just like the most easiest way where it's like it just happens. So it's kind of a bit funny how you can have so much control put in place at the same time it's not that effective. But high level, really, the logs tell you everything. And even though you can kind of work around a layer of security or control, depending how the logs are interpreted, it kind of helps you kind of see what's happening, gives you an idea of what's happening there. With that said, though, this is really a fun one, actually. I see many times where like help desk versus sysadmins versus engineers versus just leadership in general don't really have a plan for really proper governance. Sometimes some orgs IT is considered a cost center. Whatever is cheapest, let's go ahead and ship it. Whether that means offshoring, whether it means just buying whatever from Microsoft and just go with that, that's a very big one there. But every layer you kind of add there really makes you have to you can kind of work backwards and see what was the idea and how was it implemented, because essentially what I've seen is everyone wants to work in quarters, and as the quarter approaches into fiscal year, they rather just have things pushed out into production versus making sure it's fully 100%. And that's kind of like the biggest thing right there, where it breaks the whole idea of being surveilled, where it's like you can find ways to kind of work around that as well. Also, it kind of helps just find a gap in general. But essentially, over time, if you work on policy making or making a standard, it really has to drift from what is you know what was published by a steering committee versus what's actually the main configuration itself. And it's really interesting how that happens over time in most orgs. And one, essentially, it's just in production. No one really wants to kind of go back and fix it versus outside of an incident, or they want to put a new product in. But I would say also to kind of flip it once again, even though if you only have limited access like most employees do, you do have a lot. Like for example, most orgs just leave everything default enabled, and that's really powerful. Like for example, you see right now running around on like Reddit in the news how there's some like a breach from McDonald's or whatever, and it lists all the users, right? That happened mostly because they left the default admin portal open to anyone to access, meaning that someone got lucky and got an account that didn't have MFA. They hopped on, they went to the Azure admin portal for Entra, and they were able to just download the entire employee list from that way. It's a very simple, open way to get it. But once you have that list, you kind of go, more and more for escalation like that way. But it's one of those things really, once have an idea of who's who of the org, you can really attack, and do more of what is, I think, more common nowadays, like social engineering and such. Just attacking people, phishing, whatever, and go from there. And then you kind of go on more and more. So even though the whole idea and premise is that it's always watching what you do, there are so many gaps in security that it's like more or less you don't really need to have like an all day or way to exploit it. You just kind of have the very simple basic stuff that which still works. I mean, I'm really surprised in many orgs how just having the address list still is effective, and how an email phishing email from a domain that's misspelled still works. As long as you have that another domain, SPF and DMARC working properly, it can go right through the org and that's it. But with that said, I do want to talk a bit about Copilot itself. Copilot is Microsoft's idea of AI. More or less, it's kind of a few things. A lot of it, that it is a harness. It also has a way to make agentic search and whatever. But the biggest thing here really is just that everyone kind of assumes it's its own little, homemade product, but it really isn't. It kind of copies off. It uses OpenAI a lot for its model, as well as also Claude as well. But the biggest thing really is combining, Copilot and also with permissions not being broken. The real big issue now is that users are discovering now, just by natural language and by just asking, more or less the AI itself, what do I have access to, or general things there. One of my funniest examples I like to bring up is in a previous engagement. For example, the HR had like a site and SharePoint that was hidden, and of course, security obscurity is not really security, but it was hidden enough that it wasn't never really seen. But everyone in the company had access to it, meaning that they had a link to it; they could always see it. When Copilot first rolled out, it had a really, it was really open in terms of permissions, and also just generally just asking questions about how it works for your org, right? So in this example, someone just chatted the bot, what is my salary and what is salary for everyone in the company, right? And it came back giving a good answer about, per levels. And that was just a really fun one where, it spread quickly simply because it was so sensitive. And once it's out of the bag, it was really a fun cycle for HR to kind of capture it and just see that it wasn't accurate. But the idea is permissions are just a very simple concept, but it's more or less just, it's still always happening in most orgs. They don't really, go ahead and review permission inheritance, or kind of go back and kind of just, see what they have already there. So basically it may be called tech debt, but the biggest thing really is just most orgs don't really just want to fix it, because it's like it takes a lot of time undertaking. No one really wants to fix what isn't really broken. They only really want to fix it once it's a breach or something really changes. So the biggest thing really in that example is just permission hygiene, and just layering, layering the right question inheritance to kind of get what you want to find. But with that said, though, just kind of going back with Copilot in general, and also just login in general. Now that question asking now is very easier, and if not included now in licensing. The biggest thing really is Office 365. And Office 365 now has been in production for now over about 15 years. It kind of came out 2012. It entered most works around 2015. The idea now is like anyone in HR now can have a simple bot like this, giving you more information about general, one employee, a department and such. So the biggest thing really is, what was before really a blind, just really blind data points that had to be, really ingested by someone to make a dashboard, is now accessible highly by anyone that doesn't really have a background in knowing how data works. And that to me is like really the curious part here, because like this is like a marketed feature by Microsoft, and it's like just marketed in a way where it's like not really the main feature, but it exists there as as an upselling point, where it's like, if if your employee wants to know more about how you work and what you do, it's now this easy versus having to go into different places to find logs and putting it together. It's simply the AI will just do it for you now. But with that said, though, more or less, who watches, the admins and such of the company itself? Even though, these actions, leave audit records too, the unified audit log in Microsoft Office is kind of, really hard to access. And of course, once you have admin access, no one really follows up on what another admin does in what I see in most orgs. But of course, in most orgs, they do treat Office 365, Microsoft 365 as kind of a silo, especially for InfoSec and different teams. Whoever is like on the workspace team for that exact, company is mostly just the only one really, working on that. And I've seen some orgs that have like, one or two admins for up to like 8,000 users. That's how it usually is. And it's like, it really makes you wonder how the most powerful person keeping that person there in general. And kind of goes on the idea of more or less, the real question really is, who has access for what purpose, what oversight, and how long, and of course, what data and what sorts of from that kind of actions right there. So it's a really fun question in general, because I mean, like literally in most orgs, um, only main IT admin has access. At the same time, it's one of those things where it's like asking the right question itself and kind of seeing how it goes through there is just one of those things where it's just sometimes, a lot of times, what I've seen is just always comes out to the wrong answer, even though it could be another direction there. But I would say high level, I mean, it seems kind of obvious, but I mean, if you ever had to write a policy for, how users access computer systems and work, every corporate system should be, really, you should always assume it's being recorded, even though maybe it's not being recorded properly. At the same time, though, even though it's being recorded properly, your direct manager as such does not know how it really can work or access. But the idea is that that data set itself can be reconstructed later in a future state. And essentially, it's one of those things where really depending on the relationship of the employee and employer, it kind of comes down to the idea is everything you do on an asset is being observed, but more or less the end result of what could happen from it is kind of up in the air. Who knows what happens really? But the biggest thing I've seen so far is like layoffs and determining which departments are being the most productive and doing what. But basically, the kind of going back and point, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like a lot of times in office, it's mostly misconfigured. The person who's deployed it and such, because usually what happens is they kind of adapt it over time, and no one really wants to fully own it. So essentially, over time, you can kind of explore and see what the limits are, and kind of learn itself what's happening there. Like over time, you can even kind of see the log in general through Entra, just and go from there. But basically, more or less, if you combine information about how Office works, and you can kind of infer ideas, you can kind of, you can kind of go with the idea of misconfiguration, and that gives you leverage. So I would say more or less over time, once you learn and understand how it works, you can really, in a way, just kind of abuse it to whatever way you want to abuse it, and that's it. But basically, to kind of go up, the whole point here is just nobody really meant to build the Panopticon. It just really happened over time. High level, every department had different demands. And it was kind of the only way to kind of all work together into one digital workspace. Because before this, it was really a more fragmented system. Retention back in the day on Exchange 2010 and such was more manual. Either it was like a RAID backup, or even just using like a third-party system to kind of get logs there. Security for the longest time was running, your own login system or Squid or whatever. HR wanted investigations was pretty much meant forwarding emails that were already sent, which is kind of, doesn't really have the same idea as Purview or e-discovery. And then IT wanted to manage, because I mean, I'm sure if you were in IT back 10, 20 years ago, there was not really any way to manage, outside of SCCM or sysconfig, which even then was also very broken. So essentially having all under one roof, really just combining what was, used to be independent silos into one main system, and then kind of, goes from there. But basically it's just, over time it created a slippery slope that kind of created what it is right here. And essentially Microsoft really created a surveillance machine for most, for most employees, and essentially it's all under one roof and under one umbrella. And I would say also it's understanding its power. The system doesn't have to really know what you're doing, but basically it only has to do enough observations for someone in IT or someone has access to really guess what you're doing. And basically what's happening now is automation and scale. Machine learning has come to a point where now we have an AI model which can really just go through logs and give a good idea of which employees are doing work, which are not, which of course is not really very fact checked. It's kind of just assumed that's accurate and goes from there on to whatever else the company wants to do. And with that said, that is my talk. I'm sure there's many questions. Thank you.
I'll have a question at the very end, but this is my little act of resistance against the overlords at work. My company uses a mass mailing system, and as those systems do, they embed tracking bugs into the emails so they can see who's read this mass mailing. In order for those to work, the images have to be set to download.
Yeah.
So they add the domain
yeah.
into the safe senders list. To give us autonomy, we also have to have permissions to add and remove things from the safe senders list. So a couple times a day, I go in there and delete their domains from my safe senders list, so that the tracking images aren't run. So they can't see when I've actually read the emails. The second aspect is that they run URLs that are sent in emails
ATP, yeah.
through the safe links
Yeah,
check.
links, yes.
So that and that embeds a little thing that says, okay, this email was sent to so and so, and if somebody clicks on it, they can track that I clicked on this hyperlink, and it'll eventually forward it to the real destination if it's not doesn't have malware, isn't a malicious site. You can very easily bypass those. You can copy, you can view the source of the email, see an original source, take that URL out, paste it straight into the browser, and bypass their tracking. So my question is, what are your observations about those kind of things? Is that worth messing with, or should we just bow to them and let them track us in those kind of ways?
No, that's a great question. So I would say the pixel tracker is a real thing, but but on Exchange, it's in two places, because you have what's considered client-side rules for Outlook, and you also have server-side rules for Exchange. So even though they give you autonomy to change what happens on your Outlook client, the server itself takes precedent. It will always do that first. That's why you must always go back first and always modify client-side rules or whatever. I would say, if possible, run a local DNS blocker, like, what's the one on the Pi?
A pie hole?
Thank you. Yes. I mean, if you do that, I will block a lot of those third-party trackers, and they will have no idea about that. That's the easiest answer. If worst comes to worst, you can also just I would say, yeah, that's the best way. Just run a DNS blocker, and you're good to go on there. That's just the easiest way to go. For the second one, for ATP, yeah, basically copy the link into the notepad, and then you can see it. Or even worse, just do a screenshot. Screenshot on an iPhone, Android, or even now Windows. You can just copy the URL itself directly, and you just paste it that way. So you don't even type it anymore. You just do that way, and that's it. So yeah, I agree exactly. It's a big thing there. But at the same time, it's there because most employees at a company don't they don't think, they just click on something and there you go. Because I mean, phishing is like the most common and easiest way for someone to get access to an org. Simply, they send you an email, you want something, or like what it could be something immediate or whatever, and that's like a simple capture of a password and MFA code, and it can be on your account like 1 minute, and that's really kind of why it exists. But yeah, I agree.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. But I will, I personally am a bit cynical, and I actually believe that this all was actually very intentionally set up, and in my opinion, maliciously. And I say that as someone who does labor organizing, and so my question is, from the perspective of trying to organize coworkers and in your workplace in the effort to form a union, how would one essentially, from that perspective, have self-defense against these kinds of systems so that you can try to have conversations with your coworkers effectively?
No, got it. That's a great question. I've been involved in orgs that have unions, and more or less, there's a lot of talk around, blocking that kind of conversation in general. So I always say, the least you put on a corporate system, the better. If you're able to more or less get the global address list, you can also, do like what I said before is someone get the GAL, which is everyone's email address, and they sort it through and they sort it by employee and by department, and then go on SendGrid, make an account there, and just do whatever is open SMTP relay and send out emails that way. Even though the email will eventually get captured and deleted by the org, there's a period of time where until they react to it, they won't really know. So even though more or less you can send email to a company that says organize now, we're meeting XYZ or on this date, or let's say we're doing a walkout, those words can be kind of scanned, but most admins will not do anything really aggressive to block it from happening in the first place. They want to wait first and then get HR or leadership to say yes, block it and delete it. Purview, e-discovery are ways to have the email removed as it was never in the inbox in the first place. But essentially, I would say the most obvious way is to see who will really relate to your cause and get them a way to get that information outside of the tenant. So even though the tenant has everyone's information there, as long as you can work around that, that's the best way. But as long as you also have your own relay or whatever, you can also just keep spamming it, and it gets annoying, you know? So yeah, of course.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I got a question about MDM. So I know that Android devices have work profiles that you can install your MDM or crop applications on. So what's your thought on the protection provided by the work profile on Android?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I couldn't get it.
Okay, so like Android provides a functionality that lets you sort of like a sandbox for your crop application for MDM. So what's your thought on the protection provided by the work profile?
In general, I know I do have a sandbox for MDM, but it's one of those things where your device has a lot of information. So if you're running your own device and a sandbox on the same device, they can still see your carrier, they can see your IMEI, they can see where you're connected from, your Wi-Fi hotspot, and your location in general. So even though the sandbox can manipulate some things, the whatever is on the baseband modem of your phone is reported. And that's really common, especially for Huawei or Xiaomi devices. If you're able to root your phone and kind of change that devices down in the main general Android, then that's probably okay to go and walk around it. But they also have now what's called and considered root detection. So always the best way is have two cell phones really, and just have a cell phone stuck somewhere else, because you don't really want to have it all in one device, even though it is most exactly. But essentially it works in a jiffy. But I would say if you can, just get like a VDI or a jump box that you connect from your phone and go on that way. Because, like for example, if you have a VM or a hosted VPS, they only see that, but they don't really know how your client device is going to that VPS. They only see the VPS action itself. So for example, like Microsoft, if you want your own tenant, it's very easy to get one at Microsoft. And they even have a Microsoft Always On feature for Windows. So if the environment that you work for requires Windows, you just get that Windows 11 subscription. It's like every month $28, but it gives you an IP address, also static if you want, to whatever you want in the USA. And that gives you access to your org, but you control the tenant and the client yourself. That way, to like an admin like myself or an engineer, they only see that you're connecting from a from a computer, not even a VM, and they think you're okay. Outside of having playing with software, because I would say the biggest thing is you want to avoid negative hits on what's happening on your Intune policy or MDM, because essentially like for example, the biggest thing really is going to be what software is on your phone, because for most MDM profiles, it will report what's on your phone to the MDM, and essentially some are considered high risk software. So if you're on that list, and the argue with is kind of sensitive, then you're being watched more closely. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your talk. So I'm a sysadmin, and since the pandemic, I've been remote, and I don't have any of this spyware on my laptop or any of this data for any of my staff. And that was intentional because we don't want that kind of spyware.
Yeah.
So how can we band as tech workers and push back against Microsoft Office 365? This is, I don't want anybody to have a database of how often people are going to the bathroom or whatever. This is too much data. How do we push back?
I would say once you understand how data is observed, you can make fake records. I would say if you can run PowerShell or command prompt, you can really make your own log on, log off whenever you want, or create false records that way. You don't even need to have. You shouldn't, because Defender can also record or PowerShell activity. But let's say the org allows you to connect.
We don't use Microsoft at all.
Okay. But I was just saying in general like that. But I would say in general, a lot of the low-code stuff really still works today. For example, a mouse jiggler will work on a device like that. Or if you go to like a VM itself, which you control, you can manipulate however you want, and that's it. So I would say though, as long as you have control of your own client device, then you can do whatever you want and have the data that it creates manipulate what you really do, and that's it.
Thank you.
Great talk, thank you. So I remember a simpler time during COVID where there were questions about worker productivity, and mouse jigglers were a thing that kind of
Yeah.
got some public attention. The
Exactly,
idea-
yeah.
The idea being that like these flawed metrics are being used to measure productivity. Well, those metrics could also be manipulated by the end user in creative ways. Right?
Exactly.
So it's time has passed, technology has advanced. Do you see things that are kind of like spiritual successors to mouse jigglers being deployed into contexts like this where productivity is being surveilled and measured to the detriment of the employee?
So I'll say both ways. There are some remote workers that more or less just don't want to be tracked at all, and they still have mouse jigglers. The problem is the ones on Amazon have a very obvious USB HID, which pretty much means the USB hardware ID is like is very obvious, right? I would just say if you can just get like a mechanical one, which like from like an old Dell or whatever, and that way it can do it, and that way you bypass, because essentially in Defender, it will record more or less every device connected to your computer. Another way also, I would just say, if you can do scripting in PowerShell, you can just run like, a very simple move mouse, sleep, 10 seconds and do it again. And that one will bypass a lot actually. If they look for PowerShell activity, they will see it, but most times they don't. It just really depends because Defender can record, how long PowerShell is running, because essentially it records whatever app is running on Test Manager. The thing is, it's one of those things where it's like, if they detect that, they want to see why is that happening? What is this user doing? Is he avoiding work? Does he have more than one employment, for example? Because that's another fun thing to investigate if an employee has 2 or 3 jobs at the same time. But it's one of those things where it's like some of the simple things. Like the best example is The Simpsons, where he has the little bird thing. That works, and there's no way to actually track that, because it's really analog, but. It depends really on the company, how much they really want to investigate you, / what way can you do it. But biggest thing really I've seen lately is using VPNs, like NordVPN, which is very obvious, like a very very big sign that you're doing something kind of wrong. But yeah, that's it. Of course.
we're out of time. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you very much. Just like this. All right. Thank you very much. I know I started, but thank you.
Hi, everybody. Hello, everyone. We're going to hear from Altair about how he hacked a gay foot fetish, and you can too.
Well, hello. I did not realize there were so many freaks at Hope. That was my icebreaker. Thank you for coming. It's fantastic to be here. It's fantastic to be back in New York. There we go. Thank you. I'd also like to thank the Hope Committee for the opportunity. And you know what? One moment, please. Okay, hopefully this works. Maybe you just do it this way? No. Okay, I do have another one, if that would help. Okay. Sorry about that. I assume I can just plug full. Thank you. This is not part of the talk.
No better?
Let's see.
Hang on. All right, person just I'll be right back.
Is this because it's a MacBook? Yes, please. Thanks. All right, third time's the charm. Thank you. I brought two.
Yeah, it's the expensive ones that don't for continuous power.
Makes sense.
This will be number 4. Maybe.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Can I fiddle with this bar real quick? I'm so sorry. Okay. All right. Let's see. All right. Hi. Anyway, yeah. So thank you for coming and bearing with me. I'm going to tell you all a story about how I hacked a gay foot fetish app, and you can too. So just to start off, I'm going to talk a little bit about the path we're going to take through this story. You are here on this slide. I'll start off with a bit of a preamble with like some content warnings and some ground rules, nothing crazy. Then I will tell you who I am, or at least who I want you to think I am. And then some context kind of around what it means to be queer online in 2026, how I found this web app in the first place, and kind of what prompted me to start poking at it. And then we'll look at the exploit itself, allegedly. And then the aftermath of what happened next, and just kind of how that situation played out. And then if you like, I'll talk a little bit about how you can emulate my bad behavior. And at the end, I'll try to leave like 5 or 10 minutes for questions. Okay, so my preamble, or my pre-ramble, we're gonna keep it pretty academic. We're gonna graze. It grazes a bit of a serious topic, but this is mostly supposed to be a story and an invitation for others to maybe start, poking at things and exploring the world around them, and maybe hacking into it a little bit. Despite the provocative title, or maybe a pretty high level, there's going to be some mentions of kink and sexuality. So maybe don't watch it at work without headphones. But I'm not a cop, so it's up to you. You have a few minutes if you decide you're not comfortable. Also, I'm sorry, there are no feed pics. So if you leave, I will not be offended. I know that's why the room is packed. No, I did. The UIs are redacted, to protect the innocent, because it's not necessary. It's just still kind of a vulnerable thing. This also isn't intended to like shame or impugn anybody. Certainly not the operator or anybody who is using the site. This is just the story of what happened to me, what I did. It's for entertainment purposes only. We're here to have fun. I'm just a guy who fucked around and found out, and I don't know who let me out of the house or who approved of this. Just another quick disclaimer. I know I don't have to tell anybody, but please respect the web app and the operator. There are terms in the policy for researchers who are maybe poking around. This is still a live service. I cannot stop anybody from going there and doing anything. But please, I ask you not to break anything if you find something. I'm also not your attorney or an attorney. I'm actually just a dog, and I'm not responsible if you catch a charge. I will not bail you out. And just because this is my talk and I have the luxury of being up here and being stoned, and you all have to listen to me. None of this was made with generative AI of any kind. Fuck AI, personally. So this is all from my twisted mind. Okay, who am I? You may call me Altair. I go by he, him pronouns. I am a professional burnout by day. I'm also a programmer by day. I'm a sleepy boy by night. I go to bed early, except in New York. I've been doing DevOpsy, Linuxy things at day job, but I cut my teeth on Perl, so I am in therapy. I think I'm a curious hacker. I've never found a vulnerability before, like in a web service. But I was always the kid that took things apart, and I love my mother for tolerating that about me. I just think finding out how things work is kind of cool. I am also canonically gay. I just say that to add some color. I'm not entirely a stranger to like gay stuff. These are also kind of my people. But I'm also a friend of the crows. I have been befriending the crows in my neighborhood for the last like 6 months. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah. I highly recommend it. You get to have a familiar that like will show up at your house. And I recommend unsalted raw cashews. They really like, and peanuts in the shell as long as they're unsalted. Just they pick up pretty fast. They're brilliant. They're brilliant. Any of the corvids. Yes. They love hard-boiled eggs. And you can do cat food, dog food, just, watch the salt. And I also happen to hack a foot fetish app for gay and bisexual men. So let's talk about that, even though the crows are also really cool. So why, right? Because it's cool. Hacking things is cool. You get to go to conferences and talk about it. You also get to learn. Hopefully, I learned a lot. But I'll be serious for a second. When I came across this the first time, my hackles went up immediately. I was like, what is this? Who runs it? Is it secure? You can have the best of intentions for something and you can still hurt people, as I have learned in therapy. Something can still be broken, even if you don't want it to be. And this is, something that was asking people for very personal information. And it just kind of showed up and dropped on the internet. And I kind of wanted to kick the tires. I had friends and acquaintances sign up that I know. I was worried about them, but also just the community in general. And I think, we all have to protect each other. So I was like, let's look under the hood just a little bit. So kind of in that direction, the internet's going to be really big. Everything's going to be on the internet. And that includes socializing, essentially like queer kind of kink socializing. Finding people of those compatible identities can be quite challenging, especially if they're niche or specific, or if maybe you live somewhere, kind of small or maybe a little more conservative. It just makes finding your people really easy. I'm sure that's how some of us found each other here. People go where people are, and it can be kind of challenging to go against the current, for better or worse. I know we all have Mastodon and the Fediverse. There's still thriving kind of kink community on places like Instagram and Twitter still, or X if you prefer. It doesn't even have to be kink at all. It could be, it'd be like, like labor activists or something, or maybe you just want to write something that pisses off the government. Any kind of marginalized group in general can be at risk, and they have to navigate these capricious and ever-changing moderation standards. A lot of it is automated. A lot of it is being done by people for very little money elsewhere in the world, who are just trying to do their jobs. And, people just get banned sometimes. These decisions are kind of opaque, and you really don't really have any recourse. And some of the content kind of walks a fine line. Some person's like regular selfie could be somebody else's thirst trap. Like it kind of depends. So it's even the best moderation can catch people. And age verification now especially kind of adds a new angle to everything. These laws are rapidly moving through legislative bodies. And you're going to need to like multipass to get on the internet, it feels like. And that could, that could put people at risk. It could put lives at risk. But even just, I know anonymity can have its problems, but I think you should be able to engage anonymously if you want to online. Okay, so the app itself is called Souls for perhaps obvious reasons. It bills itself as a user-first social networking application for gay and bi men, specifically those with a foot fetish. If anybody has been to the Devil's Sacrament, it is similar to Sniffies and Grindr to an extent, except that it has a proximity grid and a map. Not all the apps have maps, but and it can do like kind of DM-style chats, photo sharing, and commenting. And there's probably some more features because I haven't actually looked at it in a while, but they're like cranking out the features. So where did it come from? I don't know. I mean, I know now. I'm not some things I won't reveal, but the information is out there. But it's it just kind of showed up one day, back in maybe like very early May or late April. I think, as far as I could tell, it was somebody's passion project. But there's also an LLC, and that's like in the terms of service and everything. But it, it felt pretty like a one person show at the time. And speaking of, you might wonder, girl, what were you doing at the Devil's Sacrament? I saw an Instagram ad, and we're gonna leave it at that. So this is kind of what it looks like. I have withheld photos to protect the innocent. But yeah, it has, at least as of a few weeks ago, kind of a standard kind of React-y social media sort of layout. There's an explore page like this, which is the grid. There's a feed where people can, post photos and comment. You have chats, pretty self-explanatory. There's a premium tab as well. They do plan some sort of monetization at some point, and I don't know what the status of that is, but that is apparently in the works. And then you have your, your profile where you can post like a bio and, fiddle with those kinds of settings. This is also the map, and it looks like the background's a little dark. That is the great state of New York, the great city of New York, and the just okay state of New Jersey. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. And I apologize for the artifacting. There's some HTML5 canvas functionality that I used disabled to, prevent some fingerprinting, but I believe that's where the avatars would show up. But, you can see a map, you can see kind of where people report that they are, and see if anybody is close to you to maybe get coffee. Sorry, I keep clearing my throat into the mic. So now let's talk about sniffing around a little bit. Allegedly, I'll talk about kind of, how I poked at things and kind of my process. There really isn't a process. I just kind of started digging around in various spots, and I'll tell you what I learned. So passive intel is great to start. You don't have to go to anybody's website. You can just ask other people. So I typically, when I'm like poking around, I will look at certificate transparency logs. For those who are not familiar, certificate authorities publish new certificate information to append-only logs that you can publicly search. And it's good to find kind of like fun subdomains, even internal ones. So if you're using like Let's Encrypt inside of like a Kubernetes cluster, if it's their CA, those internal subdomains will be publicly available to find. You can kind of see what people are up to. I also tried just the reverse DNS to see kind of maybe like where it was being hosted. I think there was a pointer record, and I think it was Vercel. Otherwise, you can find the BGP prefix or something, I think, and see who has that block, and you can work backwards from there. You can also look at, I looked at Shodan a bit. There wasn't really anything interesting, but it will tell you similar things. And it's a great service. I also did a bit of a Google search on the full domain just to see if maybe something was indexed. There really wasn't anything. It was also kind of a new site, but it's kind of noodling around. I was like, let's check Google and see. I also did check GitHub just in case, because people commit all kinds of interesting things, especially now. And there was unfortunately nothing, but it never hurts to check. I know there's probably other stuff that I could have checked. I'm not like a pen tester or anything, but this is kind of what I did when I was looking around. So kind of, I think after this, really, I dug into the site itself a little bit more, like looking through the front end source code. Well, actually, before that, I looked at the robots.txt because it can tell you interesting things that people don't want indexed. It's not like security through obscurity, but it's it can lead the way to interesting things that people don't want search engines to find, and they also might want humans to not see it either. But of course, it's completely voluntary. Naughty web crawlers don't have to obey it. Humans don't have to obey it because they're not robots. And you should always obey robots.txt unless you're having fun. And we're having fun. So this is, at least as again, a few weeks ago, probably today, this is the current robots.txt. It's pretty standard, for all user agents. It blocks your settings, your profile page, chats, the reset password page. But there's also something interesting at the top that I noticed. There appears to be an admin panel somewhere in the bowels of the site. And again, this is, it's not abnormal to say, hey, don't index this. I mean, if you stand up a web server within 30 seconds, every half the IPv4 space will be trying /admin and like WordPress logins, and it just, it happens. But this did point me in a direction to say, oh, there's an admin panel somewhere. So I put a pin in that and decided, this could be interesting to come back to later. I want to take a minute just to a detour to talk about Supabase, which is the backend technology that the site uses. For those who are not familiar, it is a Firebase alternative, which I think Firebase was an independent company and then Google bought them several years ago. But the entire premise is, you get I think mostly databases kind of for, well, free for a nominal cloud fee, but you don't have to manage a database yourself. And Supabase aims to be kind of an open source version of that. When people talk about it, I think it's mostly a managed service, but self-hosting is possible. My understanding is that it's difficult and that people don't really do it. So people just tend to pay for their cloud offering. It provides an HTTP API over Postgres, so you don't have to write SQL yourself. You don't have to use an ORM. I can't speak to the expressive properties fully of the API, but I think for a lot of the kind of straightforward database stuff, it makes it pretty easy. There are several SDKs as well. I think the JavaScript SDK tends to be the most popular. People embed it in their front ends, and then they just talk to Supabase. So you really don't have to host the backend if you don't want to. I think there are other SDKs as well, but they talk to the API, so they kind of just abstract over that. But the JavaScript one seems to be what people tend to reach for when they embed it in their front ends, of course. There also is some built-in authentication authorization. I won't speak to the benefits and drawbacks of that, but it is an option, and that is also what the website uses. It uses JSON web tokens to authenticate people. And the whole point is okay, this is supposed to be easy to set up. You want a backend, maybe you don't want to write Perl anymore, so you go to Supabase and they do your database and some of your backend logic, and they make it easy for a fee. So the application itself, like I kind of alluded to, is kind of just a React.js front end. Most of the code, it's 100,000 lines, and a lot of it is there's like the Mapbox library. Maybe 10 or 15% of it is application code. Supabase backend, as far as I can tell, most or all of the application logic is within Supabase. Which means it'll be either in PG SQL or I think PL Java if you're nasty. Those are, I think, kind of the big options that Supabase offers. And as far as I can tell, the endpoints that it interacts with are the table endpoints and some RPC function endpoints. And I believe the RPC functions themselves are kind of, they're like stored procedures. So they're probably also in PG SQL, maybe Java, but there's no way really to tell. It's also, not as terribly interesting for me at the time, but that's kind of what it how it works. Supabase also does have cloud functions, kind of like AWS Lambda functions or whatever Google's equivalent is, but that endpoint doesn't show up anywhere in the application, so I don't believe those are being used. And Supabase also does provide object storage that the site uses, kind of like an S3 bucket sort of situation. I think there's a Cloudflare proxy in front of it now because it was probably getting expensive to just serve up a lot of data from buckets, a lot of photos. But that's how it works now. And there also is some audio functionality there as well. You can do voice memos in the DMs. And yeah, as far as I can tell, the front end kind of just makes Supabase requests. There are some other API calls to a geocoding service. Actually, it runs fairly frequently. If you leave it open in DevTools, it's like 1,000 requests after a little while. It's a little noisy. So let's talk about some more of the backend stuff in particular that I looked at. So, I opened DevTools. I was kind of poking around. Looking at just kind of the HTTP or the API requests that the service was making. And I looked at the profiles table first, just because it's kind of like, all right, this is who I am within the application. What about my profile could be interesting? I updated my profile a bit to see what kind of requests were being made, and it turns out attributes are updated pretty much with just HTTP patch requests. You just it sends whatever changes you've made with a patch, and then it updates. There's like username, birthday, whatever. There's standard profile stuff, but they also have some fun flags, like is staff, is moderator, and is admin. And I noticed these, and I was like, okay, those are all included in the profile object. So the other ones were modifiable with a patch. So what about these? What can we do? So naturally, I was like, what does this button do? This is basically the curl command that I used. There's some flags omitted. So you hit the Supabase, the database ID, which is also not a secret, but I wasn't going to put it up there. It hits the V1 REST API. It looks at the profiles table, and then everything after, as part of the query parameters, is the select statement for Supabase. And it just tests equality with your user ID. I don't think that's actually necessary at this point, but this is what I did. I sent a patch. The content type is JSON. The API key itself, there's a Supabase, like a non-key that lasts for like 10 years that I think you have to send for all of the requests to the service. And I think it also uses it for like sign up. And then there's the bearer token, which is your user credentials that you get when you log in. And then the raw data is just, I'm an admin. So of course I didn't do this. I closed my laptop and I went outside. Well, actually, no, I sent it, and that's how you get your foot in the door. Thank you. Yeah, so it's everything. It's the keys to the kingdom. Moderator queues. I didn't save any user data, but like emails were visible. It was all there. And just to zoom in on the interface for ants, because it's kind of hard to see. I was the captain now. So what happened? Well, Supabase does use something called row level security, which is built-in kind of auth functionality to say, okay, to whom does this row belong? And it checks it against your user ID. I don't know a whole lot more about it than that, but it's supposed to be kind of a, kind of access management, like an RBAC mechanism. But nothing prevented users from modifying their own privilege attributes. And I think, once you were an admin, you could like make other people admins or moderators, or like I think you could de-admin other people. I didn't try that. I only had one account at the time, which kept getting banned. I think it was the email address, but it was like, I think he was like going through and, so I apologize for the database spam, but yeah, anyone could just kind of grant themselves admin privs at will. And, the service was pretty new, so I don't know, like somebody else could have done it. I don't know if they have logs, but I definitely, allegedly was able to do that. So, well, now what? Not to be too flippant. I know people do go to prison, for things. But I was like, oh, is this a crime? So I kind of panicked and dithered a bit. I did not disclose it right away. I actually reached out to a hacker friend for advice, and she was like, yeah, you should probably report this. So, I recognize that like I'm culpable in a sense. Like if you don't want to find out, you shouldn't fuck around. So I feel a little bad. It's like, well, how am I supposed to feel bad about, going and looking and then finding something? So I, felt a responsibility and I did disclose it because it was pretty bad. And yeah, you don't get to have a moral dilemma if you went and looked. I think, it's different if you like stumble upon something, but I was looking, so there you go. So what did I do? I emailed several potential addresses. There was no security at email, but I went through the policy, like the terms of service, and found just kind of some general contact information, and then I CC'd a few addresses that I thought might exist. And I mentioned, I'm like, hey, I'm reaching out in very good faith. Don't pay me. I'm going to be very obvious. I'm like, this is like, I found this. Please fix it. I also, suggested a potential fix, kind of based on like what I thought was happening, as well as a vulnerability disclosure program, because the terms of service for the website didn't have anything about like reporting bugs. And I'm not an attorney, but my understanding is that you can insert terms that will sort of limit some liability for people who do find bugs, to kind of avoid the chilling effect of this kind of thing. Because it's like, well, I don't know how somebody's going to react when I'm like, hey, you have this bug, because some people don't take it well. So the operator responded kind of, I think, within the hour, and patched it immediately, which is great. And they were particularly gracious and kind, and they were very thankful, which is great. They offered me a security page credit, and I said, sure, that's fine. So that's in there, which is kind of cool. They also, like I kind of alluded to, they updated their terms to add a safe harbor policy. And my understanding from disclose.io, which is a great resource, is that safe harbor is this language that gets added to a policy or terms of service that will let people in good faith. I think good faith is kind of defined, by the website owner, without fear of legal repercussions, to kind of protect people who are doing legitimate research, as long as you aren't like deleting things or causing problems. If you make your own user accounts and kind of stumble upon something, this lets you, not get in trouble. I believe, again, I'm not an attorney. The operator also did grant me a one-time safe harbor liability waiver. I don't know if that, I don't know what like force of law that has, but I was very thankful. And they were like, yeah, don't worry about it. It counts as research. So that was fantastic. They also added a security contact at a well-known security.txt location. So it's like machine readable. It includes the new security @ email. And it also includes, I think, like when the policy was last updated, and also a link to the current security page, which has the policy information and known bugs. So I learned a lot from this. Don't fuck around if you don't want to find out. It should be obvious, I think. But if you go looking for trouble, you might find trouble. And I mean, I probably could have told you that, but it's different to like embody it and then like feel it. But it can still, you can still make a positive change. I think everything worked out really well. I mean, I'm glad that this has been patched, and that hopefully people are a bit safer. I mean, I can't say for sure if everything else is secure, because I would be very rich if I could say whether or not software was 100% secure. But it's progress in the right direction. And now, I have a bit of a trust relationship established with this gentleman. So if something happens in the future, I can be like, hey, this is also broken. And, we can go back and forth like that until the sun burns out. And it was a good opportunity to tell this story. Hopefully people can take something away from it. I also learned how to report vulnerabilities. I've been aware kind of in the general process, like professionally, how people do it, like CVEs get published, but I've never reached out to somebody to say, hey, this is broken. So that was interesting. I also kind of learned that maybe you should reach out like before you start poking at things. That was probably an option in this case, and I didn't do it. But people do check their emails, and you can just email people sometimes on the internet, and they'll respond to you, and they'll be nice. I know. Somewhere, yes. It probably is. So now that I've shown you my bad behavior, I'm going to tell you how you can emulate it if you want. So you can hack things too. And this is kind of just like the hacker ethos, the hacker spirit, kind of as I have interpreted it, as the world is relatively new to me. But I think if you are asking why or how, you're already on your way to being a hacker. It really only requires, I think, curiosity about how something works, a desire to learn more, and maybe a screwdriver or like a laser cutter. But kind of similarly, don't be afraid of things that you don't know. We all start somewhere. We all have different skill sets. When I was 9, I had a Torque game programming book. It's like a doorstop, and I forget if it was like a C++ dialect or what, but I remember being so confused about return statements and why sometimes there was like a bare return statement and why sometimes you were returning something, and I didn't understand like where you were returning to. I didn't understand like call stacks. And now I do. So we are all born naked and afraid and not knowing about return statements. So there's always something to learn, and it's okay. And also ask for help. I think I can't speak for absolutely everybody, but I would like to help if somebody has like questions or wants to learn. I think I've met a lot of hackers who are absolutely down to help and assist with things. Do a little homework ahead of time, but in general, if you're like, hey, I'm stuck, absolutely a lot of people will come to your aid, your assistance. And if you are so inclined, share the cool things that you do or find or learn. I mean, that's why we're here. If you're comfortable. I love to hear about the things people are doing. I've learned a lot of cool like meshtastic stuff that I want to poke at just from this conference, and some cool stuff about co-ops. The co-op talk was fantastic last night. And it's just it's a good opportunity to share and have community with people who are doing interesting things. Every project has a little piece of your soul in it too. The exercise for the reader is laws. I think obviously some of this is morality and legality are like a Cartesian plane, and depending on what you're doing, and it's you have to make certain judgment calls about the risks that you're willing to take. But I mean, not every bit of hacking is like breaking into websites. It could be like taking apart hardware or poking at binaries, or I kind of want to set up like a honeypot and kind of observe some of the background radiation of the internet and look for the vulnerabilities that people are like trying to exploit. But it could also be like clothing repair. That's also kind of hacking too. Really, the only 2 rules I think personally are have fun and learn something new, and those are the same priority. So you can do them in either order. So the last part is kind of just like some tips and tricks. Some of them are going to be like a little technical and like specific to like web exploits. Some of them will just be kind of general, so we might be kind of wandering through. But so I think the first thing is to subvert expectations. This is an artist's representation of the happy path that a lot of software assumes from start to finish. That is not necessarily true. You can flip the board. You can play Monopoly if you want. Just start poking at things, and if something is expected to work a certain way, give it input that is, the opposite. For example, and this may or may not be some of the things that I think are interesting to try. Send files with weird MIME types. You can embed naughty things in strings. Really, the goal is just to find things that developers didn't anticipate if you're looking at software, and just kind of tweak things that way. And it could be interesting. There's some further reading I've added is the MITRE ATT&CK framework, which I actually just learned about recently. It kind of goes over tactics and techniques and kind of gives shared language for software vulnerabilities. And of course, there's OWASP, the Open Worldwide Application Security Project. It kind of, they have some general information, but also their cheat sheet I think is particularly good. So if you want to know like how SQL injection works, or like JSON Web Token, authentication attacks, they have a lot of good information there as well. Finally, so I think learning in depth is really good. This is kind of why I'm not a big fan of AI, because it sort of short circuits that. The more you understand, I think the more effective you can be. And that includes even like defending if you're writing software. The more you understand, the more you'll be able to defend against things. But also, if you're like looking at something, then if you don't know what you don't know, it's kind of difficult. And I think learning is great. It's slow. It's difficult. That's okay. You kind of have to just embrace it. But even if you know just enough to be dangerous, I think that's a good thing. I mean, that's certainly where I am. I'm not like a pen tester, but I know enough to get in trouble. I also recommend getting involved. Of course, hacking is better with friends. Your municipality very well could have a 2600 meetup. When I lived in New York briefly a few years ago, that was one of the first things I did was go to a 2600 meetup, and I'm pretty sure that's how I learned about hope, and I met a lot of really cool people. And it's just, I think it's a fantastic community to get involved with people with similar interests. So I'd like to give a special thanks to, of course, NYC 2600, to Hope, Kusanagi and all the Chupa Chums, you know who you are. Last but certainly not least, my dear mother for letting me take apart the phone and everything else. And she was just like, okay, that's fine. Just don't break the computer. And I think here we are. So hack the planet. Thank you. So I think we do have some time for questions if anybody's curious about anything. I believe there are mics.
My question is, I've noticed a lot of vibe-coded projects use the same stack, including Supabase, and I'm wondering if you had any inclination to if the developer was vibe coding this project, and that might have contributed to this aspect. Just a hint to other folks that there's a lot of Supabase-based projects that are vibe-coded.
That is my hunch, and an earlier version of this talk talked about it more, but I of course I can't be certain. But especially kind of with how fast features come out, that is my sense is that is probably the case. Which also, it kind of raises interesting questions because, if you think about when I think about how I would write software or how other people would write software, they have there's like a theory of mind, I guess. And you can kind of anticipate okay, this kind of looks like this is the case because I know how I would do it and I can kind of imagine how somebody else would do it. That's really hard, I think, with AI because it's not reasoning. It doesn't have a theory of mind. It's just regurgitating tokens. But I mean, not to say that there aren't patterns, but yes, I do think Supabase and Vercel with React on the front end, I think kind of smells like that. So it would not surprise me. Please, we have time.
Did you consider any kind of community disclosure related to this security event, or the way the developer handled it? I ask this mostly because this is a really sensitive topic with people's sexual preferences. Yeah, did you have any discussions with anyone in the community about it? Yeah.
So is that kind of making more of a public announcement to people using it, or? No, I had not. Should I? Is that something I should do? But I would say no. I just corresponded and disclosed to the operator of the site. I think maybe that's it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm your MC for the next little while at cel::hope.net. Thanks for coming and to see these talks. We have coming up PK Newby speaking on Agshittification. PK Newby is Greg Newby's little sister. She's also a Harvard and Columbia trained scientist and thought leader who has spent decades thinking about what we eat and why it matters, from farm to fork and far beyond. She is an expert on diet, chronic disease prevention, and sustainability, and is striving to build a brighter food future at her second company, Food Matters Media. Please welcome PK Newby.
Good afternoon, Hopers. I know it's an acronym, but you see, I think what we all share in common is our hope, right? Whatever slice of life, whatever we're doing in our world, we, I think, are all here trying to make the world a better place. Am I right? Yes. Okay, so hacker, not hacker, people of all stripes, my messages are for everyone because I'm guessing that who here eats? Who here eats? Yeah, I'm gonna say we all eat, right? We all eat. And by the way, who loves burgers? Just, you come on, be honest. I love burgers. Love burgers. Yes, I later gave them up, but I wanna make that very, very clear. I got into nutrition really mainly because of my love, deep love and passion for food. Okay, so I'm really a foodie at heart. So you heard a little bit about me already. But did anyone here know Greg Newby? Any of you guys out here? Let's give him a little shout out. Woo! That's my big brother, and I'm really, really lucky. So as I think a lot of you are lucky too, if you've met him and spent any time with him, because he was a tremendous human being who I think most of you know lost his life after a 6-month battle with pancreatic cancer, and that was in October of 2025. And I'm a little nervous to be up here with you because I have not left my house much since then, meaning professionally. Yes, I go out sometimes, but the fact is that it was a devastating loss. Greg is not just my big brother. He was my best friend, my beloved mentor, and truly my hero. I can say that I would not be the person I am today were it not for Greg Newby, otherwise known as Dr. Newby the Elder. I followed in his footsteps. He and I are actually both social scientists at heart. Although he, like I, am multidisciplinary trained, we just are really huge science geeks and science fiction geeks, I might add. So he had a massive influence on my life, and he, of course, is sorely missed. So I'd like to thank Greg, I'd like to thank Eric, I'd like to thank Kyle, and I'd like to thank the speaker committee for providing me this opportunity and this highly coveted stage. This is a hard gig to get, so I'm really grateful to them for allowing me to be in front of you. So thank you for that. And I will say another thing about Greg, which is that, you know, you've heard about your biological family, right? And your chosen family. If you're really lucky, if you're really fucking lucky, your biological family will be your chosen family. And that's what Greg is to me. So you already heard a little bit more about me too earlier, so I want to go on. And I don't think I need to tell you this, that we are in a dark place as a society, as a world, as a global community. And I'm hoping people recognize that quote, right? Of course, that's from Yoda. So as an infophile like my brother, and as someone whose life is dedicated to accruing and sharing knowledge, I wanted to give a little shout out to Yoda there for helping us out on our way, and hope that today you find that some of the knowledge and truths you learn here today will also light your own way. So I have about 4 different messages that I want to give to you during this talk. The first and the most important takeaway is the biggest secret that no one knows, or very few people know, about food and nutrition. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about all natural, real, what those concepts mean, all of that jazz. Then, of course, I'm going to introduce the name of the talk, which is Agshittification. Now, everyone here knows that's a portmanteau of Enshittification, and you're going to see why that word wrote itself as I take you through the talk. But for those of you who are maybe watching this and don't know that word, you're going to have to go ahead and get Cory Doctorow's book and learn that shit, because Enshittification is coming for everything, as we all know. And it came for the agri-food system, I don't know, long time ago. It's just getting worse, right? It's getting a lot worse, just like everything. So I'm going to introduce that, and then we're going to talk together about what is the future of food. So my goal is mainly to stimulate thought, right? To provide food for thought. I'm hoping you hear a few things here that maybe you didn't hear elsewhere. It maybe opened your eyes to something that you really didn't think about, because there's not a lot of transparency in our food system at all, especially when it comes to making meat. And I do want to make a quick mention here so I don't lose people. I'm not going to be proselytizing. Greg was a vegan. I'm also a plant-based girl, but this isn't about that, okay? This is not about that. This is just about the way you guys feel about big tech. Same shit, only big meat, big ag, big chicken. It's all the same, right? So you're gonna, whatever you might think about this, I'm just simply talking about this as an industry and highlighting it as one of the major challenges in our time. So, spoiler alert, there you go. From farm to fork and far beyond, what we eat matters. From farm to fork and far beyond, what we eat matters. So sure, it's alliterative, it's cute, I like it. My first adage was from farm to fork. It's derivative now, right? Thank God, because I learned about it 30 years ago. I was really, really lucky that when I went to Columbia, oh gosh, I'm sorry, a few years ago, down the street, actually up the street, I was there in the 90s, and I was doing a dual master's program that I made myself. I crafted it myself in public health nutrition. Okay, so that involved an MS in nutrition and an MPH. I'm telling you this by way to set the stage for how I learned these things, or how I was lucky enough to learn them, because it was in fact serendipity. Well, nutrition, as many of you know, is basically the study of how what we eat influences our own health, right? So you're all interested in that. And by the way, I have several books, but I do have this book that I'm happy to give complimentary copies to all of you here. I have 60 copies. I will happily sign and chat with you after. There's some over there. There's more outside the hallway. And I will say that please take one. And if you don't take one for yourself, can you please take one for someone else? Because it's really awkward when I give away free books, but then they don't go. So just do it. Just take it. Help a girl out, help a girl out. So here it is. This book is 150 plus Q&A. So whatever your question is, from juicing to plant-based meat, to fruits and vegetables, to paleo diet, to intermittent fasting, it's in here. Okay, from farm to fork and far beyond. And I was mentioning that from far beyond, farm to fork was so derivative, by the time I finished this edition of the book, I was like, okay, I can't use that anymore. Okay, and far beyond, that's even better, right? Because it's out of sci-fi out there. So I'm pretty excited about this new adage. But what is the root of that? Well, as I was saying, I was a grad student at Columbia. And what I did was I'm pouring through the course catalog, because again, like Greg, intellectual, right, and trying to gain up all the knowledge. I want to learn everything I can about food. Again, not nutrition. I'm a public health person, and I come from a social scientist background, just like Greg. We're both social scientists at heart, as I was saying. So I'm flipping through, looking for classes, and I find a class called Nutritional Ecology. The fuck is that? No idea. Nutritional Ecology. It was being offered at Teachers College, and I sought it out, and it was taught by an ecologist named Joan Dye Gusso, who actually also passed away last year at the age of 90. And she was an ecologist by training, not surprisingly, and she and some of my other mentors came out of the environmental movement, right? So when they thought about food and nutrition, it's not just about you. It's not just about you. This was a huge awakening to me. a huge awakening to me, because I'm coming out thinking, okay, I'm very interested in nutrition, I'm interested in public health, but I'm mostly thinking about disease prevention, health promotion, and individuals. Yes, that's all important. I have a doctorate and I went to study that more. But for me, the indelible changing mark was that it isn't just about me. It isn't just about me. Our food choices matter. What I eat matters. What you eat matters. What we eat, most importantly, what we eat, what we choose to eat as a society, as a community, in our families, truly matters. And there is power in that. And I will return to that point at the end of the talk. So nutritional ecology is a 4-quadrant paradigm, and it includes, of course, health, environment, economy, and society. Okay, so that's really became the framework that I brought with me throughout my career. I brought it to Harvard, and I've been teaching it and loving it and sharing with people since then. And it really, really, really substantially changed my life. So I would encourage you, as you think about things, because we all have choices about what to eat, right? And what I hope you're going to see is that every bite you take, every choice you make, is I'm not going to go on with the rest of the song. I thought about it. No, every bite you take, every choice you make, you'll be watching me. All right, now. Okay, what we're going to do is, it really matters, right? So together, that fork, what we're eating, is going to shape our society. Truly, truly. So keep that in mind. So let's go to talk a little bit about all natural. Most nutrition people, including myself, absolutely hate that phrase because it's absolutely meaningless, except what do you think is the biggest impact of that word? Come on, put on your hacker brain. Why is that word used? Marketing. That's right. That's right. And it is not true usually, or it's absolutely meaningless. Natural, for any science people out there, just simply means carbon-based, right? So our meat bodies were natural. It's a Cory Doctorow, right? You gotta love the meat bodies. So we are natural due to carbon, but other than that, it really is just used in the food industry as a health halo. And in this case, it really hides a whole lot of stuff going on that they don't want you to know about. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and we'll also bridge it back to the nutritional ecology paradigm. But first, I want to tell you a little story. And it's a story about a program called the American Chicken of Tomorrow program. And this is the little background behind your all-natural chicken. Well, what the heck is that? Well, what it is a program that was started in the 40s, and it kind of ended around the 50s. And what it was a partnership between A&P, which was one of the largest supermarket in the country, and USDA. And what they wanted to do was make a bigger chicken, because that's more efficient, right? Let's get that chicken fatter. Let's get it to market sooner. That's going to be most efficient. Efficiency is everything in capitalism, as we know, and it's everything in the food business as well. So the sooner you can get those animals to weight and to be tasty the way a consumer wants to eat them, the better off that's going to be for basically the people who own it all, which is in this case the chicken cartel, big meat, big egg, right? So those profits do not go back to the farmers, and we'll get more to that in a moment. So this is sort of what it looks like in practice. And this is a real photo. Okay, these are real photos. And what you see here on the left is that's the jungle fowl. Okay, that bird is still native in Asia, and it's actually a very pretty bird, and it was crossbred for decades and decades and decades to build a bigger breasted chicken, right? Because that's what people wanted. And there was a real interest in this, especially post-World War II. Beef was less around, and chickens mainly were bred for eggs, but that all changed a little bit before the Chicken of Tomorrow program with people like Tyson and Purdue. Okay, so these are industrial, as in the actual people, not just the chicken, right? This is a person who created that. And they are responsible for really the chicken industry as we know it. And in fact, their sons still run those companies. Okay, so this is many, many, many years later. So what happened is that, for the example of using Tyson, he took his family and he moved from Missouri to Arkansas, and he found that selling chickens there was pretty hot business. So he expanded and he expanded. And what happened with Tyson is that Tyson Chicken ended up becoming Tyson Chicken and Hatchery, which end up being Chicken and Hatchery and Seed and Feed. And what I'm starting to get at is vertical integration. Over the course of decades, they owned it all, right? Owned it all. So a huge amount of the big ag and agri-food business is run by a very small number of companies, right? So this is a big problem for food safety, and is a big problem for, of course, the farmers who largely work under contracts. Now, and I will say about this picture is that as gross as it is, it's called transmogrification. How's that? That's, you know, the human version of making that bird so big. That bird has now a genetic mutation. It actually eats insatiably. That's how it gets that big. Also, because of antibiotics, which are fed to make them nice and big. Has this sounding all natural to you? Okay, yeah, right. So is this on the label? No. It might sometimes be used to say, oh, no, you know, no antibiotic free or something, but that's the exception, not the norm. Okay, so the vast majority of meat you're eating is made in this way. Okay, so this is just the example of chicken. We'll go to beef in a minute. But this is such a good example because who even knew there was a Chicken of Tomorrow program? Right? So I learned a lot of extremely disturbing things when I was, very upsetting things when I was researching the second edition of my book. And I want to tell you that actually, whereas a lot hasn't changed since then, like the core things have not changed, like plant-based diets are most sustainable, most associated with lower chronic disease, most associated with longevity, all of the things. However, you wouldn't necessarily know all of these things anymore because it's hard to hear that in the din of mis and disinformation, right? So in addition to that bird who now looks that way, but really usually can't even stand up, nor does it have the space to because it really can't support its weight. This is a man-made product. It literally cannot exist outside of a factory. Right? It wouldn't know how to eat, it couldn't stand, it couldn't move. And those chickens, the ones on the left, which can live 12 to 14 years, let's say in your backyard, that one on the right, that goes to market in less than a year because it grows so, and it's more a matter of weeks really, because they grow so quickly. And by the way, this is what your cage-free chicken looks like. Again, real photos. That's an aviary. So cage-free, yes, it was great when McDonald's sold cage-free eggs. However, this is it's a very small step. Those chickens are not enjoying their lives, as you can well imagine. And here's another thing that I learned while researching this book, and this is one of the more mind-blowing things that I've learned, which is that a wonderful paper was published in 2018, and you can read it there. The broiler chicken, as opposed to, you know, the ones that are made into breasts, as opposed to layers, so-called, who are giving eggs, you know, as a sign of a human reconfigured biosphere. Okay, so what these scientists did is they did a deep dive, and they found that they posited that because of the amount of chicken that is consumed, not just by Americans, but all over the world, that the bones end up in landfills and they mummify, and that they are notable to this time because if you measure the isotopes, you can see that they were fed grain. And chickens don't eat grain normally, right? So if you actually look at chickens over time, and they did in this paper, you can see that they really do look different. They are a different animal. Okay, and that's a proportional slide right there from their paper to show you the difference between the jungle fowl on the right, you see how much smaller it is, and the bird on the left. So many chicken bones. 140,000 chickens are killed per minute. 92 billion animals per year are slaughtered for meat. At any one given time on the earth, there are around 85 billion chickens alive. Really take those numbers in. It's really astronomical. And I'll just, another little piece out of this, I'll get this, but it's worth underscoring, is keep in mind, people also waste a lot of food. So of all those animals, about 30 to 40% go in the trash anyway and end up in those chicken bones, which then these authors positive are actually a geologic marker that will be noted when whoever is here after we go, whether it's aliens, another intelligent life form, who knows, they might just think this was the age of the chicken because it is in our geologic record. And the numbers are so gargantuan compared to our mere 8.2 billion sapiens. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about meat. And I'm going to go through these slides pretty quickly just because I think a lot of you already know. And again, thank goodness, this is one of the things that has changed in the past 30 years, is that people are much more aware of the major relationship between agri-food system, the agri-food system and their environmental aspects of it. And I'm specifically talking about beef and climate change, right? Beef are ruminant animals. They need a lot of space. There are many fewer of them than chickens, of course. About 100. There's about 100 chickens to one cow when you think about meat, and that's how it's measured in terms of environmental impact, right? But they're big animals, so there's fewer of them, but they have a massive impact. So as you all know, deforestation, right? Deforestation is the leading cause of global warming, of climate change, largely due to the massive amount of carbon dioxide that is released into the atmosphere when forests are removed, largely to raise cattle or to grow food for cattle. And what are they fed? They are fed corn. Again, corn. And how much corn do you think we grow in this country? How much corn? So much. How about the size of California? The size of California. And it's all corn, right? So this is monoculture. Corn is a very thirsty crop. I know people are very concerned about data centers and water. I'd like you to take some of that outrage, which I share. Let's talk about the other NIMBY, what I call the NIMBYest NIMBY of them all, which is factory farming and how you make meat. It absolutely dwarfs those that would be used from data centers. And again, it's not a simile as much to say, hey, if people get outraged about it, have you looked at your diet lately? Okay, so food is a thirsty crop, corn is a thirsty crop. It requires a lot of water, it requires a lot of fertilizer. And this monoculture really depletes the soil, so it leads to soil erosion. Okay, so in general, it's not a good thing. And that corn, which is fed to cows, who again do not naturally eat corn, what they do is they're fed corn at the end of their life in concentrated animal feeding operations. This one is one of the largest. It houses about 140,000 cows, and it is the size of Central Park. Again, this is where your all-natural beef comes from. I say that because I think, the current administration, others, they want you to think that like a burger's, put down from a tree. No, this is the reality, okay? And it's not pretty and it's very upsetting, but I think there should be more awareness of what that looks like. And by the way, farms are so huge right now because CAFOs, concentrated animal feeding operations, as I was saying, are even getting bigger. Now we have a new word. There used to be referred to factory farms. Now they're mega factory farms, which is really mind-blowing because they were already massive to begin with. So the amount of animals that are gone through the system, and this really amped up only at the end of the 20th century. Okay, so this is about after the age of the chickens, right, around the same time. So things are really amping up. This is post-industrial 20th century. This first industrial revolution technology is getting bigger, and more polluted. And although, again, it was capped or maybe slapped a little bit during the modern environmental movement and the Clean Water Act in the 70s, again, all of that is going away now. Animal shit. A lot. Where does it go? Do you want to know? Of course you don't want to know. No one wants to know. Think about the amount of excrement. You heard that number. I said 92 billion animals. Where does all this go? Well, you don't see it. Well, here, first of all, this is where it goes. And that's what cows look like, right? Those are your cattle and your CAFO there. They just poop into that manure lagoon, which I think is a little bit of a euphemism. I like not the word manure or lagoon. It's more like a, I call that a shit lake, right? I mean, this is one of the biggest farms in North Carolina. North Carolina is where Smithfield Farms is located, also in China. I'll say more about that in a minute. Smithfield is the largest pork producer in the world. And what happens is they build these huge, again, they call them manure lagoons, lakes of shit. They are that color because there's a lot of chemicals that are added, but to make it that color pink. But make no mistake, it stinks. And it runs off, and it leaks. So it pollutes the air, it pollutes the water, it pollutes the land. It is not a well-regulated system at all, unlike human waste. Very, very, very different. Where does that waste go? And where do those fertilizers go? Where do those antibiotics go? Both from the poop and both as well as from the various chemicals that are used to grow this food. It ends up in the Mississippi River. The Mississippi River acts like a drain for our world. There are 31 states and parts of Canada that end up draining into the Mississippi along with all of those contaminants, which is why, in part, along with other industries, just to be clear, alongside agriculture, is one of the largest dead zones in the world. So what you're looking at there, that green, is the Gulf of Mexico. And a dead zone is where, again, there's pretty much very little life at certain points in the season. And of course, I mentioned food waste. Food waste is an incredible problem. And here, a pro tip, if you want to decrease your environmental impact from your diet, you can do two things. One, waste less food. That's actually the biggest one. And two, eat less meat. And definitely, or switch out less wheat. And definitely try not to waste meat for all the reasons that we're talking about. Because again, all of the things we were talking about, I think this audience probably already knows, all the steps I told you are directly related to climate change, to biodiversity loss, to ecological destruction. And think about all the chicken bones in there, mummifying. All the chicken bones in there. So what is agshittification? What is agshittification? Well, I'm using it as more of a metaphor, right? Because if you know what enshittification is, and you know that enshittification is coming for everything, it's the word wrote itself. But how it happened for me and why I felt it was so important to, just create ag versus N is because the agri-food system is so huge, right? And people in my field don't necessarily know about enshittification. So if I portmanteaued it, I decided I could get people to understand enshittification while drawing their attention to the problems in agri-food system. And frankly, like Corey, I feel like it is a very, very important phrase. Because although I know my dad is watching this right now and he said, you said fuck again. You said shit again. Well, it's called lalakezia and you're using profanity to make a point. I actually do not like the word shit. I'm using it here because it's shitty. Truly, I do not. I'm more of a fuck girl, really, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I really don't like the word shit at all. I just think it's gross. No one wants to think about it, right? So that's exactly why I want to use the word agshittification so people understand just how fucked up our food system is, okay? So again, for those of you who are watching this that are not in the room here at Hope, please do get Corey's book. And as I was saying, this word wrote itself because it was 2 years ago. I bet some of you were here that saw him speak, right? Well, I had just heard Greg Newby, my brother, speak on climate change and misinformation. I was at my desk. I couldn't make it because I was finishing up the final copy of the final edits, chapters of my book, the book that you know about. So I'm sitting there writing, and I hear Corey's talk, and then I think, oh my God, agshittification. I just had to do it. It just wrote itself. It was really important to me to write that, but this is the first time I'm actually talking about it since then. Okay, so then the book came out in 2025, and then well, I've been sort of grieving since then. So really, I haven't even talked about it since then. I have been writing about it. So for those of you that are hungry for more in depth about everything I'm talking about, I'm doing a Substack series on this right now with all of the data and with the graphs. But here I want to give you more food for thought and a feel for the subject rather than, giving you fact after fact after fact. So shittification is coming for everything. And ergo, agshittification. It has arrived for agriculture. I think it's important, and I certainly hope it catches on, just like Cora's does, because a lot of people in my field will talk about, let's say, the food polycrisis. What is that? No one even knows what that means. I barely know what that means. I mean, sure, okay, so hunger, biodiversity. I mean, it's really, I think euphemisms are not serving us as a society right now. So, Dad, again, sorry for all the profanity, for all of you that take offense to it. If you prefer more courteous lexis, go ahead. Call it food polycrisis. Call it the breakdown of the agri-food system. Call it the broken food system. Call it whatever you want. But I think that this language is very important in capturing what it means. And just by the way, again, for people who are less familiar with it, all of you people know that the three phases, but right, they're there for the users, the profits go to the users, or it's there, the values for the users, in this case, the eaters, then it goes to the businesses, and then of course, then it goes to the shareholders, right? So that is definitely happening right now in agri-food system, and it is getting worse and worse and worse under the current regime. And that's what I want to talk a little bit more about right now too. So interestingly, between my first two books, I was very lucky to have the first edition of my book translated into Chinese. So what I'm doing, by the way, is going to give you a couple of indicators of what I think is agshittification. Okay, this is anyone read Chinese out there? Okay. Oh, do you really? Can you read the quote? Okay. Okay, wait, no, I think you said, when you get right down to it, food is practically the whole story every time. When you get right down to it, food is practically the whole story every time. That's from Kurt Vonnegut, Galapagos. Okay, pretty good. Now, I thought the cover was weird. They sent me this to get my approvals, the author, right, or to get my input. So it's kind of weird. I mean, it's a book about plant-based diets, about all the things. I don't know why you're showing coffee. Okay, fine, whatever. Going through the book, I don't have a choice. If you ever worked with legacy media, I don't know why I even wasted my time because they took none of my edits at all. And I didn't read the text, obviously, so I don't even know what the text actually says. And however, so I'm leafing through the book. I finally get the hard copy, and it's just a couple years ago. It's like 5 years in press. It actually came out a very short time right before my second edition came out. That's how slow the process was. But I'm flipping through my pages, and lo and behold, this book, which is about plant-based diets, essentially. It covers all the things, but it's there is no debate that a plant-based, and I didn't say vegan, by the way, for those that are using that, but mostly plant-based diets. Again, I'm not arguing that we already know it's the most healthy and sustainable. It's not arguable, okay? Don't pay no attention to the carnivore cosplay you see coming from the White House. That is not a thing. That's certainly not real. But what was alarming was when I turned, and the first image in my book is this. In the published book, it still is that. Who do you think the first person I called up to tell when I saw that? Said, Greg, you will not believe this. This is propaganda, as far as I'm concerned. Sorry, say again? Strangest vegetables I've ever seen. So, yeah, exactly. He said, those are the strangest vegetables I've ever seen. So, exactly. So I was just, wow. So why am I showing you this to you now? So that was just the Chinese in my edition book. Chinese are major meat eaters, by the way. Biggest pork, they eat more their weight in pork many times over a year. And I show it to you because I had that in mind. I just recently see that copy. I'm leafing through. In the meantime, this is now in January, right? The dietary guidelines for Americans are now back in play. They're done every 5 years. And what happened is, I think everyone knows, because you're here in America, so whether you're into this or not, probably everyone knows that the whole thing was totally turned upside down, right? So we used to have a very nice plate. It was science-based to the extent that it is in the US, because the dietary guidelines come from USDA. and DHHS, right? The Department of Agriculture and Health and Human Services. And guess who wins usually? Who do you think wins? Big ag, big meat. So it really shouldn't be all that surprising that these dietary guidelines for Americans, they're upside down pyramid. I thought it was a joke, like most people, when we saw it, right? So again, I don't think that everyone might not know about this, but we use a plate. We haven't used a pyramid in many years. And not only that is it is absolutely not science-based. They disregarded the report on which is supposed to be based upon a scientific report by Congress, right? And many of my colleagues served on that committee. No, it was ditched for alternative facts, right? So this is what actually got me back into the game. So I was still on a bit of a, and I still am, but I was grieving quite a bit. And then finally I just said, man, I gotta get back in the game. I gotta get back in the game. So I got on Substack, as one does, which actually is becoming enshetified. Fun story. By the time I got on Substack, it's really been quite different, the platform. So, but I got involved back in the game because of these DGAs, and I appropriately named them the Dietary Guidelines for Agribusiness, which is exactly what they are, So the reason why I showed you that picture from the Chinese book is because it all felt eerily similar when you see things like this. So just take this in. I think this is really creepy. I think, an official website of the United States government, America's the greatest country on earth and the sickest, and, and blah, 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 blah. So their whole real food, I got to tell you, it's pretty ironic that the most fake people in the world with their fake tans and their Mar-a-Lago faces are talking about real things. I mean, wow. Okay. And real food. So, remember, and whatever you think about your own personal diet and whether, whether you choose to eat meat, whatever, the fact is that this dictates policy. People who are up in arms and think about their own diet. Now, you might be smart enough or you might have the information to make different choices. This influences what is produced and what is given to people in hospitals and schools. Okay. Now, I'm not going to get into the ultra-processed thing because yes, there are some things on which there's some alignment. But as far as I'm concerned, red dye is a big red herring from the blood red river of shit leading to dead zones and chronic disease and climate change. Okay, so it's small potatoes when you think about the other things that lead to chronic disease in this society. So let's tie this back a little bit as I'm winding down. Let's tie this back a little bit to Corydocaros and Agshittification and Agshittification. Well, I'm using this because there's some very agshittificatory policies happening that I will be rounding up this week on my Substack. Because while everyone is arguing about red food dyes, guess what? All of those processing lines and meat packing lines, they're all increasing. All of those, they're increasing the speed of those. They're getting whole milk back into school. The whole milk, the all-natural whole milk, with the ones with antibiotics and hormones, all that stuff, or the all-natural chicken that you saw about that. I don't think that's the right move myself. And it's certainly not. Many, many other countries around the world do this better, by the way. So the sad part is how much the US looks like China. That's the thing that was so striking to me. And it shouldn't be that surprising because Smithfield now has the largest property of land in China to raise pigs, okay, in addition to their headquarters in North Carolina. So again, pork producer. Another aspect of agshittification, and I'll let you take in this quote. So for all of you that don't know what chickenization is, again, you really got to read Corey's book, but it's a labor economics term, right? But most people don't know that it actually came from the chicken industry. So the chickens play a really big role, not only in our human story as a species, but also in America in particular, because of people like Tyson and Purdue, who are still around running the show when it comes to chicken processing. And I think that Christopher Leonard did a great job of making it clear of how similar this is to agshittification when you talk about big tech and big meat. And this is because the farmers work as sharecroppers. They're on contracts, right? They're in contracts. So there's a lot of issues with the industry itself that make the food industry both less safe and less transparent and make a lot of money for big ag. Okay, not the farmers, not the farmers. So you might want to look into that book as well. And lastly, child labor. No one wants to think about this. I don't want to know these things. Ignorance is bliss. Again, writing this book was absolutely devastating. It was extremely depressing, all the things I learned, and I'm sad to share them with you. But my hope is that, again, perhaps a little knowledge will light our way, right? This is from 2023, right? This is a teenager. Of course, they're mostly people of color, right? This is a meat packing plant. So the meat packing plant illegally violates human rights and child labor laws all the time, in addition to many other criminal behavior that we don't know about that maybe doesn't get press coverage at all. So this is pretty striking. And again, so this is what's behind all natural meat, right? This is what's behind all natural meat. So I hope, before I leave with you to have some questions and we talk a little bit about future food, because that's when I think that we'll have more fun chatting than for me dictating you what is going to happen, because we can only hope what the future is going to be. But we can also create it, again, with our own food choices, right? With every meal that we make, as we were talking about. So I want to leave you encouraged by that. But in the meantime, I hope you agree with me that if you know about Agshittification, what do you guys think? Because I'm rolling it out for the first time here in public. You like it? You don't like it? Agshittification. What do we think? Yeah? All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I do think it is very important. Actually, I'm very, very excited to be here sharing with you, because this is the audience to share it with. And by the way, if any of you knew Greg well, he definitely had, like many Brits, come Canadians, he had his potty humor. So he really was into poop. Okay, so when he had sled dogs, right, in his kennel, he had 30 dogs. So he'd say, come out anytime, you can scoop poop, Where does all the poop go? It goes in a little pile, right? So you just throw it, fine. This is Yukon territory. It'll just decompose eventually. They're doing a good job. But it was also looking at that pile of poop as I was helping scoop poop. This is last July, thinking again, like, wow, that's a lot of poop from those dogs. And then you think, oh my God, think about how many animals there are. Where does that shit go? You don't know, right? Because probably none of you live in rural America. And that reminds me that I can't leave this stage without telling you about the literal shitstorms. I am not making this up. I wish I were. I mean, there are residents in North Carolina who have been suing Smithfield for years and working at it, because what they do is they fly planes over and they literally just spray the shit in the air. The NIMBY of them all is concentrated animal farming operations, mega factory farming that has been threatening not just our health, also our planet, and really our society as it stands. And not just for climate change, because what does it mean that we are living in the age of the chicken? What does that say about us as a species? So what is the future of food? What is the future of food? Well, it depends on who you ask, right? So what is happening right now is the appetite for meat is rapidly escalating. So everything is already crazy, crazy big, crazy meat, crazy dairy, all the things, crazy animal production, but it's amping up. It's amping up, not only here in the US, because of disinformation that's making a whole lot of money for big meat, big egg, big chicken, big dairy, whole lot of money, because all that is going into schools now, and all that is going to hospitals, right? So this drives what is produced. So we're going to be growing more corn to feed more animals who are going to be being slaughtered even faster, which is at greater risk to meat packers. At the same time, obviously, the animal welfare conditions are horrendous, and they're constantly in the news. So, or they're out there. This is all recent stuff. This isn't the past 2010, 2013, 2023. It actively is happening. So what is the future of the food? It depends on who you ask. So it is a very efficient system from a capitalist perspective. And by the way, it's efficient because they're cramming so many animals in such a small space that is very efficient, and they're making them fatter sooner, right? So there's efficiency baked into the system. So the future of the food could go in that direction, and it may well, depending on kind of who wins these food culture wars. So winding down, just a few thoughts here on the future of food, and then I'd like to hear your thoughts about it. Well, the nice thing is that right after COVID, surprisingly, the United Nations and FAO had their first ever food system summit. First ever food system summit, 2021, 5 years ago. Okay, that's kind of amazing, right? It's the first food system summit. It was right here in New York City. And that is fantastic. And it's still going on. And you see their nice little graphic. And let me remind you again, there is no debate that plant-based diets, that diets that swap out meat for plant-based proteins and decrease animal products, are healthier and more sustainable and are a better protector when it comes to our planet. That's not in contention, okay? So the question is that going to be our future? Is that going to happen or is it not? Well, as I said, I am a sci-fi girl. No doubt my interest in science fiction came again from, guess who? Big Brother Greg. I can remember as a kid that late at night, and I don't have a lot of memories from as a kid, but I will tell you that one of them is wandering kind of through my house, and my brother would be parked in front of the TV watching Star Trek. In reruns, and I somehow, and then as we, as our paths kind of became similar, I'm a Trekkie as well. And I showed Yoda before, so I didn't want to cause like a whole chasm, Star Wars, Star Trek. I love it all, right? I even had Vonnegut in there, and of course we have Cory Doctorow. And Greg discovered Cory, right, also through him being a sci-fi writer. Okay, so clearly huge, huge influence, and that we got Jean-Luc there. Why am I bringing this up? Well, you know what, in the 24th century and beyond, they're still arguing about what role technology should play in creating a future of food. They're still arguing about what is real, what is natural. There's a Klingon in the corner who was horrified to see the meat being created from a replicator. Thought that was absolutely barbaric. Well, why wouldn't they come from an animal? And Riker says, from TNG, the Next Generation, Riker says, yeah, we don't need to do that anymore. We stopped enslaving animals for meat a long, long time ago because we have the technology such that we don't need to do that. And guess what, my friends? We have the technology, so we do not need to create meat from a live animal. It's called cultivated meat. Don't let people say it's fake meat. And again, I'm not going to get into the technical stuff about it, right? It's the same thing, it's just without the animal. And going back a long time ago, Winston Churchill opined that, hey, why would we do this? Why would we make this? I'm paraphrasing clearly, but he was kind of seeing a future where you would maybe just produce chicken from a conveyor belt type thing. Because he was like, well, why would you produce a whole animal if you're just using the breast? Right, so this is years and years ago. Many, many people have thought that this could be the future, and the future is here. The technology exists. An excellent book by Bruce Friedrich named Meat recently came out right around the same time as mine. It was Meat. It was Agshittification and my book all came out around the same time, and I felt like, wow, what an honor that was, because mine was sort of nestled right in there, that it was capturing a lot of the same sentiments. There's also plant-based meat. So, okay, fine, you want to call it plant-based meat? Are there a lot of ingredients in it? The ingredients pale in comparison to the ingredients made from your all-natural meat, which, remember, include antibiotics, hormones, fertilizers, pesticides, and many other foods that those animals don't even naturally eat. So I challenge the notion that meat coming from animals is more natural than that coming from a different process. And I encourage you to think about that. And here's another thing. So that's one part of our future. Or here's another future. Who can tell what this is? Anyone know what this is? It is a vertical pig farm. Yes, it is. 26 stories. In China, of course it is. Of course it is. And guess what? And when I learned about this, and actually, again, hey, Dad, I learned about this from my dad. He'd read about it in the Times. I was working on my book. Again, mind-blowing, and you can see how Agshittification wrote itself. So vertical farming has been used to create plants for a long time, but here we are using it to make pigs, right? 26 floors, and it's one of 62 other not all 26 floors, but it's very dominant in China. So this is possibly our future too. Okay, this is a better picture of it, I think, because it shows you what factory farming really looks like. Same pictures. So finally, in closing, I would like to encourage you all to vote with your fork, because as individuals, we can move the needle. Now, like with Corey, of course, a big solution here is unions, right? A big solution is unions for farm workers, and a big solution is giving more money to alt proteins, and a big solution is having an administration that is going to listen to science. But I am hoping you will join me, and I like having the power to make changes with my own food choices, and I hope you will join me. So with that, I encourage you to check out my book. It was, in fact, dedicated to my brother, who I'm very sad to say did not live to see the dedication. But I did read it to him in hospice because I'd gotten the proofs, and he said he was getting very close to dying, and he stood up, he leaned up from his bed, and he looked around, and he said, "The beach is big. The beach is big." So I like to think about Greg as off there running in the beach, enjoying the beautiful sunshine, and I hope that we all run toward a bigger, a better, a brighter future of food together. Thank you so much for your attention. And I think since that I am at the end of my time, I'm going to have to take questions outside of the room. I will have all of my books, and I will be hanging around for a while. Thank you so much.
Welcome to Can We Route Around the App Stores by Mikolai Buruku and Sean O'Brien. Thank you for coming to their talk. Mikolai Buruku is a software architect and privacy advocate focused on building decentralized, user-first digital ecosystems. He is a core developer of 3N Web and technical lead at Ivy Cyber, where he develops the privacy-safe applications. Mikolai has pioneered solutions that prioritize user sovereignty over corporate interests. His work in encrypted messaging, identity management, and federated storage aims to reshape how people interact with digital services, ensuring privacy, security, and autonomy in an increasingly surveilled world. And Sean O'Brien is an associate research scholar at Yale Law School and director of the cybersecurity and computer science programs, as well as assistant professor at Bay Path University. He is founder of Yale Privacy Lab and deputy director of the Free Software Foundation. Sean has more than 2 decades of experience in the private and public sectors in areas such as infrastructure management, free, Libra, and open source software, FLOSS, and blockchain security. At Ivy Cyber, Prof. Diggity develops the curriculum of remote classes and guides the privacy-safe, secure hardware and software products. Please welcome Sean and Mikolai.
Thank you, guys, and whoa. And thank you for reading that out. I didn't realize how torturous our bios were. Next time we'll keep them a little shorter. Mika and I have been around the block, let's say, for a long time here and been working on these apps specifically and the entire ecosystem around them for nearly a decade on and off. The last 2 years, we've really been accelerating and focusing on the user experience as well as bringing them to smartphones, if you want to call them smart, the mobile ecosystem, right? And that challenge has certainly been very difficult. If you want to check out what we're building, download it, 100% free software, both client and server implementation. We're going to talk a lot about that. Please go to privacysafe.app. There's no non-free JavaScript also. It's LibreJS compatible. I want to make sure I'm the new Deputy Director of the Free Software Foundation. This is not endorsed by the FSF, but of course, I want to make sure it aligns with the ethos of the FSF, everything we do. If you want to donate to support the development of these apps, we have private consulting. We're happy to work on that. Some of you folks who were at Hope last year may recall John Kiriakou being up here with the big Ivy Cyber logo behind him. That's the consulting company that John is also part of, ivycyber.com. But we have a private, nonprofit 501c3 newly minted, and you can go out to privacysafe.tech/donate if you want to support the work we're doing. Okay, so we're trying to build what a lot of people are building, and we're doing it in our own way. Of course, we love interoperability. A lot of the questions we get are about that here because everybody's building awesome stuff. We're building our own sandbox environment, your own secure zone. That's a space for you. The data is encrypted both in transit, of course, and at rest. The file system has some very smart encryption that is pretty standard these days, but we're doing it in a bit of a different way. And again, Mikolai will be the guy who sort of runs through a lot of that. But sovereign tech, if you want to call it that, you know, your data, your keys, your device, okay? Very important. We believe in actual decentralization, actual federation, right? Your identities do not require a phone number or any other central verification. And we're going to go through, I'm sure, a lot of pain if we get the critical mass we want to because of that problem, right? We're going to have to go through a lot of the things that XMPP and ActivityPub and these other folks have gone through. And we want to interop with those protocols to the best of our ability as well. So if you have expertise in that, if you're interested in helping with that, please reach out. Okay, so privacy safe, right? The title of this talk is about the app stores. And certainly when I submitted the abstract for the talk, we were going through a lot of pain around packaging. I don't know if, show of hands, folks who have actually shipped an Android app. It's not fun. Okay, it's more difficult than you think it should be. Even if you know, like I do static analysis of Android apps. I've been doing that for a long time. And even if you understand APKs and so on, making sure that it actually works across not just, you know, bespoke devices or, you know, stuff like Calyx, Graphene, and so on, right? But also the mainstream stuff. Samsung's, the Folds and all that, which we have one we're going to demo, is difficult. We are packaging our apps, of course, for the F-Droid store. We're pretty close to that. I was hoping we would actually be able to announce that today, but we do, of course, have working APKs. If you're interested in installing it on your Android device today, just reach out to us and we will give you a link. But we also have, of course, as you can see here, what we have called an app store. Why did we call it an app store? Well, Mikolai was calling it an updater. That's probably more accurate from a technical standpoint, right? But we are embracing, for better or for worse, the sort of commercialization, that term app store. We find that new users who are very interested in what we're doing, that just communicates a lot better to them. And in some ways, it is an app store. Nobody's paying for anything there, okay? It's repos, it's basically a software supply chain where we are delivering applications. And the way in which we deliver those applications, we can't even tell what you're installing. We don't want to know what apps you're running. And we want other people to package in our packaging format to be able to publish to our store as well. We have an example up here in this screenshot on the left of my phone that's kicking around on the table here of Cake Wallet. That's a wallet that's associated mostly with Monero, cryptocurrency. The folks at Cake Wallet actually sponsored the FSF meetup last night at Freedom Tech Lab in the West Village, which was awesome. It is a free software app, so it allowed us to basically take that, do a proof of concept, and say, hey, we can bring a cryptocurrency wallet over, and it's not even that difficult. How long, an afternoon?
2 days because it was a Java.
Fair enough. But the point is, there's a lot of stuff we can port over as well to this environment. But the other apps you'll see in this dashboard view here, the chat, the contacts, the inbox, and what we call treasure, these are the apps that we want to bring to people to give them sort of the baseline tools that they would need to collaborate in a business, in an organization, as activists, right? We tend to focus on chat. We do, everybody does, mentally, right? We've sort of end-to-end encrypted chat, video calling, because these devices in our pockets, right, we use those often for just lots of other things they shouldn't be used for, including attaching PDF files or screenshotting seed phrases or sending them to yourself, note to self on Signal, right? I'm definitely guilty of that. But that's because we don't have the interfaces. We don't have the UI we need that could be using the exact same kinds of strong encryption, right, which we are building at Privacy Safe, right? The UI, I don't want to say it doesn't matter. Actually, I've learned it matters a lot in the last 2 years. But the underlying technology is sound. If you have good, strong encryption, if you have smart protocols, you can build UIs that, for example, look like email, the inbox app, right? Why should any organization be using actual email for internal communication between staff members and colleagues? They should be using an email-like interface that's end-to-end encrypted, which you also can do SMTP when you need to send plain email or even GPG messages, right, out to the outside world. So that's basically what we're building there. The Treasure app is a password manager, but that's sort of my baby. I like to brand things, as you can notice. Treasure meaning not just passwords. Password managers are boring. Okay, and even Treasure now is a little simple, but we're really trying to work on the interface, and if you can give us feedback, that would be great. We want folks to store other things that they also treasure. If we can strongly keep all of this information, passwords, conversations, et cetera, contacts, right? If we can protect that information, why can't we be protecting photos of your passport? Why can't we be protecting healthcare records? Why can't we be protecting this kind of stuff? If you give users these tools out of the box in this kind of sandboxed environment that is privacy safe, right, they will use it, okay? And if they don't have that environment, they will spread PDFs all across their file system, screenshots, and they'll start using a myriad of different apps that are trustworthy or untrustworthy in different ways, right? The last thing I'll say before I just talk a little bit more about the app stores, about sort of functionality and where we're heading. I believe that a huge amount of communication is happening now in closed groups, closed group chats. I think we're all seeing people, because they know they're being surveilled so much on social networks and they're very cognizant of it. They're moving to apps like WhatsApp when they can, and of course it's better. They'll move to Signal, maybe something else. There's still a lot of people using Telegram and so on, especially different regional, sort of national versions of what app you're using, right? Those closed group chats, okay, those environments are environments that are designed not to allow you to be public when you want to be public. In all the workshops I do, when I talk to people about encryption, especially people who are getting first into strong privacy tools, one of the big blockers for them is that they want to be able to be public when they need to be public. They want to be able to right-click or tap on the picture of their dog and share that to the outside world. So we have proof of concept already of doing that with Mastodon. I run a Mastodon node, an instance called privacysafe.social. It's got about 3,000 users now, but we grew pretty rapidly in the past year because I've been pushing it pretty hard. And I'm very serious about making sure that the identities for those ActivityPub identities can be linked to the identities in these apps. So we're trying to give people the ability to have privacy and autonomy, which is really important. We're also packaging these apps for iOS. How many folks have built an iOS app out there? Show of hands. Almost as many as the Android apps. So at least the tools are standard, right, with iOS, and at least they're pretty upfront about how much you're being screwed and the rules you have to follow, right? I'm not a Mac user. I had to buy a Mac Mini just to kind of like figure this stuff out. All the crazy stuff around, what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do in iOS, it's just a wild, wild situation. We're going to follow those rules because we believe we need to reach users where they're at with these apps, okay? And part of the problem we're going to have is, can anybody guess? It's the App Store, right? You're not allowed to do what we're doing, basically deliver software in the way that we're delivering it in iOS. So we have some clever sort of ways to think about that. And I think when I was putting together this talk, I was more forward in that direction. I have to say we don't have good solutions. Okay, the Fortnite case certainly opened up the playing field quite a bit. It did give us some avenues that I think were not possible before, but we're probably going to end up having to sort of split out, and maybe even the App Store, the iOS App Store allows you to do bundles, as they call it, to bundle apps for iOS. The operating system I hate the most, which is Windows, is quite easy to make apps for and deliver. But of course, it's the Trust Us Bro operating system, right? All right, DNS, let's talk about the technology. This is the stuff that I think is most interesting. Go for it, Mikolai.
So Sean have mentioned that we are moving to Apple as well. The trick is actually that we are moving the platform. You as a developer, you won't need to create your app for different platforms. All you need to care is that I have a component that runs on a desktop UI and presents to the user in a desktop environment, or something on the phone, which is definitely doesn't have the second monitor attached to it, right? So the way of how application actually finds updates, it just knows the name of the app, and the developer owns their own domain name, and that simple TXT records allows the platform to actually find applications and run them. Now, the platform itself has these top three protocols, and they constitute the 3N-Web set of protocols. The protocols that provide utility that is used by the level with all of the richness of the apps. And because it's just a little set of protocols, we can actually deliver federation, privacy, security. We can deliver a spec server which you can install with the very nice features. So
we like going back and forth with this storytelling because, as you can tell, I'm a bit of a storyteller. This is Mikolai's idea, though, so if I fall flat with the analogy, it's actually his fault. You can blame him.
Yes, if there was copyright for this American thing, I'm a Canadian, so...
come on. These photos, and believe me, I have to be very careful about presentations, as folks at the FSF quite know. These are actually from Wikimedia Commons. Just because they're celebrities doesn't mean that they can't be photographed in public. Okay. So the analogy we're using here is star-crossed lovers, right? So many situations we think about tend to be like groups of activists or like whistleblowers or journalists, right? Problem of first contact, finding somebody, reaching out to somebody for the first time, and how you're going to do that, but also how you're going to keep communication up when shit gets real, let's say, right? But we don't think enough about people who just want to talk to each other, who aren't allowed by their culture, by their families, maybe by their religion, right? In a more sort of typical situation, right? Not getting into it too much, how many people know the story of Romeo and Juliet? Everybody. That's why we're doing it. How many people actually know the Leo DiCaprio and Claire Danes movie from 1995 or 6?
A little less.
Nice, nice. Communication barriers are always a Shakespeare thing, right? And pretty much all of the tragedies in one way or another, somebody misses communication, they lose a note, et cetera, and unfortunately, these two folks, the suicides, were the result of communication being cut off. We can't say we could have stopped it, but we need to know that this kind of problem is not a new one, okay?
Yeah, so the continuation of how we build the world, how we build the digital realm for these people. We have to think as a technologist from actually what these people need first. So for a particular need, developers then can articulate what user experiences can be created for the desktops, for the mobile devices. But then the developer actually should be given a platform, and that platform is this privacy-safe platform that we install either on the desktops or on the mobile or on Apple iOS later on. And that client platform provides a convenient API for the app developer. So, for example, application that sends a message in the chat, you just say, hey, I need to, Romeo says, I need to send a message to Juliet at Capulet. So the platform actually now becomes aware that it exists on the internet, and it should send across the internet that message somehow. Now, the first thing that it does is that it realizes, so there's a name of my peer, and from that name, which is like Juliet at Capulet.com or .it, using the DNS or using any other naming system, the platform finds out how to reach out to the system that serves that peer. The next step is actually, so Juliet platform, as any apps are basically talking to the server via via some web sockets or some other mechanisms that can be implemented. And the platform is just given, hey, the signal that there are some bytes for you, Juliet. The platform then checks the keys that it has. And when it finds the set of keys among the known ones that will decrypt a little piece of data from the message, then it will know that the message has come from Romeo and not somebody else. So in this way, we're using the assurance of cryptography to assure the user who the sender was, but at the same time, Romeo never told the server that he was the Romeo. Now, the sending back repeats the process symmetrically. Juliet's application basically gives some JSON with message to the platform. Platform then finds a way where, using the naming system, where to send the messages. It talks directly to the inbox of Romeo, and basically it says in the message there are two parts, and in the lower part it will say, oh, that's the message for Romeo. And that's it. The rest is like end-to-end encrypted bytes, and those bytes are that big blob where all of the richness of the application resides. But this is how like end-to-end encryption works. So notice in this flow that Romeo and Juliet can send messages to each other. They talk to each other, while the servers actually do not. And this is what we call the a web style federation, because basically where to reach out is what your browser is doing. Like there's a domain name for New Yorker and goes to New Yorker, and then there's a domain name for, well, I don't know, what's the opposite of New Yorker? The Romeo and Juliet's servers that serve them, they don't have to cooperate, so they can have any kinds of negative relationship between each other, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Romeo and Juliet will still cooperate. And the same approach for the web style federation applies not only for chat protocol, but also for the storage protocol and for mailer ID protocol that we use for identity. Now, we have to contrast it with the federation, which is actually just a classical style federation. So usually when we say federation, we mean this picture. This picture is from Wikipedia, specifically. It's early 1980s. And notice that the user talks only to their own home server. This happens with email, SMTP. This happens with Matrix, newer protocol, but using the same pattern. And of course, client, so Romeo has to tell his Montague server that he wants this message to be sent to Capulet server. And these folks will not allow it. So the classical federation just doesn't work for Romeo and Juliet. Yeah. How shall we say it? Maybe like 10 years ago, somebody was already saying this, but we never had an examples of it. And with current unstable times, this picture is like more pressing than any other time.
So you didn't do your plug for yourself, but I will. So these protocols, the file system, the documentation for 3N Web, which is Mikolai's baby, Privacy Safe is sort of this implementation, right? The reference implementation, if you want to call it that, of 3N Web. The 3N Web architecture, all that's on IEEE SA Open, so it's all published, it's out there. Some of the docs need to be updated. You'll see some cartoonish Romeo and Juliets, which are a little different, but that's life. Go out to this URL. Now, I know this is a link shortener, but it's my link shortener, and it doesn't track anything but the click, which all web servers do, like the fact that you talk to it. And we're very serious about making sure that the protocols, the server implementation, all that stuff is real and out there. When people ask us why we're building another Signal, which we might have heard probably 30 times this week or more, it's because decentralized trust in that institution, in that organization, in those people might not be misplaced, right? But there are too many other barriers out there, right? You can't, for example, use a +7 phone number to register for a Signal, right? And folks of you who know what that means, you know, it's a problematic situation right now. And by the way, correlation of information about your peers and colleagues who you're talking to, right, on SMS, via phone number. When you then all go out and download an app like Signal and you use your phone number, right, that kind of information can be correlated. Okay, so we're very serious about making sure we're going to have identities tied to DNS. If you want to host it with us, we've got privacysafe.me, privacysafe.gg, and privacysafe.xyz. Okay, you can do that today. You can download the apps on privacysafe.app. Again, come to us, we'll give you the APK, or you can wait like a week and it'll probably be an F-Droid. But basically, we have open doors right now, and we want to just get critical mass of users on our implementation of servers. If you want to set it up on your server, you don't have to ask permission. I'm not your parents, right? You can do whatever you want there. As Mikolai said, this is more like email, but smart in the way email is smart. No one has to ask somebody at yale.edu to send an email from another domain to yale.edu, right? If the operator of that mail server is going to block another domain, they've got to block the whole domain more or less, right? There's other ways you can do stuff, of course, but the user just needs to know the username of the other person. They only need to know one piece of information, and then they can reach out to them. So yeah, that's pretty much it. We're going to do a little bit of a demo. Hopefully we don't fall apart in front of your eyes, but if we do, hey, play with our app. We really appreciate it. If you want to reach out to us for paid consulting, especially for small to medium enterprise, as they call it, go to ivycyber.com. Just email us, whatever. We've got many email addresses. PrivacySafe.app is the site you want to check out right now if you want to download the apps for GNU, Linux, Mac OS, or Windows, and privacysafe.tech/donate. PrivacySafe.tech being the foundation site for the 501(c). Of course, in the United States, those donations are tax deductible. Thanks.
Okay. So let's switch to the demo phase. So then
Is that camera? Look what the camera's doing, man.
Yeah.
That's no good. All right. All right. We got to turn.
Okay, while we are setting up the mobile stuff.
It's because of this freaking light.
Yeah. So that's the mobile thing. If there's too much light, you will have to come
Do
on.
you have a webcam on this thing?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Let's switch.
Pull it up instead.
Jeez. No, there's another one. No. Oh, here it is.
Video.
Yeah, that's the video.
It's still not good. That other camera was great.
Okay.
Well, that's not going to work.
Yeah. So for the demo of the Android
Bring up the desktop app.
applications,
They need to see the desktop app. It's on the phone.
Yeah.
Trust us. We'll
So-
show it to you in person.
Yes. So the once you install the application, you see this is an installation of the something that lives in a desktop. In a desktop, there are first of all like tray. In a tray, we have like there's this concept. There's one user will be able to add also another user. For example, add an account. Things are a little bit blown up so you can see from far away. Imagine that we create a new account. Here's the services that Sean was talking about. This is a place where you put the link from your own host provider. This is an information where how you can set up your own domain. Basically, 3N Web services at our Privacy Safe at GitHub, a group of applications, and yeah, you just set up the DNS record, and you're good to go. And then anybody can talk to you.
You have the video of the phone working, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Let's do it.
Yeah. So let's go through the applications. So we have been talking that this is a place for your data. This is so here we see stuff which is important. You see it's synchronized, so it means I can access it on my device. So for example, if this desktop gets, I just remove everything from it, or my use case is that I wipe device before I cross the US border. I cross the border and then I log in again in this account. Like I basically just put my other account, I put my credentials and just do the login. It will log in another user. And it will recreate my stuff. It is a user experience which we expect in the 21st century, right? But now it's in such a way that servers don't know what you have. Like what applications you have here, they reside completely in a file system that is yours. So here's the Sean's baby, and this is of course, this is a presentation account, but trust me when I tell you that there are like 5 or 6 groups. For my use case, one of them is called rack servers, because for sudo bash I have to keep password somewhere, and it's kind of convenient. So you can just copy, paste, and and for your racks you need not only the internal passwords, but passwords for your IMO or BMCA. So this is an inbox applications. Like here we have a Juliet. Maybe we can try to send a message to hi to the Juliet.
Basically, what we're demonstrating
Yeah.
here, and we want you all to be interested in, is that the UI is
Yeah.
one thing, the application is one thing, but if you have sound technology and you have an environment that you can trust and you can deliver it in this nice, beautiful sandbox way that syncs and everything else, hey, sky's the limit. Right?
Yeah.
And we want folks to build.
So the reproduction of experience on of a signal, here how it's done. We have the messaging. We had our somewhere here it was a call for the 3 people. Somewhere here we have chat information. Somewhere here there is a setting about history.
And we've got this working, and our bags are full of phones. Okay, we first got it working on the Pine phone, of course. Well, you folks know why. That is GNU Linux, so we can do that very easily. We got it working, obviously, on Android, and can show that. We're specifically making sure, even though there's some issues with Graphene and Calyx so far. As you all know, Graphene's pretty well locked down, and running background services and so on can be a little troublesome. So we're trying to figure out how we're going to hack around some of those issues, because it does need a service to run in the background. Yeah, we've got it running on lots of cool stuff. The Fairphone, that's another target device that we're very serious about. And then the folks at Cape.co reached out to us. We would like to get it on their Obscura model. It's a very secretive thing, but we love the guys at Cape. They seem pretty awesome. They do, of course, have proprietary software for their applications, but otherwise, they rotate IMEIs, which is a pretty cool technology. We should just take questions. The hall's starting to empty. We don't have a lot of time. Any questions from you guys?
Okay, so I want to go to Canada, and I delete all my files, and I cross the border, and then I say, give me my stuff. When will it arrive?
So you log in, you sign in, and the very first thing that the platform is doing, it generates the key from your password that's created in this way, and then it reads the root of the storage, and then it's step by step picks out whatever your platform asks. So, and it will take from the server whatever has been synchronized. And each of the apps, they do synchronization the way it is appropriate for each of the apps to do it. There's no universal synchronization. And this means that only necessary pieces will be pushed around on the network, and therefore synchronization will go faster for you.
So delay isn't a major problem with that.
Well, that's the problem with the internet.
Yeah.
So the quick answer without being snarky is you wouldn't want to put terabytes on this right now. We are trying. We started out actually looking at this as a Dropbox-like product, tied actually to Beagle boards at the time, because we wanted people to have their own personal cloud servers, the anti-cloud we were calling it. So we're very serious about that sort of thing. But I mean, we can't deal with solve network latency and so on. The way in which other projects have done this, like Signal, to use an example, is they'll reach critical mass of users without using CDNs from Amazon, et cetera, and now they do. We're very serious about not doing that. And that's one of the reasons, for example, when AWS was attacked by botnets this past year, chunks of it went down. So we're going to have that problem. That's true.
Well, but I
SSH has
think
that problem.
different services do better and worse with,
We'll work on
the speed of syncing. So
Yeah, at the same time, I want to maybe highlight again so that platform provides an API for the developer. Developer is given a choice like for, say, an application like a file system which is local and synchronized. But both local and synchronized file systems, they are encrypted and placed in the blobs like on the server. So if you're in a situation where you can pass through the border without revealing the password, if somebody seizes that device, they will get just information like on the server. And the server is a 3N web server. The client never gave a plain text of the stuff. The client had the protocols where no unnecessary metadata was released. As a result, there's nothing to abuse on the server. And same goes for the device. When you're logged out, when the keys are removed from the memory, bon voyage.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
This privacy safe thing sounds pretty cool. I'm gonna have to try it out. If I am going the self-hosted route, what kind of hardware would I need to run the server components from, say, my family or a small group of friends?
So as you can see, the 3N Web services are essentially, they are the place through which the bytes go through. So most important consideration will be like, is it connected properly? Does it exist? That's one thing. Specific nuance for current implementation is such that when your application tells the platform, please.
Where do you run it now, Mikolai? What are you running on?
Hold on. So in the synchronization, we can make them more faster. So for couple of people, you will be fine running on something like Raspberry.
Very cool.
What might be slowing things down is actually that when stuff comes into the server, we gonna tell the client that you're okay, you are done when we actually store it. But here is the speed of your disk drive that will be a consideration.
So like an SD card wouldn't be as good as like the M2 drive.
Yes, the disk would be better. Yes.
What's the bare metal we're running it out of Kitchener-Waterloo, these services now?
So we are running 2015 servers. They are on ZFS, and they need a little bit caching to speed things up. Because without this caching, we have a direct connection that might get sometimes slow.
Very cool. Thank you.
Check one, check two. All right, thanks guys for coming out here. I know we want to get to the ceremonies for closing and everything. But in this talk, we're going to learn how the government bought data from the same apps that brought you here to this HOPE conference and you use every day, then ran it through AI, just to build an enforcement dossier without a single warrant. I'm Tony Spencer, principal of the Planet Security, tech chair for Restore the Fourth, and the international level, and the chapter head here in the New York State for Restore the Fourth. This talk draws from research for an upcoming book that I wrote called The Watchers You Fed, Turn the Lens. The full toolkit from this talk is in that book, as well as on the mailing list for Restore the Fourth. And we should get into this. What you can expect here. We are going to cover about the third-party doctrine, a 1976 Supreme Court ruling, where you have no Fourth Amendment protections for the data you hand to a third party. This is why the government buys your location history from a commercial broker without warrant. Everything that follows in this Iran, everything that follows runs on this one ruling. Section 1, where we will cover that traces it from the courtroom to the purchase market. Section 2 documents the pipeline it enables. 3 shows what the AI builds from it, and 4, what you can do about it. A commercial data broker assembled a shadow profile, advertising ID, purchase history, GPS coordinates from this morning, the whole lot of it. That shadow profile was assembled from the digital footprint you generated before leaving the house this morning or even coming here to the hotel. A federal purchase office bought it. No warrant, no subpoena, no legal process at all. It was just a commercial transaction, the same kind you use to buy your pink drinks at Starbucks. A city council approved a license plate reader contract that added physical location confirmation to that shadow profile. 3 decisions made by 3 separate actors with no shared intent. No single person designed this outcome. Nobody voted on it. Those 3 decisions produce enforcement dossiers and voter suppression targeting for people who did nothing wrong. In the next 5 slides, we lay out how 50 years of case law created the opening that DHS walks through every day. 1976, the ATF subpoenaed bank records directly from the bank. No notification was given to Miller. The Supreme Court held those were the bank's records, not Miller's. No Fourth Amendment interest. A few years later, Smith versus Wade in Maryland, same logic applied to telephone numbers you dialed. Both cases still govern. Neither has been overturned. Both apply to license plate data today. The moment you hand your data to a third party, the Fourth Amendment stops following it. Miller and Smith versus Maryland, both still going, neither overturned, not a loophole, not an accident, a structural feature of 50 years of law written for a world where data had to be subpoenaed because it could not be bought. Well, my friends, that's ended. Federal agencies do not file a legal process to get this data. They open a subscription with services like Babel Street, Ventel, LexisNexis, Thomas Reuters Clear. All of them sell access to live, continuously updated location databases. DHS makes a single API call. The query returns location history. Nobody filed a warrant. The commercial transaction is the only authorization that exists. Now, we had Carpenter, which closed the subpoena window, but it says nothing about the subscription window. With the Fourth Amendment is not for sale act, it would have closed that window, which that dropped before hitting the floor. In 2018, the Supreme Court ruled that historical cell site location data requires a warrant. Detailed encyclopedia and effortless compiled, narrowed ruling, historical cell site records, legal process only, commercial purchase untouched. That was the success. Agencies buying from Babel Street are not subpoenaing anyone, though. Carpenter does not apply there. Shawtree, bring it even closer. 5 weeks ago, the Supreme Court has ruled that geofence warrants is a Fourth Amendment search. The holding, you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in short-term, third-party held location data when the government obtains it by a legal process. The case was remanded in the Fourth Circuit to determine whether the specific warrant satisfies probable cause and particularly is still pending. The ruling does not reach out for flock or other matters that are being collected. It does not reach commercial purchase. Third-party location history is a Fourth Amendment interest. When the government obtains it by legal process, the process still has yet to be settled. The principle has been settled, but his case has not. Over in the ALPR courts, which has been obviously a very popular thing this session at Hope, with everyone talking about flock, there has been 3 rulings all this year. Porter, Fifth Circuit, March. Each license plate read is a momentary public observation, no search needed, no Fourth Amendment event. Sampson, Washington Courts of Appeal, January, not Carpenter scale. GPS comparison rejected. Schmidt, East District, Virginia, January. Retention was too low, density too low. The city won. 3 courts, 1 doctrine. A single plate read is momentary. A single plate read is lawful. Each ruling addresses 1 read. The national lookup that Flock does and Palantir does returns years of data. The legal structure permits this purchase. It enables the purchase. And we will now dive into how what it gets built on top of it. Everyone's favorite topic, Flock as of lately. That's just one component. The shadow profile assembled from apps and purchasing data exists before Flock captures a plate, a face, or a Bluetooth signal. What Flock adds is physical location confirmation. A national sharing infrastructure that shipped enabled by default 120,000 cameras across 49 states and a national lookup that is enabled at installation, abused by multiple organizations. Bend, Oregon, the cameras were feeding the national network from day one and no one told them. Customs and Border Protection had direct access to 80,000 cameras through an undisclosed pilot program. One of the 3 departments that confirmed it said they did not know they were sharing with CBP. An Illinois audit, 47 agencies removed for violating state law, triggered by a Texas department using Illinois plate data to track abortion care travel. The cameras are just one layer of an apparatus. The National Lookup and NCIC are both hooked up with Flock. One is historical, one runs in real time against FBI hot lists. And I'm going to have to make sure this slide is available for everyone because the font there is just a little. Anywho. It runs in real time against FBI hot lists. ICE keeps a watch list in there, and a match sends an alert. Local police do not see it, nor does anyone is issuing a warrant. Nova happens to be what Flock is building for the commercial version of Immigrant OS does federally. The federal system costs $287 million, while Nova costs just a single query. This is Immigrant OS and their elite platform. Palantir built Immigrant OS on a $30 million sole source contract signed in April of last year. It ingests your IRS data, your Social Security data, your DMV registration, and Medicaid history, along with everything that Flock and that data broker market captured. The interface on the right, well, on the left, shows what that produces. The confidence score measures address probability, not enforcement validity. Elite, the enhanced leads identification and targeting for enforcement AI system, is an enforcement layer. It populates a map with targets. It completes individual dossiers with names, photograph, alien registration number, date of birth, and it assigns a confidence score. The score answers only one question, though. How likely is this person to be at this address right now? That is an address accuracy estimate. The reconstruction you can see here is from the publishing by 404 Media with the leak of the ICE user guide. That happened in January 30th this year. The confidence and now let's let this number sink in here. That's one camera functioning as a node in a national surveillance network. That camera was installed to find stolen vehicles. The Virginia numbers 7 million nationwide searches across multiple departments and 80,000 Flock cameras accessed. Now that is just part of the collection. The extraction of all that it comes from every app session that is already transmitting local data to a commercial market. So by the time Flock sensor logs a capture, the broker database is already comprehensive. The sensor event confirms what the database already inferred. And I'm sure many of you are aware how embedded Palantir is in this system. VL donated to this administration. His company holds a $287 million sole source contract to build the enforcement AI. The administration signed an executive order classifying protest attendance as terrorism. The FEC filings and procurement records document this alignment. Every plate read, every protest attended flag, every classification indicator in the pipeline feeds into AI augmented synthesis. Dossiers, terrorism classifications, and sentencing table includes 30 years for moving a box of zines, for having Signal installed on your phone, or coming to a hacker convention. The word that matters here is retroactive. The data was mundane when it was collected, just simple advertising data, metadata about what your purchase history is, and things of that nature. But the threat classification comes later when the AI synthesizes years of that data into a single profile. 3,900 agencies ran flock queries tied to these protests. Someone typed protest into that elite dashboard and was able to find 12 million responses. For executive documents across 4 months, no legislation, no court approval, no public vote. Together, they build a targeted framework that classifies protesters' attendance, signal use, and lawful donations as terrorist indicators. That framework is what routes the flock search data to terrorist investigations done by ICE. Now, who in this room has Signal installed on their phone? Congratulations. You are all a terrorist. The rest of this slide here shows what also is qualified. Lawful donations, Signal, zines, graffiti, black clothing, hacker favorite attire. July 4th, 2025, Prairieland ICE detention faculty in Texas. The DOJ calls them the North Texas Antifa cell. Sanchez Estrada was not at the protest. He only moved boxes of zines. Got 30 years. Rudia attended, asked her husband to move those boxes. 70 years. Arnold, Batten, Evis, Morris attended, wore black, used Signal, 50 years each. Song shot the officer, 100 years. 450 years, first convictions under the Antifa executive order. All for exercising one's own right to protest. Longer than in that same amount of convictions is longer than any of the January 6th sentencing. All he did was move a box of zines. Rodriguez published a report on ICE arrests. The next day, she was arrested. The agent had a photograph of her news station car on his phone. ICE stated legal theory was she was compromising the intent of law enforcement operations. The apparatus surveils those who document it. The confidence score measured addresses probability. That score is an ensemble. It addresses currency from DMV versus broker data, network analysts of known associates, and historical ICE interaction data. A model trained on biased enforcement data produces biased outputs. The 170 plus wrongful detentions and the voter suppression targeting route from the same score, both were predictable from the training data. The score answers only one question though. How likely is this person to be at this address? The score is an ensemble address currency, the DMV record cross-reference against broker location history, network analysts of known associates at candidate address, and historical ICE interaction data. A model trained on prior enforcement patterns replicates the composition that enforces history. If the training data reflects past targeting of Latino surnames and common name matches, the model produces more of the same. It is working by design. That same model performs as trained. Biased enforcement data trains a bias model in a feedback loop. 170 plus US citizens wrongfully detained last year alone. When does it stop? 3 in 4 adults are in that database. The same score routes voter suppression targeting as well. The full pipeline. Enforcement dossier or voter suppression targeting on US citizens with registered voter data. The 6 steps are visible. What is absent from every one of them is a warrant. 3 documented interventions, the extraction layer, the federal contractor, and the purchasing market. Different levels, the same methodology. Documentation timed to a regulatory window moved a regulator. No lawsuit, no plaintiff, no courtroom, just a complaint. Bring it a little closer home here. NYC comptroller and Palantir at the contractor level. A fiduciary obligation is a lever. Everyone with a pension fund that holds Palantir stock has a standing. The documentation is already public with FEC filings. That is one of the levers we have, is to go after them at the corporate level. The comptrollers shut things down. The purchase market itself has a regulator. The FTC charges 2 of DHS's own broker vendors in January of last year. Ventel is one of the broker vendors documented in this pipeline. The regulatory charged its own customer supplier. With the FANFSA that was shut down, that subscription window closes too. The synthesis. What all 3 have in common is the lever is the obligation, not the lawsuit, not the politician. When a target has a legal obligation to respond, documentation is sufficient. What the book covers, the talk, it's already delivered the framework. And I thank you guys for coming out today. I do encourage you guys to go to restorethefourth.org and to buy me a coffee so you guys can keep in the loop as we roll forward with this and help us shut this stuff down.
Hi, thank you for this talk. I think, it's top of mind for everybody. I was wondering if you could offer up your thoughts about commercial services like Delete Me. Do you feel like they offer any value at all in this space or in others? And if there are other defenses against this kind of stuff?
There are several defenses out there. A lot of them have been documented over the years within the 2600 and at several hopes. As far as Delete Me, I actually do not endorse them. For ages, I've used a different service, Incogni. But I am aware that each of those guys have their own data broker services on the back end. So there's other things that are out there. that are more open and transparent. And we are, since over here at Restore the Fourth, we have a technical work group that we just launched to review services like this. We will be publishing our findings in our bi-monthly journal through the newsletter.
Thank you. Very interesting. You mentioned a couple places in passing that the same data repository is also used in voter suppression efforts. Can you give us a little more detail on that?
Yeah, so that is a very good question there. Obviously, in a lot of the efforts is just funneling through ICE, but that same database goes to the FBI, goes down to the police level, and so forth. So it's not just targeting voter suppression, it's targeting minorities and other groups as well.
This is similar to a question that I asked in the Cindy Cohn session about standing. I mean, obviously there are Fourth Amendment skirting through the third-party doctrine, but there's also like direct Fourth Amendment violations, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Where data is just collected through hacked devices and that kind of stuff. There's obviously a Sixth Amendment angle here as well, because, I mean, all of this is being decided in secret with no representation, no lawyers, no even knowledge that's happening because it's entirely a secret. So my question is really like, let's say there was, and the Snowden revelations gave us an idea that these lists are big, like that we're talking hundreds of thousands to millions of people in the U.S. on terror watch lists. I got really lucky in some ways, finding out my name was on a terror watch list because they pulled aside a 14-year-old kid and they told him he was on a terror watch list who had my name before I was supposed to fly.
Yep.
And it ended up in a news article, and I heard it on NPR before I drove to the airport. But anyways, so like, is there a way that if there was a whistleblower in the government who had access to these lists, who had this information, is there a way to leverage that to establish standing for a class action lawsuit about this?
Oh, certainly.
But like, what data would they actually need to provide that would be accepted by the courts to establish standing?
That's a very quick question, and our legal team would be able to answer that a lot better than me. But you do have my Mastodon thing. Let's keep this conversation going. Any other questions? All right, thank you, gentlemen and ladies, and in betweens.